क्या बात है। एंड लुइस भाई, सबसे पहले मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये होगा कि अभी आप खेलते हुए नजर नहीं आ रहे, तो उसका क्या मेन रीजन है?
अभी के टाइम पे देखो शोटो और वोल्विंग का कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत अच्छा है, और जो मेरा रोल है छोटो रोल है सेम है। वो छोटो भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है, तो अभी टीम उसके साथ खेल रही है, जो अच्छा भी कर रही है। मैं उससे खुश हूँ भाई कि टीम अच्छा खेल रही है, तो मुझे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
क्या बात है।
वन फॉर द टीम ऑफ कोर्स। लुइस एक टीम प्लेयर है और अपनी टीम को जीतते हुए देखना चाहते हैं, टीम के साथ ग्रैंड फिनाले में जाना चाहते हैं। बट अब मेरा सवाल पंडित से है। पंडित, आईकू ओजी टीएसजी, काफी लंबा समय लगा आपको इस स्टेज पे इस तरीके की परफॉर्मेंस को लाते लाते। ऑफ कोर्स फैंस ने काफी लंबा इंतजार किया और फाइनली आपकी परफॉर्मेंस आई तो इतनी तगड़ी आई कि पूरी लॉबी को आपने शांत करा दिया है। तो इस समय पे आईकू ओजी टीएसजी के खेमे में ऐसे क्या गेम प्ले में माइंडसेट में बदलाव हो रहे हैं कि यार पूरी लॉबी में एक तरफा परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है आप लोगों की?
यार पहले ऐसा सीन था ना, लाइक लॉन्ग टर्म से चीज़ें मतलब रिजल्ट नहीं ला रही थी। सो दिस टाइम उन्होंने मतलब लास्ट टाइम भी जब एमआई हो, हमने बहुत चीज़ें मतलब स्ट्रेटेजाइज करी, मतलब मैक्सिमम टीम्स के लिए काम आती है। मैं ये नहीं कह रहा कि वो चीज़ नहीं वर्क करती उतनी, बट दिस टाइम हमने सोचा कि हम ज़्यादा सोचने के चक्कर में उसको प्रेशर बना रहे हैं गेम के अंदर। तो इस टाइम उसको थोड़ा ओवरकम करके, ड्रॉप्स देख के, छोटी मोटी चीज़ें देख के डायरेक्ट गेम पे इंप्लीमेंट करते हैं और गो विद द फ्लो जाते हैं। तो आई थिंक वो हमारा बहुत एक मेजर मूव था, जिसकी वजह से हमें बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ा। एंड सेकेंडरी जो हमारी सिनर्जी टीम्स की है, न्यू सिनर्जी, न्यू प्लेयर्स आने से न्यू सिनर्जी बनती है और वो बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़े। ऑलरेडी बंदे एक्सपीरियंस थे, सो उसकी वजह से बहुत ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा हमारी टीम पे।
वाओ, इसी से रिलेटेड पंडित जी, मेरा आपसे ये क्वेश्चन होगा कि एफएफएमआईसी 2025 में टॉप 6 क्वालिफिकेशन थोड़ा सा मुश्किल हो गया था। उसके बाद से फिर रोस्टर चेंजेस हुए, तो क्या यहाँ पर दिक्कत प्लेयर्स में थी या फिर कुछ और प्रॉब्लम्स आप लोग फेस कर रहे थे?
नहीं, प्लेयर्स में तो एट ऑल कोई ऐसा दिक्कत नहीं था। लाइक ऐसा होता है ना कि एक टाइम बाद प्लेयर्स को लगता है कि उनकी आपस में सिनर्जी नहीं बन रही है, तो उस पर इंप्रूव करने का ट्राई करते हैं। हमने की वो चीज़, बट वो चीज़ स्टिल रिजल्ट नहीं दे रही थी, तो किसी चीज़ को खींच के उतना मतलब नहीं बनता है। एंड सेकेंडरी हमें भी फिर मूव करना था, सो हमने उसके लिए चेंज करा एंड उससे हमें इम्पैक्ट पड़ा, काफ़ी अच्छा इम्पैक्ट पड़ा, जो कि टीम पे भी एंड अदर देन परफॉर्मेंस पे भी। तो इसलिए
परिवर्तन के लिए बदलाव बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है और अभी तो बदलाव के बाद हम काफी ज्यादा परिवर्तित आईकू ओजी टीएसजी देख रहे हैं। बट मेरा सवाल लुइस आपसे है, गेम के अंदर आपका आईकू ओजी टीएसजी के साथ मल्टीपल बार हमने ड्रॉप क्लैशेस देखे हैं, काफी बार स्ट्रैटेजीज में बदलाव होते हैं, ड्रॉप क्लैशेस को अवॉइड किया जाता है, काफी बार ड्रॉप क्लैशेस को पिक किया जाता है। तो मेंटालिटी क्या रहती है ड्रॉप क्लैशेस को अवॉइड करने में और ड्रॉप क्लैशेस को हेड ऑन फाइट लेने में?
ऐसा है कि ड्रॉप क्लैश हम मोस्टली ले लेते हैं, बट जब हमको पॉइंट चाहिए होते हैं या फिर ऐसा है कि क्वालिफिकेशन करना है, यहाँ से पॉइंट चाहिए, तो हम ड्रॉप चेंज करते हैं, वरना हम ड्रॉप चेंज मोस्टली करते नहीं है। ड्रॉप कोई भी टीम आए उनसे ड्रॉप क्लैश लेते ही है।
क्या बात है। एंड पंडित, मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि आपका प्ले स्टाइल काफी ज्यादा एग्रेसिव दिखा है, एक लंबे समय के डाउनफॉल के बाद एक अच्छा गेम अब दिखता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। तो अगर मैं आपकी टीम की बात करूँ, आप अपनी टीम को किस दिन ऐसा सोचते हैं कि हम ग्रैंड फाइनल्स क्वालिफाई कर जाएंगे? क्या आप सोच रहे हैं कि पूरी लॉबी टेस्ट करेंगे वीक्स की, उसके बाद टॉप 6 के क्वालिफाई करेंगे, या फिर बिना रुके डे 1 से क्वालिफिकेशन की वो दौड़ में रहेंगे आप?
मेरे हिसाब से तो जैसा भी करंटली फ्लो अच्छा बना हुआ है, सो डे 1 पे क्वालिफाई का ट्राई करेंगे। और इतना लंबा किसको खींचना है, बाकी दिन सब एंजॉय करेंगे एंड बाकी स्ट्रेटजी से फोकस करेंगे, टीम का गेम प्ले देखेंगे बैठ के सब। सो वो ज़्यादा बेनिफिशियल है इंस्टेड ऑफ पूरा वीक वेट करके नेक्स्ट वीक में उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने का। सो डे 1 पे आके करके एग्रेसिव प्ले से पूरा चले जाएंगे, बस दैट्स ऑल।
मुझे लगता है आईकू ओजी टीएसजी की जो स्ट्रैटेजी है चिराई, वो ये है कि पहले दिन पे ही क्वालिफाई कर ले, उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी करेंगे बचे हुए सारे के सारे दिनों पे। और काफी अच्छी बात है, पंडित स्माइल भी कर रहे हैं इस चीज पे, काफी अच्छी स्ट्रैटेजी है पंडित। मैं चाहूंगा कि आप क्वालिफाई करें, पहले 2 में अपनी जगह बना ले ग्रैंड फिनाले में, उसके बाद वॉच पार्टी करते हुए भी नजर आए। बट लुइस, मेरे को आपसे जानना है कि लॉबी में हमने रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क को देखा, आपका पुराना बैनर, हमने मेटा निंजा को भी देखा, दोनों टीम्स काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग थी, अब तक की परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छी थी। साथ में हमने ज्ञान गेमिंग को भी देखा, बट अल्टीमेटली देखिए रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क वो क्वालिफाई करने में टॉप 12 में असफल रही। साथ में मेटा निंजा ऑल्सो लास्ट गेम तक भी वो ट्राई कर रहे थे। ऐसी क्या दिक्कतें आ जाती है टीम को कि टॉप 12 में कंसिस्टेंसी होने के बावजूद, परफॉर्मेंस होने के बावजूद, अच्छा लाइनअप होने के बावजूद वो जगह नहीं बना पाए?
हाँ, तो मेरे को ऐसा लगता है जैसे मेटा निंजा हुई और आरएनटी बहुत अच्छी टीम है, लाइनअप अच्छी है, सब एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है, बट अब ऐसा है कि वो थोड़ा नई टीमें बनी है कुछ टाइम पहले, वापस मतलब रोस्टर में सफल हुआ है, तो उनमें ना कोऑर्डिनेशन तो अच्छा है नहीं अभी, और मतलब सिनर्जी कम है। लाइक अब उनका वो उन्होंने उतना प्रैक्टिस नहीं किया एंड उनका उनका प्रॉब्लम है। बट ऐसा, और आरएनटी का ऐसा सीन है कि आरएनटी मैंने देखा गेम देखे सारे, वो बहुत सेफ खेलते हैं, बहुत पैसिव खेलते हैं। तो जो ये टॉप 12 वाला सीन होता है, यहाँ पे सेफ इतना चलता नहीं है, थोड़ा मारना पड़ता है, थोड़ा किल्स के लिए जाना पड़ता है, तो इसलिए आई थिंक वो रह गए पीछे।
क्या बात है पंडित भाई। देखिए अगर हम इस टूर्नामेंट के इतिहास की बात करें, पर्टिकुलरली इसी टूर्नामेंट में, इसी इवेंट में, एस एक्स एलीट को हम देखते हैं, वो लीडर बोर्ड टॉप करती है, अगले स्टेज में क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाते हैं। क्यान गेमिंग को देखते हैं, वो अपनी लॉबी में लीडर बोर्ड टॉप करते हैं, फिर वो बॉटम से कहीं ना कहीं एक बॉटम तरीके से बॉर्डर लाइन पर वो लोग क्वालिफाई करते हैं। सो अभी आपने लीडर बोर्ड टॉप करा है और ग्रैंड फाइनल्स है, तो फिर क्या ये सिचुएशंस रिपीट होने वाली है या फिर वही एग्रेसिवनेस और वही सेम पैटर्न्स जो आप खेलते हुए नजर आए हैं वही कंटिन्यू रहने वाले हैं?
देखो वो एसेट्रियल एंड एलीट का जो इशू था उनके रिगार्डिंग ये तो उन्होंने चीज़ों में चेंजेस किया था, सो वो उनको इम्पैक्ट पड़ी। ज्ञान गेमिंग का मैंने उतना नोटिस किया नहीं, वो चीज़ शायद उनका डे नहीं होगा, कुछ कुछ डे की वजह से होता है, जैसे एसेट्रियल का भी डे नहीं था, बट उन्होंने चीज़ों में चेंजेस किया था तो वो ज़्यादा इम्पैक्ट करी थी उनको। बट हम ऐसा कुछ चेंज नहीं कर रहे हैं, सो आई थिंक। और वीक 1 में वीक 2 में बहुत अंतर होता है, क्योंकि वीक 1 में सब खेलते हैं कि लाइक अपना हाथ खोल लें एंड वो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा किल के लिए खेले ताकि बंदों का डर खत्म हो। वीक 2 जस्ट डिफरेंट जाता है, वीक 2 होता है क्वालिफिकेशन टाइम, सो उसमें जो सिनेरियो चलेगा वो डिफरेंट चलेगा, तो फिर हम भी थोड़ा चेंज करेंगे। बट ऐसा प्ले स्टाइल इन सब में कोई चेंज नहीं हो रहा, फुल एग्रेसिव खेल के विद पैसिव माइंडसेट गोइंग फॉर बुया जाएंगे बस।
क्या बात है। श्योर कुछ ना कुछ सरप्राइज एलिमेंट भी आप लोग ऐड करके लाएंगे और आने वाले गेम्स में टीम्स को सरप्राइज देंगे। बट लुइस, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, गेम के अंदर 18 टीम्स हैं, आपको राउंड रॉबिन फॉर्मेट खेलने का मौका मिला, अंडरडॉग टीम्स बहुत सारी थी, हमारी प्रोफेशनल टीम्स जाने माने नाम बहुत सारे थे, फॉर से टीजी थी लॉबी में, आईकू टीजी थी, आईकू ओजी टीएसजी थी, और भी बहुत सारे नाम थे। वहीं पे कुछ नाम हमारे अंडरडॉग्स के थे, जैसे कि फायर आइज गेमिंग, ईएमजी। तो हिंद गेमिंग या फिर एक प्रॉपर प्रोफेशनल टीम का माइंडसेट एक अंडरडॉग टीम से फाइट लेने में और एक टियर 1 टीम से फाइट लेने में क्या डिफर करता है? क्या आप आइडेंटिफाई कर पाते हैं वहाँ पे फाइट लेने के तरीके से कि ये टीम अलग है और ये टीम कौन सी हो सकती है, ये टीम कौन सी हो सकती है?
लाइक ऐसा है कि देखो, अंडरडॉग और मतलब अभी के टाइम पे जैसे फायर आइस आपने बोला और ईएमजी, वो बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बट हम ये नहीं सोचते कि सामने यार कौन सी टीम है, हम अपनी जो स्ट्रेटजी होती है उसी को फाइट लेते हैं। सामने कोई भी टीम हो, हमको पता है कि हम अपने हिसाब से खेलेंगे, सामने कोई अच्छी टीम हो या फिर अंडरडॉग्स हो, हम उनको मतलब टैकल आउट कर लेंगे इजीली। तो ऐसा नहीं देखते कि कोई कौन सी टीम है क्या है, वो नहीं सोचते हम।
क्या बात है। अब मेरा ये क्वेश्चन दोनों से ही रहेगा कि अगर आपके फेवर में मैचेस नहीं जा रहे होते हैं तो फिर आप पॉइंट्स निकालने के लिए क्या करते हैं? आप किसी टीम को पर्टिकुलरली टारगेट करने के लिए जाते हैं, जानबूझ के ड्रॉप क्लैश लेते हैं, या फिर वही अपना ओरिजिनल फ्लो कंटिन्यू रखते हैं?
मेरे हिसाब से टारगेट गेम तो इतना पॉसिबल हो नहीं पाता, अभी सारी टीम जो है बहुत ज़्यादा ना तेज़ हो गई इन सब चीज़ों में। सो इफ़ अगर पॉइंट्स का ऐसा हुआ लाइक कि टॉप 6 इमेजिन कर लो आप, अब हम 7th 8th पे हैं, तो ऑब्वियसली हमें टारगेट करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर वो टीम उस चीज़ को अच्छा निकाल ली तो देन वो हो सकता है, नहीं तो बाकी तो अपने फ्लो से खेलना पड़ता है। इतना टारगेटिंग गेम करते हैं बंदे, वो ज़्यादा बॉटम लाइन पे जो टीम्स होती हैं वो करती हैं। अब जिनका क्वालिफिकेशन नियर बाय है वहाँ पे 50-50 केस होता है, इफ तुम जा रहे हो तुम भी मर सकते हो, वो भी मर सकते हैं, सो कोई रिस्क नहीं लेता उसको भी आपको।
मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो देखो, हमारा ऐसा कभी रहा नहीं टारगेट करें एंड ऑल। हम अपना सिंपल जो हमारा होता है वही खेलते हैं, जो हमने डिसाइड किया होता है कि 6 गेम अपने जैसे खेलने हैं वैसा ही खेलते हैं। हमको पता है यार हम इतनी कैपेबल है कि हम जहाँ पॉइंट वगैरह कम है तो हम कम बैक कर लेंगे। जैसे आपने वीक फर्स्ट में देखा होगा कि हमारे बहुत पॉइंट कम थे 4 गेम में, लास्ट 2 गेम में हमने बुया, एक में बुया किया था और एक में अच्छा पॉइंट निकाले तो क्वालिफाई हो गए।
देखिए, हम टारगेट की बात कर रहे हैं तो एक और सवाल टारगेट में मेरा बड़ा चीकी सा सवाल है आप दोनों से तो नहीं, चलिए पंडित से ही मैं जवाब मांगूंगा इस चीज़ का। गेम के अंदर सपोज कीजिए हमारे पास टॉप 12 टीम्स हैं, 12 में से 6 क्वालिफाई कर सकती हैं। अब बहुत बार ऐसी सिचुएशन बनती है कि पहली 3 टीम्स तो क्वालिफाई हो ही चुकी है, अब चाहे वो 0 पे ही एलिमिनेट हो जाए वो क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है, वहीं पे बची हुई 3 टीम्स ऐसी होती हैं जो अभी भी झूल रही होती हैं, आखिरी के गेम्स के उनको कुछ पॉइंट्स की ज़रूरत होती है। एट द सेम टाइम बॉटम ऑफ द लॉबी कुछ ऐसी टीम्स होती हैं, चाहे वो कुछ कर ले, चाहे वो 50 पॉइंट का बुया भी निकाल ले, तो भी वो क्वालिफाई नहीं होंगी। तो क्या ऐसे में बॉटम वाली टीम्स गेम खराब करने की कोशिश करती हैं ऊपर वाली टीम्स का कि इनको क्वालिफाई नहीं होने देंगे? बिकॉज ये ना बहुत बार कैजुअल सेंस में इस पे चर्चा होती है, चैट में भी ऑडियंस बोल रही होती है, ऐसा होता है कि टीम्स किसी और का गेम खराब करने की कोशिश कर रही है डेलिबरेटली?
डेफिनेटली ट्राई करती हैं, क्योंकि जो बॉटम लाइन होती है, इफ देखो नॉर्मली मैं किसी के अगेंस्ट नहीं बोलूँगा वो चीज़, बट सब आपस में थोड़ा बहुत बेंटर रहता है, सो वो लोग सोचते हैं कि इनको क्वालिफाई ना होने दें, सो ट्राई करते हैं कि अगर वो नियर बाय हैं टॉप 6 के, सो दे डेफिनेटली ट्राई टू डिफीट देम, सो दे डोंट गेट क्वालिफाइड। बट बाकी तो जो उनसे ऊपर होती हैं लाइक 9 से ऊपर होती है, सो वो तो नहीं ट्राई करती, क्योंकि वो तो अपने नॉर्मल गेम के लिए जाती हैं। बाकी बिलो 9 वो डेफिनेटली ट्राई करती है।
अच्छा, इसमें फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन है मेरा यहाँ पे पंडित आपसे, मैं चाहूंगा इसका आप जवाब दें। कोई ऐसे 2 नाम जिन्होंने ट्राई किया कि आईकू ओजी टीएसजी क्वालिफाई ना हो आपकी अब तक की जर्नी में? आई एम श्योर कोई नाम तो शायद निकलेंगे, अगर आप थोड़ा सा ध्यान दें, थोड़ा सा इस पे डिस्कस करें।
मैं
कोई ऐसे 2
ऑनेस्टली
नाम?
बोलूँ तो टॉप 6 में जेन्युइनली हमें किसी ने नहीं किया। टॉप 9 इजीली हो गए थे, सो उसमें कोई ऐसा था नहीं। एंड टॉप 18 में तो यार डोमिनेट ही कर रहे थे, इफ कोई आ भी जाए तो हमें उससे इम्पैक्ट था नहीं। सो अभी अभी हमें टारगेट का कोई ट्राई नहीं किया था। लास्ट सीजन में हम डेफिनेटली हुए थे, बट इस वाले में तो ऑनेस्टली नहीं हुए।
लुइस भाई, मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये रहेगा कि एक स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट टीम ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट और एक वीकेस्ट टीम ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट जो भी टॉप 18 में है।
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट यार एक तो नहीं है स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट, दो बहुत टीमें अच्छी खेल रही है। जैसे
फिर
कि
भी आपके हिसाब से जो आपको लगता है कि आपके कंटेंडर्स हैं।
इफ मैं ग्रैंड फाइनल को देख के बोलूँ तो ऑब्वियसली टीजी एक कंटेंडर है एंड टीएसजी सब बहुत अच्छा कर रही है। इन्होंने अपना गेम स्टाइल बहुत चेंज किया है, मैंने देख रहा हूँ, मैं उनके मैसेज देखता हूँ तो मुझे समझ आता है कुछ। और वीकेस्ट टीम तो यार मैं नहीं बोलना चाहूँगा किसी को कि उनके लिए भी डिसरिस्पेक्ट होगी, तो वीकेस्ट नहीं बोलते हैं। अच्छा मैंने बोल दिया।
सेफ लुइस सेफ खेलना चाहते हैं, अच्छी बात है, सेफ रहना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। बट यही सेम सवाल अगर हम पंडित आपसे पूछे, आप कोई 2 टीम का नाम लेना चाहेंगे?
यार अगर टॉप के लिए पूछोगे तो डेफिनेटली आई विल गो विद टीजी, बिकॉज वो जब से अभी तक आई डोंट थिंक सो उनमें कोई चेंज हुआ है परफॉर्मेंस बेसिस किसी भी चीज़ में। सो वो तो कंसिस्टेंटली है ही, मतलब वो उसको मेंटेन करे हुए हैं अपने एक हाई बार को। बट अगर लोएस्ट टीम का पूछोगे तो डेफिनेटली उसमें अंडरडॉग्स आएंगी। वो बेकार टीम नहीं बोल सकते कुछ भी, क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत मेहनत करी, यहाँ तक पहुंचना मजाक बात नहीं है, इंडिया की टॉप 18। बट डेफिनेटली थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस कम है तो ऑब्वियसली वो लो खेलेंगे। सो उस कैटेगरी में वो फेल डाउन हो जाते हैं अपने आप।
लुइस आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, अभी हमने पॉइंट स्टैंडिंग देखी, आईकू ओजी टीएसजी पहले पायदान पे है, आपकी टीम तीसरे पायदान पे है, एंड एट द सेम टाइम देयर आर टीम्स 9वें 10वें 11वें 12वें पायदान पे एंड 18th पोजीशन पे भी है टीम्स। अभी टॉप 18 की पोजीशन जो है ये कितना ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट करेगी आने वाले वीक 2 के मुकाबलों को आपके हिसाब से?
अब देखो इम्पैक्ट तो करेगा उसना, वो कॉन्फिडेंस का फर्क पड़ जाता है यहाँ से कि जो टीम अच्छा खेले उसको कॉन्फिडेंस रहेगा कि आगे अपन इजीली कर जाएंगे फाइनल के लिए क्वालिफाई। और दूसरी बात ये कि जो अभी जो राउंड हुआ है उसमें ना टीमें बहुत सेफ नहीं खेली, को सब मार के खेले। बट जो नेक्स्ट राउंड होगा उसमें ना टीमें थोड़ा सेफ खेलेगी, मतलब जो होता है जोन को इंपॉर्टेंस देगी सभी टीमें, तो थोड़ा गेम स्टाइल तो चेंज होगा। बट वही है कि कॉन्फिडेंस का मैटर करता है, कॉन्फिडेंस तो वो फर्क पड़ेगा, इनिशियल टीमों को थोड़ा दिक्कत होगा।
क्या बात है। मेरा क्वेश्चन ये दोनों से होगा कि लुइस भाई, आप आईकू ओजी टीएसजी को क्या सोच रहे हैं, कब तक क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए? रेस्पेक्टिवली पंडित, आप क्या सोचते हैं टीम हिंद कब तक क्वालिफाई कर पाएगी ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए?
मेरे अकॉर्डिंग तो टीएसजी लाइक स्टार्टिंग जो 3 दिन होंगे टॉप 2 वाले उसमें क्वालिफाई कर जाएगी।
मतलब 2 दिन
मेरे अकॉर्डिंग भी टीम हिंद स्टार्टिंग टॉप 2 में ही हो जाएगी डेफिनेटली, क्योंकि वन टाइम करा हुआ है यार, तो जिसने करा हुआ है वो उस मैटर को समझता है कि कैसे उसको कंट्रोल करना है, टॉप 2 पे कैसे बने रहना है। सो डेफिनेटली उसी में कर जाएंगे।
बहुत बढ़िया, दोनों एक दूसरे को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, एक दूसरे को अप्रिशिएट कर रहे हैं। भाईचारा ऑन टॉप हमेशा बना रहना चाहिए ऑफ कोर्स। लेकिन अब एक सवाल मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ। बिल्कुल आपकी दोनों टीम्स अच्छा खेल रही हैं और भी काफी नाम हैं जो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, लेकिन अब मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूं, सबसे पहले लुइस प्लीज इसका जवाब दे। एट द सेम टाइम पंडित आप सोच सकते हैं इसका जवाब। 6 टीम्स क्वालिफाई होंगी पहले 3 दिन में, 2-2-2-2। कौन से वो 6 नाम होंगे आपके अकॉर्डिंगली जो क्वालिफाई होंगे ग्रैंड फिनाले पॉइंट रश डे 1 के लिए? स्टार्टिंग विद लुइस।
आईक्यू टीजी, टीम हिंद, जीडीआर, टीएसजी एंड आई थिंक सो फायर आइज गेमिंग, वो अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। और एक नाम और मेरे को सोचने दो, एक टीम मैं मिस कर रहा हूँ, मुझे लगता है
आरएक्स में भी
नो, हाँ एरोबोट्स है,
गॉड लाइक
बस नहीं एरोबोट्स चल।
अब पंडित आप अपने जवाब में जरूर गॉड लाइक अगर चाहें तो दे सकते हैं।
मेरे लिए डेफिनेटली फर्स्ट टीजी एंड सेकंड एरोबॉट्स एंड गॉड लाइक एंड ऑब्वियसली टीम हिंद एंड एक अंडरडॉग फायर आइज गेमिंग। एंड एक के लिए जाऊंगा, वो पिछली बार भी कर गई थी, आई थिंक जीजी इंस्टिंक्ट। अपना मैं अभी नहीं लेना चाहूंगा, इनमें से किसी को हम शिफ्ट करेंगे।
नहीं, मैं कह रहा था कि चिरायु आप भी जवाब दे दीजिए इस सवाल का।
ये थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट होगा इनसे भाई, मेरे हिसाब से रहने देते हैं ये।
नहीं, परेशान
predictions
हमेशा
तक
प्लेयर्स
सही है।
क्यों हो? नहीं, हमारे को भी देखिए काम करने के पैसे मिल रहे हैं, तो आप भी जवाब दीजिए, मैं भी दूंगा जवाब।
चलिए ठीक है, मैं पहले तो 2 टीमें टीम हिंद और आईकू ओजी टीएसजी, उसके बाद टोटल गेमिंग, जीडीआर, गॉड लाइक एंड एक टीम में आरनेक्स रख सकता हूँ जिस प्रकार से अभी फॉर्म में चल रही है।
बहुत बढ़िया, मैं अब इस सवाल का जवाब दे देता हूँ बिकॉज चिरायु मुझे छोड़ेंगे नहीं अगर मैं जवाब नहीं दूंगा तो। बिकॉज आईकू ओजी टीएसजी इट इज 1 फॉर श्योर। द सेकंड टीम आई वुड से आईकू टीजी, थर्ड टीम आई वुड से गॉजरिन प्रोज, देन गॉड लाइक, ये 4 नाम हो गए हैं। ऑफ कोर्स आई विल गो विद एरोबॉट्स एंड फायर आइज गेमिंग, ये 6 नाम के साथ मैं जाना चाहूँगा। ऑफ कोर्स मैं टीम हिंद को भी सपोर्ट करता हूँ, लेकिन आई वुड से कि अभी ये 6 नाम के साथ मैं जाऊँगा। और इसके बाद लुइस मुझसे फोन पे बातचीत कर सकते हैं इसके बारे में।
कोई ना वो तो देखेंगे।
ये इनसेन भाई अब कवर अप करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, अब जो आपने कह दिया वो कह दिया।
देखिए K9 को मुझे लगता है कि थोड़ा सा K9 के प्ले स्टाइल में मुझे तो थोड़ी सी कमी नज़र आती है। ऑफ कोर्स फायर पावर बहुत अच्छी है, बट सर्कल पकड़ने का जो एक एबिलिटी है जो आईकू ओजी टीएसजी ने फिक्स करके दिखाया अपने गेम में, आई थिंक K9 की वो लैकिंग है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। बट ये चर्चा K9 के रिगार्डिंग नहीं है, ये चर्चा लुइस और पंडित के रिगार्डिंग है, आईकू ओजी टीएसजी और टीम हिंद के रिगार्डिंग है। सो बैक टू यू चिरायू, आप सवाल पूछ रहे थे।
जी बिल्कुल, मैं पूछ रहा था कि अंडरडॉग्स काफी अच्छी स्क्वाड्स क्वालिफाई करके आई है, बट सम अंडरडॉग्स, वो अधिकतर अंडरडॉग्स वो बॉटम पर ही दिखाई दे रहे हैं। व्हाट कैन बी द मेन रीजन? लुइस, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँ।
देखो, जो स्टार्टिंग के राउंड थे उसमें था कि मोस्टली पूरा जोन को प्रेफर दे खेले थे, तो वहाँ पे वो लोग क्वालिफाई किए, अच्छा खेले, मैं नहीं बोलता अच्छा खराब खेले। बट अभी ये जो अभी पूरा फायर पावर गेम चला, जो अभी ये वाला वीक हुआ उसमें, तो अभी देखो कहीं ना कहीं T1 टीम में जो आगे तो है ही।
फायर पावर इज द मेन रीजन अकॉर्डिंग टू यू।
वीक ये वाला वीक में तो वही रीजन था। नेक्स्ट वीक में वो अच्छा खेल सकते हैं, मेरे को लगता है अंडरडॉग्स, तो वापस वहाँ पे थोड़ा सर्वाइव गेम होगा।
बहुत बढ़िया बात कही आपने। टॉप 18 हमने देख लिए, टॉप 12 की टीम्स हमारे सामने रिजल्ट्स आ चुके हैं। अब अगले सप्ताह से पंडित हमारे ये मुकाबले स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं। हर एक टीम के ऊपर प्रेशर होगा, बट अभी टॉप 2 के लिए किस तरीके का गेम स्टाइल होना चाहिए किसी भी टीम का? आईकू ओजी टीएसजी का किस तरीके का होगा, या कोई और टीम अगर आपको सुनेगी तो उन्हें क्या इंप्लीमेंट करना चाहिए इन ऑर्डर टू क्वालिफाई फॉर टॉप 2?
टॉप 2 के लिए देखो, इतना स्ट्रैटेजी प्रिपेयर मत करो, जो एग्रेसिव माइंडसेट है ना उसको फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी पे रखो। एंड वन डे में ही ट्राई करो कि अपने 3 गेम फोकस ऐसा करो कि 3 गेम में तुम 70 हिट करने का ट्राई करो बस। तो इतना एग्रेसिव रखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि टॉप 2 बनाई उसके लिए। तुम उसमें लाइक पैसिव खेल के जोन होल्ड करके ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं दे सकते, ज़्यादा टाइम वेस्ट नहीं कर सकते। अगर किल्स नहीं मिले वो भी इम्पैक्ट करता है। सो इसलिए एग्रेसिव खेल के क्वालिफाई कर दो, क्योंकि चांस 3 है, डर कुछ नहीं है।
अब एग्रेसिव आपने कहा ही, तो मैं ये जानना चाहता हूँ कि अगर आप आईकू टीजी को देखें तो उनका जो गेम है वो शुरुआत में पूरा पैसिव रहता है, और वो सर्कल इतने अच्छी तरीके से होल्ड करते हैं कि आखिर में उनको आसानी से एलिमिनेशंस मिल जाते हैं। तो क्या ये प्ले स्टाइल आपको दिक्कत दे सकता है ऐसी स्क्वाड्स के द्वारा जो कि ऑलरेडी सर्कल पकड़ के बैठ जाती है, एंड वहाँ पे आप एग्रेसिव करते करते रोटेट करते हैं? तो क्या वो आपके लिए एक प्रॉब्लमेटिक सिचुएशन बन सकती है?
देखो, वो डेफिनेटली बनती है, बट टीजी के भी मैप्स पे डिपेंड करता है। नहीं तो वो मैक्सिममली अर्ली किल्स भी काफ़ी बार ले लेते हैं। जब अर्ली किल्स मिलते हैं तो वो डेफिनेटली जोन को प्रायोरिटाइज करते हैं। कोई भी टीम 0 किल्स के साथ जोन पे जाना प्रेफर नहीं करेगी। इफ़ यू हैव सम किल्स देन यू कैन चूज दैट। बाकी तो अगर जोन रोटेशन पे आते हैं तो कोई अच्छी टीम आती है तो वो तो सबको ही टैकल करनी है, तो ऐसा उसमें डिफिकल्टीज इतना नहीं बनती है। और अगर तुम्हें जोन पकड़ना है करंट के मेटा में, तो एक लॉन्च पैड, एक 4v4 जब भी मिल सकता है इन दीज डेज।
काफ़ी बढ़िया एनालिसिस पंडित आपका। बट लुइस, मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ इस समय पे टीम हिंद की स्ट्रेंथ क्या है? कैसे टीम हिंद ग्रैंड फिनाले के लिए अपनी जगह बनाने वाली है?
अभी स्ट्रेंथ तो वही है कि हमारा कोऑर्डिनेशन बहुत अच्छा है। लाइक छोटो और जो वोल्विन है वो भी बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं अपना, मतलब साथ में सिनर्जी वाइज बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं। गेम प्ले तो होता ही है, जो अभी इस लेवल पे कह रहा था गेम प्ले होगा ही, बस वही इनकी सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छी है। इसीलिए हमको लगता है कि वो हमारे मेन रीज़न होंगे कि हम फाइनल तक जाएंगे, फाइनल भी अच्छा करेंगे।
क्या बात है। और वैसे एबिलिटीज़ में भी काफ़ी सारे चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, नई नई एबिलिटीज़ भी यहाँ पर से ट्राई करने की कोशिश करी है। स्पेशली आपने मेंशन भी करा था कि अब ये वीक थोड़ा सा फायर पावर वाला था, तो हो सकता है कि वहाँ पर एक नई एबिलिटीज़ भी देखने को मिले। बट क्या आप कुछ ऐसी एबिलिटीज़ चूज़ करेंगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के अंदर जो कि शायद से कुछ यूनिकनेस लाती है अपने साथ?
वो तो लाइक अगर अपडेट वगैरह आता है एंड ऑल उस पर डिपेंड करता है ना, बाकी तो जो अभी चल रहा है मेटा में वही सब रहेगा।
पंडित, हमने देखा है कि जब भी एक नया अपडेट आता है तो नया जो भी हमारा कैरेक्टर एबिलिटी, नया जो भी एक्टिव स्किल आता है उसका काफ़ी ज़्यादा यूज़ होता है। जैसे नीरो का जब इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ था तो नीरो को काफ़ी ज़्यादा यूज़ किया, लेकिन अभी हमने देखा मॉर्स का इतना इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रहा है। तो आपको क्या लगता है कि ऐसा क्या दिक्कत हो रही है कि मॉर्स का ज़्यादा इस्तेमाल देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है हमें इंडियन लॉबी में? बिकॉज इंटरनेशनल लॉबी में तो मॉर्स को काफ़ी अच्छे से इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं।
यार, मोर्स का डेफिनेटली एक बहुत अच्छा कैरेक्टर है, बट उसके लिए करंटली जो आपको फाइट में बहुत टाइम देना पड़ता है, ताकि आपके अगर स्नाइपर्स यूज़ कर रहे हैं सो उनको एंगल क्रिएशन में टाइम मिले एंड वो प्रोसेस कर पाए फाइट को। और इंडियन मेटा वैसे वर्क बिल्कुल नहीं करता है। इंडियन मेटा है, यू हैव शॉटगन्स, यू हैव M590, तो एक 4v4 और बहुत जल्दी एग्रेसिव माइंडसेट से खत्म करते हैं। कोई भी फाइट को लेट नहीं चलाता है। आई नो टीजी चलाती है, आई थिंक ही इज़ द वन ओनली टीम जो इस चीज़ को फॉलो करती है, टाइम देती है फाइट्स को, ताकि माफिया एंगल क्रिएशन करता है। वो 2v2 में भी लॉन्च पैड्स का यूज़ कर लेते हैं। सो बहुत डेफिनेटली उनका माइंडसेट बहुत अच्छा लगता है, जो कि इंटरनेशनल माइंडसेट से पूरा मैच करता है। वो यूज़ कर सकते हैं इफ दे वांट।
काफ़ी बढ़िया बात आपने कही है, बट आज का ये एपिसोड आपको भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा समय हो चुका है, तो इस एपिसोड को समाप्त करने का समय आ रहा है। बट बिफोर वी एंड द शो, बिफोर वी एंड द एपिसोड, लोएस एक मैसेज हमारी ऑडियंस के लिए, आने वाले आपकी तरफ से मुकाबलों के लिए, और साथ में पंडित आपसे भी मैं यही एक मैसेज जानना चाहूँगा टू द ऑडियंस, फॉर द ऑडियंस फ्रॉम आईकोजी TSG एंड ऑफ कोर्स फ्रॉम टीम हिंद, स्टार्टिंग विद लोएस।
ऑडियंस के लिए एक ही, देखो अभी जो लास्ट कुछ वीक हुए उसमें परफॉर्मेंस इतना अच्छा नहीं था। ये वाले वीक में भी अभी थर्ड है, तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, अभी इम्प्रूव करेंगे और कर रहे हैं, मतलब इम्प्रूव। तो सपोर्ट करो, जैसे हमने देखा अभी बहुत सपोर्ट मिल रहा है हमको, तो वैसे सपोर्ट करते रहो, आगे और अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस देखने मिलेगा आपको।
डेफिनेटली सब अपने होप्स हाई रखो, क्वालिफाई डेफिनेटली होंगे और सबके सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। अभी तक यहाँ तक सपोर्ट किया है, डेफिनेटली सब प्लेयर्स मोटिवेट रहते हैं, सब बहुत खुश रहते हैं। सो वही मोटिवेशन चाहिए और वो मोटिवेशन दे और हम क्वालिफाई करके दिखाएं। दैट्स ऑल।
चिरायू, एनी पार्टिंग वर्ड्स?
बस पार्टिंग वर्ड्स तो क्या, हमने काफी कुछ क्वेश्चंस करे, काफी कुछ आंसर्स मिले, काफी सेफ खेला दोनों ने। बट अभी के लिए इतने रखते हैं इंसिन भाई। आई होप आपको भी अच्छा लगा होगा, प्लेयर्स आपको भी अच्छा लगा होगा। एंड यस, इसी के साथ विदा लेते हैं आपसे। तो दिस साइड वाज चिरायू गेमिंग अलॉन्ग विद इंसिन अरीना, लुइस एंड पंडित, साइनिंग ऑफ।
आपको लगता है कि डिलीट इज बेटर देन क्रॉप्सी?
ऑब्वियसली।
भाई दे दो यार। अरे 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 रे, मैं दे दूं जवाब?
बोलिए आप ही।
K9।
मेरे दिमाग में भी यही है, ऐसा लगता है मेरा प्लेयर इंडिया का सबसे फास्ट प्लेयर है। आई थिंक भाई कोई बात पता नहीं है, इसलिए थोड़ा स्लो हुआ।
तेज FFMIC 2025 की वाइब तो बहुत ज्यादा थी, लखनऊ का स्टेज कमाल का था, ऑडियंस बहुत बढ़िया थी, लेकिन ये तो तेज FFMIC 2026 स्प्रिंग है। मुझे लगता है यहाँ पे फायर और ज्यादा होनी चाहिए, वाइब और ज्यादा होनी चाहिए, और इस वाइब को और ज्यादा बहुत ऊपर लेके जाने के लिए क्या करे? मैंने देखा कि सारे के सारे प्लेयर्स एक दूसरे को चैलेंज करते रहते हैं। यार 1v1 करेगा क्या? 1v1 आ जा, लेट्स सेटल द स्कोर्स। 1v1 आ जा, 1v1 आ जा, 1v1 आ जा। तो चलिए फायर को डबल करने के लिए आजा 1v1। महाभारत के युग में महावीर कर्ण, दानवीर कर्ण सब कुछ देने को राजी थे, और 2026 के युग में एक ऐसा खिलाड़ी जो टीम को जिताने के लिए अपना स्पॉट, अपना आइजलिंग का स्पॉट देने को तैयार है। I'd like to welcome स्ट्रगल। कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया हो भाई।
बहुत बढ़िया।
बढ़िया।
मुझे लग रहा है आज बढ़िया तो अभी बोल रहे हो, लेकिन थोड़ी देर बाद इतने बढ़िया शायद ना रहो।
देखते हैं टाइम के साथ।
क्या बात, देखेंगे, जरूर देखेंगे, बट इट्स टाइम टू ब्रिंग ऑन द स्क्रीन। चलिए, स्ट्रगल को तो हमने इंट्रोड्यूस कर दिया, बट अब मुझे लगता है कि अगले गेस्ट तो आप लोग काफी हद तक प्रेडिक्ट कर पाए होंगे। नहीं किया कोई बात नहीं यार, आई विल मेक इट इजी फॉर यू। ऐसे खिलाड़ी जो अब तक झूले में झूल रहे थे, फाइनली जाके वो झूला रुक चुका है। अरे नहीं, इधर नहीं, इधर। हैशटैग विद अस। हैशटैग, कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया।
बहुत बढ़िया। स्ट्रगल को देख के कैसा लग रहा है?
अच्छा लग रहा है।
1v1 आ जा। आप लोगों को पता ही है हमारा ये गेम है, और राउंड 1 स्टार्ट करना चाहूंगा। राउंड 1 बहुत सिंपल सा है, क्लेम योर ग्राउंड। क्लेम योर ग्राउंड में सवाल मैं पूछूंगा, जवाब आप लोग को दे रहे हैं। ऑलराइट,
ओके।
पहला सवाल मेरा स्ट्रगल आपसे है, व्हाई डू यू थिंक गॉड्स रेन प्रोस इज बेटर देन आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग?
हमारी प्रैक्टिस के हिसाब से तो मुझे लगता है हम अच्छा करेंगे एंड बेटर करेंगे, बट बाकी हम ग्राउंड में मिलेंगे तब पता चलेगा।
क्या आप लोग प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहे हैं? ऐसा क्यों बोल रहे हैं कि हमारी प्रैक्टिस के हिसाब से हम बेटर है? आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग तो प्रैक्टिस कर रही है कि नहीं कर रही है, आप बताओ।
कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छे से कर रहे हैं। हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक प्लानिंग रहती है, अच्छे से हम अपनी ट्रेनिंग सेशन करते हैं, बाकी तो अब ग्राउंड पर ही पता चलेगा।
और चलिए, मेरा अगला सवाल आपसे है स्ट्रगल की, आपको क्या लगता है कि आपकी टीम में बिगेस्ट एडवांटेज क्या है ओवर आईक्यू टोटल गेमिंग?
आई थिंक मुझे लगता है मेरी आइजलिंग।
आपकी आइजलिंग?
हाँ।
यार यहाँ पे ना काउंटर क्वेश्चन बड़े निकल रहे हैं। हैशटैग, अगर स्ट्रगल की आइजलिंग आपसे बेटर है तो फिर आपको क्यों अप्रोच किया गया था अपनी टीम में लेने के लिए?
वो तो उनके प्लेयर्स ही बताएंगे, और शायद इनकी आइजलिंग अच्छी हो, इन्हें लगता है ऐसा, बट बाकियों को पता है किसकी आइजलिंग बेटर है, और
आइजलिंग के साथ साथ बाकी चीज़ें भी होती है, सिर्फ आइजलिंग नहीं होती।
आपको लगता है कि डिलीट इज बेटर देन क्रॉप्सी?
ऑब्वियसली।
नहीं, मुझे लगता है कि क्रोप्सी इंडिया का सबसे फास्ट प्लेयर है, तो मुझे नहीं लगता अभी क्रोप्सी से बेटर कोई रशर है इंडिया में।
ओह माय गॉड,
मैं कुछ
मतलब
बोलना चाहूँगा,
हाँ?
और फास्ट पे रहते तो ऐसा तो फिर बहुत सारे प्लेयर्स थे जो जीत सकते थे। हर बार सिर्फ मूवमेंट काम नहीं आता
मुझे
है,
लगता है मेरा प्लेयर इंडिया का सबसे फास्ट प्लेयर है, तो रशिंग के हिसाब से मूवमेंट काम आती है। आई थिंक भाई कोई बात पता नहीं है।
इसलिए थोड़ा स्लो हुआ।
बहुत अच्छी टीम है आपकी और आप भी बहुत कामयाब आईजीएल है। ऑफ कोर्स ट्रॉफी नहीं आई है, बट मुझे लगता है कि यार ट्रॉफी के अलावा भी बहुत सारे एस्पेक्ट्स होते हैं एंड आपकी टीम काफी कंसिस्टेंट है। बट आपको लगता है कि आपके एडिशन से ये जीत जाते अगर होता तो?
मे भी जीत सकते थे, बट वही है, लाइक एफएमआई में जो हुआ था, लाइक क्रॉप्सी और उनको का प्ले स्टाइल अलग था, मेरा प्ले स्टाइल अलग है, तो लाइक वो चीज़ें मैचअप नहीं कर पाई। वो चीज़ें मैंने रियलाइज़ की, बट तब तक लेट हो चुका था।
इनका कहना है कि क्रॉप्सी अनुभव का प्ले स्टाइल इनके साथ मैच नहीं हुआ। आपके साथ मैच हुआ नहीं हुआ, आपका क्या कहना है?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है कि प्ले स्टाइल मैच नहीं हुआ है। मुझे लगता है कि प्ले स्टाइल मैच भी हुआ, चीज़ें अच्छी हुई, बट भाई कंफर्टेबल नहीं हो पाया है।
तो कंफर्टेबल कैसे होते हैं भाई?
जीतने के बाद ही होता हूँ मैं कंफर्टेबल।
बट फिर आप जीतने के बाद तो चले गए थे छोड़ के।
नहीं, इंटरनेशनल जीतने के बाद।
क्या बात है। प्लेइंग ग्राउंड का तो एक्शन हम लोगों ने देख लिया, दोनों प्लेयर्स बहुत ज़्यादा फायर्ड अप है। लेकिन अब दूसरे राउंड की बारी है। हर राउंड के साथ हमारा मसाला और ज़्यादा ऊपर जाएगा। यू विल फील इवन बिगर फायर। लेकिन अब दूसरा राउंड आ चुका है। पिक योर कार्ड गाइस, पिक योर कार्ड। तो मुझे लगता है कि आपको रूल समझाने से पहले मैं मंगवा लेता हूँ कार्ड्स। तो हमारे पग भाई साहब आ जाइए, हमारे पेट आ जाइए, हमें कार्ड लेके दे दीजिए। अरे वाह यार, खाना खाने के बाद ना मैं भी ऐसी वॉक करता हूँ, भारी हो जाता है शरीर थोड़ा सा। वैसे भी भाई दे दो यार, भाई मेरे पैसे काट लेंगे, दे दो यार। भाई भी कार्ड ट्रिक भी दिखाओगे क्या? सारे दे दो यार। चलो ये हमारे कार्ड्स आ चुके हैं। ओह माय गॉड, फाइनली स्ट्रगल को हक कर लिया यार। हैशटैग को भी कर लो भाई। भाई मेरी बीवी मारेगी मुझे। नहीं मैं नहीं करता हक वक। उधर अरे वाह, हर कोई हैशटैग को हक करना चाहता है। नॉट मी, नॉट मी। तो रूल्स मैं आपको समझा देता हूँ। इसको सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ रख देता हूँ। ये सारे कार्ड्स हैं और कार्ड्स को हम लोग यहाँ पे बिछा देंगे और उसके बाद आप लोगों को एक एक करके कार्ड पिक करना है। जो भी कार्ड में सवाल होगा उस सवाल का आपको जवाब देना है। ऑलराइट, रूल सिंपल है, समझ गए आप लोग? बिछा दें?
यस
तो हैशटैग
यस।
तैयार हो? चलो उठा लो फिर यार। कहाँ से? मतलब पहला ही कार्ड उठाओगे? थैंक यू सो मच। तो हैशटैग आपका कार्ड मेरे हाथ में है। विच प्लेयर इन द टूर्नामेंट डू यू वांट टू एलिमिनेट द मोस्ट? कौन सा प्लेयर है जिसको देखते ही पेटी पैक करने का मन करता है?
जीजी इंस्टिंक्ट टाइगर।
बहुत बढ़िया। टाइगर को ये वीडियो ज़रूर दिखाएंगे हम, ताकि टाइगर आपके जवाब का बदला ले। बट स्ट्रगल आप, अब आपकी बारी है। कार्ड कौन सा पिक करेंगे? सबसे ज़्यादा प्रेशर हैंडलिंग कैपेसिटी किसकी है, किस खिलाड़ी की है पूरी लॉबी में आपकी टीम के अलावा?
आई थिंक डिलीट।
ओह माय गॉड, इसका सवाल, ये सवाल तो मुझे लगता है कि स्ट्रगल से पूछना चाहिए था। बट कोई बात नहीं। अगर किसी एक टीम का एक प्लेयर चुराना चाहे, तो अपनी टीम में लाना चाहे, तो किसे लाइफ?
प्रोबेबली गोपू।
गोपू, बहुत बढ़िया। फॉलो क्वेश्चन बनता है, लेकिन आई लेट यू गो ऑफ द
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring Knockout Stages Week 2 Day 3 it is, and we are gonna get 2 grand finalists from here itself, and it's going to be the last time where the top 2 teams are going to get that opportunity to make it to land. We already have secured 4 teams, and that is going to be amazing because it is going to be where things are going to be a lot of chaotic drama and emotions and clutch moments which are going to unfold, and we are going to be your casters for the first 3 games. My name is Oro. With me I've been joined by Crips. Crips, first of all, welcome, and how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very excited and also quite nervous, Otto, because there's a lot at stake over here. While most of these teams are not in danger, while their journey won't come to an end if they don't perform today, but if they do perform well, they have the chance to skip the next entire week and then go directly to the grand finals. I think that's a very good shortcut which teams should definitely try to get.
Exactly, and this is going to be the last day where you are going to have a chance and no eliminations are going to be handed today. So definitely that is something which all the teams are going to take note to. And also we are going to be joined hands by the 15th and the 16th position teams from the knockout stages week 1 itself. And that is going to be interesting to watch, since these 2 teams have been watching these 2 teams, or probably these teams fight out in the first 2 days itself.
Yeah, although I'm not gonna be lying, I don't feel very confident about their chances because some of the better teams have also been trying to make it, and even they have been struggling. But let's take a look at the tournament timeline first, because this tournament has gone on for a very long time and we are approaching the final few stages. We started off with the city qualifiers in FFC mode. We got the top 48 teams into the group stage, and from there we narrowed it down to 18 teams in the knockout stage. Like, most of these teams have already bid goodbye to us so far. And today we are in week 2, the last day of week 2 on 29th March. 2 teams will qualify for the grand finals directly. The others will have to play week 3 of the knockout stage. And those 12 teams, well, not all 12 of them will make it. Only half of them will go to the grand finals. So yeah, everybody is waiting to see what's going to happen on 25th and 26th of April. That is the grand finals. In fact, you guys will even be able to join us live on 26th April from Mahatma Mandir in Gandhinagar during the LAN finals. So that's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely amazing to watch as well. But before that, we are, yet to find out who's going to be the rest of the grand finalists. We have definitely found out the top 4 teams. They are going to be sitting and enjoying right now, because the way they have performed and the way teams have been performing, I feel there are going to be chances for a lot more of teams, coming ahead, because definitely today we are going to get 2 teams who are going to move ahead. But this is the knockout stage. The week 1 was so interesting to look at, where, all these teams got a chance to get their positions first. Since week 2, day 1, it has been top 2 teams from there to qualifying for the grand finals itself. But then the next up question comes is the 13th and the 14th position teams, so probably the 15th and the 16th position teams from week 1. They are getting chances to play, or probably get their chance to make it to the grand finals from day 2 and day 3 itself, which is taking place today itself, where you already saw that how Wind God and of course Team Tamilas are going to be joining hands and they're going to get their chances. Where Crips, you've already said that chances of them qualifying a little dicey, but we will definitely find out that.
We will definitely find out. And then finally, the last 2 teams from the knockout stage, that is the 17th and the 18th ranked teams, will straight up join us next week. And then next week, the pressure is going to be even more intense, because there is elimination at stake and there's a grand final slots at stake. 12 teams will participate in the next week, week 3, and only 6 of them will make it to the grand finals. Now, the grand finals is also very interesting, right? Because on day 1, we have the point rush format, and then on the second day, we have the champion rush format. For those of you who don't know what point rush is, think of it as a way to get a head start for the champion rush stage. So in the point rush stage, that is on the 25th April, the teams will play out their 6 games, and based on their overall standings, they will be given additional points which act like a head start. So the number 1 team will walk away with 10 points, number 2 team will walk away with 7 points, and similarly the 6th team will get 1 point. Now, what this will do is, on the next day of the grand finals, that is during the champion rush stage, these teams will start with 10 points, 7 points before the first game even begins. Like, imagine everybody has played 0 games, you haven't even shot a bullet and you have 10 points already. That is going to be big, because the way to win the champion rush condition is to activate the champion rush condition first. To activate it, you need 80 points. Now imagine if you have 10 of them already before you even fire a bullet. That will be massive. Once you get to 80 points, you enter the champion rush condition, and then you need to win a booyah to be crowned champions. This will test the adaptability of these teams a lot, because in the first half of the day, they will have to gather as many points as possible by racking up eliminations quickly, and then they will have to play conservatively to get the booyah.
Exactly, and there is no limit to the matches, right, to be played on that day itself. And definitely this is what these teams are fighting for. The 1 crore rupees, is on the line now, and the champions will get a lion's share of 35 lakh rupees. Second position, will be awarded with 17 lakh rupees, and as and when the position lowers down, and of course the chunk will also go down with that. We know for a fact that whoever has qualified for the knockout stages will definitely get a share of the prize pool, but everybody would want to play that land and qualify and get that extra portion of the prize pool, and also get a chance to grab 10,000 extra, because every team, whoever tops the chart on these individual days, we have been rewarding them with 10,000 rupees. Yesterday Total Gaming was the one who got that, Crips.
Exactly. So out of the 8 days of the knockouts, out of the 9 days of the knockout stage, we will be giving away 10,000 rupees every single day. That means there's a total of 90,000 rupees up for grabs. We've already distributed like some 50 of it, and we have a lot more at stake. And then on top of that, to award some individual performance, the MVP of the grand final will walk away with 1,50,000 rupees on top of that. So there's quite a lot of money at stake over here, and it's really impressive how hard these teams are working to get a better share of the prize pool.
Yeah.
And in order to get the better share, you will have to score as many points as possible. Most of you are familiar with the point system already, but for those of you who aren't, let me remind you once again that getting the booyah will get you 12 points. If you finish second, you will get 9 points. And similarly, the amount of points you get will reduce with the number of positions. So the team who finishes 10th will only get 1 placement point. But then on top of that, you also get points for elimination. So 1 point per elimination, and you have to get a good mix of placement as well as elimination points to get the best possible outcome. If there's a tie, we will first check the number of booyahs. If that is also the same, then we'll check the number of eliminations. And if that is also the same, we will check which team scored a better point in the previous game. And obviously, you need to make sure that you do not use the same active skills. Each player in the team needs to use a different active skill.
Yup, definitely. I mean, we have seen so many, teams going out loud and picking their, active skills which they're most comfortable with. And there has been a change as well. Morse has come into play a lot, where the snipers have changed up from Skylar to, probably going out with Morse, or maybe, Nero as well. So there has been some changes. We will talk about that inside the game when we see all these teams performing. And this is, of course, the week 2 and day 3, where we said that Team Tamilas and WinGod X THW Esports will be getting that opportunity and make their way towards the grand finals. But there has been few more teams who have been grinding since day 1 of week 2, Crips. That sure will be where Godlike Esports stands now, where Fire Ice Gaming stands now, where K9 Esports stands now, because these are the teams who have been trying to knock the doors, but probably not getting the opportunity.
Yeah, they really haven't gotten the opportunities yet, even though they've been trying really hard. So all the players in these teams will need to work really hard. Speaking of players, let's take a look at the lineups. You got Fire Ice Gaming, and Troll has been a really heavy hitter for his team, but the rest of them will also need to step up. Godlike, what do I even say about them? Every single one of their players is hitting all their shots. They're winning booyahs as well, and they still can't make it. They missed their margin narrowly. Meta Ninja, they struggled a lot during the group stage, but I think now in the knockout stage they're stabilizing a little bit more. Although in the week 1 of the knockout stage, they didn't really perform all that well, so that's why they find themselves in a precarious spot right now. Aerobots Esports, they are just full of prodigies, and I'm not just talking about the one guy. They actually named Prodigy over here. Every single one of them is a really good player individually.
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their favorites, right? So Aerobots definitely is mine. I would definitely want to see them, ahead in the grand finals. But for them to do that, they would need some kind of performance today itself. But Reckoning Esports, one more promising team. Before they were known as NXT in the group stages, they were picked up by a tier 1 organization. Potential has been shown by these players. Sabo and Hemu have been doing a lot of heavy lifting for the team, so definitely eyes would be on them. But eyes would definitely be on a team like Aiku OGXTSG, right, Crips? And also for a team like Revenant X-Pac, where the fans expect them to perform. When you see that Revenant X-Pac also got an opportunity this time, they got invited as well, but much on them later. But this is something which is going to come into play, because a team like Fire Eyes Gaming, Godlike and Meta Ninja, they got so close, but then they could not qualify yesterday, because Fire Eyes Gaming, they almost secured that second position. There was a fight between them and Team Hind. They were having same points, 92-92, but it all boiled down to the elimination difference. You see that they had 55 and 60 eliminations were held by Team Hind there, so they missed out an opportunity. They missed out by 6 elimination points.
That's so close, right? I mean, you have the same points as Team Hind. They both have 1 booyah each, so they're tied up over there as well. And then that's why we had to then use the tiebreaker rule, and the team with the higher eliminations qualified. So if Fire Eyes Gaming had slightly more eliminations, they probably would have made it. Godlike, at least they were missing out by 2 points, right? At least they didn't tie up the score with points and then got eliminated by a tiebreaker system. That would have been even more heartbreaking. But Meta Ninja, they missed it by 6 points. All of these teams, they were so close to making it to the grand finals, but they simply just could not make it. At least Fire Eyes Gaming have a statement about it. At least they say that their weaknesses were exposed on day 1, but now they are bouncing back, and it's firepower first now. They learned their lesson. It's now firepower first for them, backed by smart placements. So they will try to finish the job today and qualify. But with Godlike, I can't even say that they lacked in firepower. They have the firepower, but there were just tiny mistakes which led them to get eliminated very early on in a couple of games. And because they had those 1 or 2 off games, they did not make it.
Exactly, and the good thing is that IGLs are aware of the situation. Even like Inotra is aware that they were so close, because they got an opportunity in day 2 itself. They did not end up in the top 12 in knockout stages week 1, so they were the 13th and the 14th position teams. So of course they came back on day 2. They tried their level best, again missed by 6 points. Of course, in the last game of Solara, everybody needed a booyah. Probably a good amount of eliminations would have them secured the position, but there are 2 more teams, few heavyweights like God's Reign Pros and Aiku OGXTSG are expected to perform, right? And if you look at their stats right now from week 2, day 1 to week 2, day 2, you will see a demotion in their rankings. I was a little clueless that they being the experienced teams, and also God's Reign Pros have the LAN experience. They played last year's TEZ FFMIC 2025 LAN, and I thought that they should comfortably qualify, but they are the ones who are not able to pull things off properly, Scripts, right now.
Yeah, and that is very heartbreaking, because we expected big things from both these teams. In fact, God's Reign Pros, it's slightly more heartbreaking to see them in this situation, because they've degraded their performance. Even though these guys were expected to win the last championship, even though they were one of the best teams in TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2025, it's so heartbreaking to see them in this form. Same with Aiku OGXTSG. They have been performing really well in the third-party tournaments, and they narrowly made it through to the knockout stage of the official event. But once they made it into the knockout stage, they've been performing really well. And one would have expected that their rise in performance gets them to the grand finals, but simply that's not enough. So now they will have just 6 games to make it to the finals. This is the last stretch. In these 6 games, they will have to make it into the top 2. And we will start these games with Bermuda. Then we go on to Solara and Nextra, followed by Alpine, Purgatory, and Kalahari.
Pretty interesting set of maps, right? They're all randomized, so nothing is, of course, definitely done according to the the teams, but right now I feel Bermuda, Solara, and Nextra will be so crucial, right? We heard KD God saying yesterday after the interview that starting off well is so important because that gives you the momentum, that gives you the flow, and probably the day is decided if you perform well in the first half of the games. But that did not happen for them. They actually picked up from the 5th and the 6th game, so pretty opposite of what he said. But even though I feel if you want to be safe as a team, I would say that be consistent in all the 6 games.
Yeah, consistency will matter, but you also need some massive breakout games on top of that. And when I say consistency, it doesn't necessarily mean that, oh, you have to get like 10-20 points per game. You just have to make sure that you don't get eliminated early in a game. That's it. If you can maintain an average of 10 points and then maybe in one game have like a massive 30-40 bomb, I think you should be good. But we will see whether or not these teams can get those massive games, because scoring in Bermuda is actually very difficult, especially now that Godlike and IQ OGS TSG are in the lobby. And while these teams were doing well all by themselves, you gotta realize that today a new surprise contender is here, Team Tamilas. Up until now, the clock tower and hangar areas were relatively unoccupied, so all the teams fighting in the northwestern sector, teams like God's Reign, teams like Aerobots, they could avoid those battles, just go south and then enter the circle. Now rotating via the hangar and clock tower area will be difficult because Team Tamilas love to lurk around this area. And on top of that, Vingod like to drop Observatory. It's a place where God's Reign pros have already displayed their dominance. God's Reign pros love to split up over Observatory and Graveyard, right? Sometimes even go into Katli Sutwa. But today, now that Vingod is here, these guys will actually get challenged. They might just get drop clashed.
Correct.
Up until now, nobody was brave enough to drop clash against God's Reign.
I mean, if I leave apart God's Reign for now, there are few more teams where some interesting fights can brew up, Crips.
Yeah.
Godlike and Team Tamilas, even though they are friends outside the game, but inside the game, I don't know, they have been fighting all along. Whenever you see them in a map, and if you put them inside a lobby, they're fighting always. So probably Team Tamilas and Godlike, even though the distance is a little far away from Godlike and Team Tamilas, but we might just see them fighting inside the game. And also interesting to see that K9 and Reckoning Esports will start up, fighting towards Cape Town. And K9, if we look at their form right now, they're too much dependent on Dafiq and Zian right now. If they perform, they do well. If they do not perform, things just go down south for them.
Yeah, I mean, Dafiq has already earned the title of Dafiq the Destroyer, but he can't be the only one destroying. Others have to take up their arms as well and use them to shoot their opponents down and cut them down in size. Zian has been calling really well, but in the middle of the rotations and in the middle of all his calling, if these team members just lose their lives, if they lose their aim duels, there's not much that the IGL can do. So yeah, K9 will have to step it up a little bit. Now, I believe at least in this map, K9 will have some trouble because of Reckoning Esports. Oh, and I see that you have picked Reckoning Esports as one of your top contenders.
Yeah.
Why is that? You knew that they will be contested by K9 today. You knew they're going to have a tough time. So why'd you pick them?
Since this is Bermuda, just on facts that they have been one of the teams who have done so well on the map of Bermuda. And they have almost scored 50 plus points, to be honest. So just, pick them on the basis of stats. But things have actually happened very opposite of stats what we have been witnessing in TEZ Free Fire Match India Cup 2026 spring. If we go by that, then Aerobot should be one of the consistent teams and they should have qualified because they have the average going with them. But that has not been the case. But we will see Godlike and of course Revenant Xbox, since they have played, or probably the warm-up is done for them, since day 2 and day 1 for Godlike was good enough, and probably yesterday's last game Booyah, if they would have secured that, they probably should have qualified. But I think that will come back stronger for them, and that will give them the kick to perform today.
All right. Very interesting. I agree with your point about Godlike over here, and that's why I picked them as my top contender. Given their firepower and given how much they dominate the area between Peak and Bhima Shakti Strip, I think they're gonna be the perfect contenders if the circle goes over there. I also like GG Instinct in Bermuda and in other maps like Nextra, because in these two maps, I think GG Instinct can be really, really smart. The best part about GG Instinct is their timing. They will never initiate a fight. I mean, if somebody rushes them, then they have no choice. That's a different story. I'm looking at God's Reign over here, who just full send it. just full send it like a bunch of brave people with no remorse, no regard for their life. But unless they get rushed by God's reign like that, GG Instinct can actually avoid the third parties really well most of the time, and they only go in when there's like a fourth party, a fifth party situation. So they never get in trouble, they never get third partied, but they always pile on top of the other teams when there's a fourth party opportunity. So that's why I think GG Instant can game the map a little, game the system a little, and then maps like Bermuda and Nextra, they do really well. Now, Meta Ninja, historically, they have not been awesome on Bermuda, but I have a feeling today, because in yesterday's game of Bermuda, we saw how Meta Ninja were trapped, and yet they managed to survive a couple of those encounters. They got a couple of revives on their players, and okay, they didn't have an amazing game, but there was a point when I was looking at my screen and I'm like, oh no, Meta Ninja's gonna die, they're gonna die. And then I'm like, huh, they're alive. Oh, they managed to res their players. Oh, they managed to win a few fights. So now that I've seen Meta Ninja dig themselves out of a precarious situation, I have some hopes for them. And I think they've learned from their mistakes. Ginotra is an amazing IGL. That's why I picked them to be one of the better performers in Bermuda.
Since you have picked GG Instinct and you spoke so much about Meta Ninja, they both were qualified from city qualifiers, and today we have the three city qualifiers team trips. So definitely that is an opportunity for all these teams. Again, UGXGRP definitely did not make it. So definitely these are the only teams left out from the city qualifiers who can make it. And also, two of the invited teams are here. You see Revenant X Park, they're here. You see God's Reign Pros. They were known as NG Pros when they were invited from last year's TEZ FFMIC 2025. So a lot of storylines are coming in, right? Two of the invited teams did make it. Of course, that is IQ Total Gaming and Team In. That happened yesterday. But two more are there today. And they are being joined hands by the three city qualifiers team. Can these teams make it? It's going to be hard. It's going to be difficult with all these, teams who are trying to make it towards that spot itself. So it's going to be chaotic and full of drama.
Yeah, super full of drama, man. It's not just them. Even teams like Revenant X Park, while their players have been LAN finalists, I'm sorry, not Revenant X Park. While their players are more experienced and they've performed really well in tournaments before, something is just happening to them where they're not able to deliver up to their actual potential. And then on top of that, you just spoke about these city qualifier teams. You got GG Instinct, you've got Team Tamilas, you've got Meta Ninja. All three of these city qualifier teams are in a lot of trouble if they don't make it. Next week will be super difficult for them. So that's why it's really important for them to have a great start today, to have a flying start in Bermuda. And without any further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we will be hopping into the games.
Let's find it out. The game number 1 itself is going to be so crucial for all these teams out there. It's going to set up the tone, and definitely these boys are going to feel the fire. Right now, Yogi is in the driver's seat. Let's see how he drives today, because that's going to be very important for God. Look at the plane path. It's literally central and dividing the map into two halves. Bhima Shakti Strip, Clock Tower, Factory, Mars Electric should be pretty much easily approachable. But let's see how, the first few fights brew up. I see God's Reign Pros going towards Graveyard. Probably IQ OGX THG might be interested in fighting against them. But Wind God and Team Tamilas, both the teams who just came in today are interested in fighting in Hangar Crypts. Look at them. They're, just traveling and wanting and probably showcasing that, yes, come here, we are interested in fighting. Okay, other than Hangar, there are few more spots which I see that there are going to be fights happening. That's of course P9 and Revenant X Park, but much on that later. But this is Wind God Kingston. He finds value alongside Brave. So Team Tamilas have not started well. Looks like Wind God XTHW Esports probably definitely are gonna get an advantage with 3 elimination points. Brave and Kingston being the one who contributed there. There's always a risk there. Probably it feels like an investment in mutual funds that if you get a gun, you are lucky enough. But if you don't, then it's a very bad start for you. The good thing is that they still survive. The whole team has not been eliminated. 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes into the game, Crips. Yeah.
Thank God I don't get my financial advice from you. Just comparing it to mutual funds is the wildest thing I would ever imagined. Anyway, not to get too political over here. Wind God they do have a pretty good start for themselves. I would have expected them to drop catch against God's Reign Pros and Observatory, but hey, dropping in towards Hangar and picking a weaker, softer target is the way to go here. Meanwhile, in Pochinok, you've got Revenant X-Pac and K9 locking horns. They've already secured an elimination as AIM gets one. Now, the rest of Revenant X-Pac, they're corralled in towards the center of Pochinok. Roshan and Arsh near the barn house. Meanwhile, Vincent is going towards the double balcony house, and he's going to have to be in the open while he makes this crossing, so that is dangerous. Meanwhile, I see Prodigy going ham onto IQ OGX TSG, but even Godlike are participating in that fight. That's a three-way battle. I'm guessing it's happening somewhere in Bhima Shakti or Katolistva, but we will find out later on. However, Wingod, they continue to pursue Team Tamilas, and that fight was happening as we saw near the Hangar region. So yeah, even Team Tamilas having a great time. Meanwhile, Dafiq continues. He makes the rush, but Arsh will get the better of him. Even Roshan sprays him down. Combined team effort to take down Dafiq.
Absolutely AIM before he could jump in and probably show in front of Roshan. He was taken down. Goes in and collects that elimination point, but he's immediately rushed in. But he forgot. Wait, what was he trying there? For a second, I thought that he got confused, but then it was not his teammate, it was an opponent. He had to fire, but he did not. It costed him his life right now. K9 again going into consolidation mode. And this has been a problem for K9, where if Dafiq and Zian are not firing, K9 are not able to perform. They did start well yesterday. Again, something like that would be needed. But this is a very different day. Revenant X-Pac look like they have come in prepared. Arsh and Vincent, let's see, a lot of, debate is going on between that team as well, because Black is not performing. So Roshan and Black has been going in and off. So Revenant X-Pac, problems needed to be solved, and definitely they need to qualify as well. Since we are speaking about Revenant X-Pac and K9 right now, I think that there's another team, Crips, you might seem interested in, because GG Instinct are there in the vicinity, and they are probably one of the teams who always arrive in a third-party situation.
Exactly. I mean, I would have said they sometimes arrive in fourth party situations, but hey,
Yeah,
this
true.
is too early in the game for a fourth party, so they will be happy to settle for this one. And guess what? They've almost cornered the remaining members of Revenant X-Pac, so we will have to take a look on the elimination feed and keep an eye on those guys. Meanwhile, we're now looking at God's Reign Pros fighting against Fire Eyes Gaming. This is happening just towards the edge of Observatory, where God's Reign Pros seem to be in total control. Prince gets a nice elimination. He takes down Cropsy, one of the hardest hitters of God's Reign Pros. But now that he's been avenged, the rest of Fire Eyes Gaming will have to just lick their wounds and get their players back online by visiting the vending machines.
Good start for God's Reign Pros. 7 eliminations, struggle, and his team needs it. Definitely they need it today. After what happened yesterday, things did not go as planned. Of course, they have triggered a hit list onto Legend. So definitely the positions of IQ OGX TEZ, at least for Legend, is known to God's Reign Pros. But they first need to go inside the circle. They are pretty much outside. But since this is the first one, they can tank in a lot of damage. So that's not going to be a problem for now. But Anubhav, he started well with 4 eliminations, and I can see the active there, Koda. So definitely some information game is going to give him that handy, advantage.
Oh, Johan almost got taken down. God's Reign Pros have completely recovered from their losses. And even Aerobots, they didn't suffer many losses to begin with. But now that Fire Eyes Gaming are no longer a threat, Aerobots will become the next targets for God's Reign Pros. Prodigy walks outside. He realizes that he's in danger. So both him and Anubhav put up a glue wall. Skylar Riptide Rhythm used so that they can flush Anubhav out of cover, but Manu from above cannot cover Anubhav anymore. And Prodigy takes him down as well. Amazing stuff coming through from Aerobots over here. They've instantly reduced God's Reign down to a 2-man roster. And now they've got the AML to actually target Struggle. And even the monster truck will not save him if the AML locks on. They're chasing him down. They consider getting onto the launch pad, but hold up! Wingod have arrived on scene, and they've completely backstabbed Aerobots. Prodigy taken down. The rest of Aerobots now must get into cover if they want to be safe, but Kunal also cannot get to safety. Brave will confirm the elimination.
Double
And
takedown.
Kunal gets taken down by Gokul. Wingard, they are not here to take any prisoners.
Definitely. I mean, they have come in with a proper mindset. You know, they want to fight, they're showing interest. And that is good, right? Because we have seen so many teams who have the elimination numbers in their favor qualifying. You just take those names, probably Gyan Gaming, RNX, IQ Total Gaming, or a Hind. But right now, it's Team Windguard who are, you know, interested in so many fights and, you know, even third-partying in situations. So probably that's going to give them an advantage. And it looks good for them since I think Kingston, Brave, and Gokul, all their players have just contributed at the very first game. So the game is wide open for them right now. But God's Reign Pros, they definitely have got the opportunity to bring back Cropsy in the game. But right now it's K9 who are facing the wrath of God's Reign. Dafiq is out in the open, puts in a glue wall there. He will find himself a time, but then Dafiq's position is known to struggle. Information will be relayed, but he wants to revive Cropsy first.
And now that they've got the revive onto Cropsy, everybody else who was trying to use the vending machine near hangar will not be able to come here anymore. It's actually very cool how God's Reign Pros managed to go all the way from observatory to hangar within just a few moments, and they completely avoid the battle against Aeropods as well as Wingard. So yeah, despite them losing quite a lot of their players early on, God's Reign Pros seem to have recovered really well.
11 elimination points already for God's Reign Pros, but look at Arjun. He's close by, and probably the queues would be known to struggle. The movement is known for now. We'll get to know about that, but struggle is running in a different direction. IQ OG, XTSG, this far away from the blue circle. I don't know what is happening with these teams. Like, you see K9, you see IQ OG, XTSG, even Wingard for a fact, probably Aerobots, you can consider them as well. So many teams are so much comfortable in fighting outside the play circle. You guys have the play area, but right now, Honey Sunny gets caught off guard. You know, these guys were fighting. They should have known that, you know, Gods in Pros can wrap them. Now Xian, he needs to find a head. The Nero plushie being used. Right hand side should be cleared from struggle side. Otherwise, he can be challenged. But he knows the positioning of Dafiq and he immediately punishes him. Now Cropsy joins hand, but struggle gets immediately traded. Dafiq, he has been pretty much hot and cold, right, Crips? He needs to step up big time. Otherwise, K9 will be in big trouble.
Yeah, Dafiq and Aim really need to make their shots count, but they need to be wary about Manu, who's going in for the flank. Nice nade by Aim. He blows up our struggle, but Manu finds his flank and he's taken down Dafiq. That's one of the frontliners out of the equation, and Aim has almost no HP. What? The grenade launcher, he knocks himself out, and that is the elimination of Aim confirmed. Honey Sunny and Xian, they were doing really well for themselves. Oh wait, they might just still make their mark. Xian connects a lovely shot onto struggle, but they are not out of trouble just yet. Xian takes shots against Manu, and the Bolt Maker keeps Manu humble for the time being, but they're both so low, and Manu will get taken down eventually. It's his own demise, it's his own undoing. And even after Manu was taken down, the Bolt Maker gives Manu that finisher, because that's what happens when you're both at 20 HP. A single Bolt Maker pellet can take you down. Both Manu as well as Xian falling victim to the lightning.
K9 finally can breathe, Krebs. I thought that they could have got taken out there completely, but right now it's Team Tamla, the IQ OG, XTSG are pressurizing them. Honshu, the IGL himself, are pretty much surprised by 3 members who, you know, definitely knew his positioning. Inside the circle, and Team Tamila's positioning, of course, compromised. But it was only Khonshu there. But Reckoning Esports, they have the good, better positioning right now. They can challenge Krish. Krish, they fairly know the know-abouts of Reckoning Esports. They go out in the open. It can be risky. He puts in the glue wall. Not too far away from the cover area, but Arjun gets taken out. This can be problematic out in the open. IQ OG, XTSG. They need to understand that Reckoning Esports and probably look at Hemu's positioning. He has been the one who's been using mods. So he actively does those flanks and can take IQ OG, XTSG by surprise, Crips.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be a surprise anymore. IQ OG, XTSG have figured out what's going to happen to them. Reckoning Esports have given them plenty of time to compose themselves, but still it's not enough. Sabo gets the opening knock. Hold up. IQOGX TSG will now actually get surprised, and this time it's GG Instinct who catch them off guard. Arjun has to dip back downstairs, but the moment he starts going downhill, his head will be taken clean off. Sabo lands that shot. Finally, Sabo's attacking spree has been put to an end, and Hemu will start putting the strings. He eliminates IQOGX TSG, and now the next person on his target list is going to be GG Instinct.
Wow, Hemu, wow. He goes in. He has the flank angle, now comes out using the stealth mode, but then Gods and Pros create problems for them, and Reckoning Esports out in the open. How will they survive this? Wild Fox and Ash, they need to step up, otherwise God's Rain will choke them up. Struggle, he puts in a glue wall, he has an MP5 in his hand, but then Anubhav is also creating a support. Wild Fox is inside, but he's the last member, and Reckoning Esports, they go out. God's Rain Pros utilizing that momentum and converting more elimination points for them, but they are not safe even because GG Instinct just might be interested, Cribs. And look at, meanwhile, we see Twin God also getting eliminated.
Wingard bit off a bit more than they could chew. They really thought that they were the kings of the third party, but they realized that they are going up against GG Instinct and God's Reign. GG Instinct, the kings of the fourth party and the fifth party situation. Meanwhile, God's Reign Pros are known to be the spearheads of the lobby. They make their own aggression sing. And right now, they've got Honey in their targets. He hops into the monster truck, still gets dinked for 102, and Manu eliminates him before he can drive that truck to safety, putting God's Reign Pros up at 18 eliminations already.
Wow. It was, Hani Sunny who was driving the monster truck, but it looks like God's Rain Pros are in the driver's seat, Cribs, with 18 eliminations. I mean, this was expected from them, and that too in the very first game has surprised everybody inside the lobby. And this is the God's Rain Pros we were expecting since day one of week 2. But, better late than never right now. It's Godlike who are turning the heap onto Revenant X Spark, who are stuck. Probably can get sandwiched as well. Look at that positioning. Behind them is Aerobots and also Meta Ninja, who are just, cluttering them. And probably this area of Bhima Shakti Strip can suddenly be a lot chaotic. This is very unlike Bermuda, right? We have seen teams comfortable in fighting so much early on, but in this game, fights have started pacing or probably, have started after the second circle converged.
Yeah, but once they begin, they just do not stop. I mean, it's 14 minutes into the game already, and there's the fourth circle. We're just about to expect the fifth circle on our screens, and generally in Bermuda, a lot more teams are alive at this point. But now we are down to the last 22 players, so a lot of these teams are missing a couple of members each. Godlike have the maze under their control. They dip outside the cover just a little bit, dip outside the blue zone just a little bit to access that vending machine one more time. But Godlike, with them having so much control over this garden maze, they can control all this area, and all the other teams will have to just fight for remaining scraps of land. And in that scrap, Metananza is trapped between Fire Eyes Gaming and Godlike Esports. Nice freeze bomb from Zap. He's able to get that knock, and so many revives coming through from Fire Eyes Gaming, but they're on the verge of getting eliminated. Finally, the dash comes through, and Prince connects with the Charge Buster, which leads to the elimination of Aerobots. And now God's Reign chime in. They destroy Prince, and God's Reign Pros completely wipe out Meta Ninja as well as Fire Eyes Gaming. Revenant X-Spark next up on their crosshairs.
Absolutely, they're dictating the storylines, they're controlling the edges for now. Fire Eyes Gaming definitely got eliminated towards the fourth spot, but right now, all the teams who are surviving have the numbers game, and probably Godlike would want to eye the chances because they have the higher ground. They need to stop God's Rain Pros first, but look at Yogi, he should be calling out, but they are out in the open. They need to stop the movements of God's Rain Pros who are crunching in them for space, and the utilities should be interesting to look at because the nades and the melters are coming in from God's Rain Pros as well, and Yogi becomes the first one to get taken down, and here comes Aaron and X-Spark, who are interested in third party in these situations. Can be chaotic for both the teams. Look at Aaron and X-Spark trying to jump in and, hound for those elimination points. But interesting thing is, who's going to end up getting the booyah?
Yeah, that is the biggest question over here. Marco, now the tip of the spear for Godlike Esports, reunites with his teammates because they no longer have the control of that garden maze. Meanwhile, God's Reign Pros have used the reinforced UAV to cover up their glue walls and start inching forward. And as they march, shoulder to shoulder, feet next to each other, God's Reign Pros will try to navigate around the circle and try to get behind Godlike, who are now facing losses. Eco downed. Mark was trying to go for the res onto him, but without the Tiva, this res will be very, very slow. Revenant X-Pac are also trying to make sure that they don't get sandwiched between Godlike and God's Reign Pros, so they try to position themselves towards the edge as well. All three of these teams are sticking to the corner of the circle and not making their way into the center, but eventually the circle will start moving in the favor of Godlike, and they try to race God's Reign Pros into the circle first, but Nancy will get that first knock, and he will make sure that God's Reign Pros suffer some losses. Arsh with the double comes through once more. It's Eco down, and Arsh himself gets shot down from long range. So Revenant X-Pac have to spend some time to go for the res onto him. And when they finally get Arsh back up, Yogi strikes down Anubhav. Struggle goes down. Both of them are converging upon God's Reign. Revenant X-Pac and Godlike sandwich God's Reign in between, and now it's a proper 3v3 between these two teams. Arsh needs to take control of the fight. He's trying to chase down Nancy, but Vincent is the one who knocks him down, and Yogi comes through from the backstab. Godlike take this booyah by perfectly managing the aggression and drawing out all the opponent's utilities to make sure that they stay alive and they take the booyah.
Absolutely, the last day was not so good for Godlike, but they come in the very first game to deliver, and Eco gives a sigh of relief. He can laugh right now because they delivered in this game. Yogi, the way he managed his team, and now Eco says, let's calm down because the job is not done yet. We need to be consistent because the way Godlike started in this game, we thought that they just might get carried away because probably there was a third party situation coming in from Revenant X-Pac, but Revenant X-Pac, they could not turn up the heat there. Just look at the last shot grips. Revenant X-Pac were the ones who pushed in onto God's Reign. God's Reign were crunching Godlike for space initially when they started to move inside the circle, but I think both Revenant X-Pac and God's Reign missed out the trick about that. They should have prioritized the circle, which Godlike immediately understood, and probably Yogi gave them the call that let's go toward the circle, let's have the space and then convert the game, and they had the perfect timing as well.
Yeah, this time it was Godlike that made the smarter decisions. They recognized that they needed to fall back away from God's Reign Pros when they initially got that battle because they need some distance. They can't afford to get into a full close range battle, knowing that Revenant X-Pac is also over there. But the moment they realize that Revenant X-Pac have taken some knocks against God's Reign, they instantly converge and they try to crunch God's Reign Pros in between Godlike as well as Revenant X-Pac. Poor God's Reign Pros, they became the patty in the sandwich, and this is not the kind of sandwich that will make your mouth water. So God's Reign Pros, despite their best effort, despite getting 20 elimination, they get only 28 total points and they finish second. It's Godlike Esports who finish in the first place with 30.
I like the way how you said only 28 points, Chris. They got 20 elimination points, man.
They could have had everything, man. God's Reign Pros were on fire.
Absolutely. A booyah could have set the tone for them, but they still are in contention. But right now with Godlike Esports with 30 points, they definitely have the momentum with them alongside God's Reign Pros. But Revenant X-Pac also showcasing interest. They probably did not have much of eliminations to showcase, but they still saw an improvement since yesterday. They did not play well, and probably they were towards 11th and 12th position. They were actually on the bottom of the table. So an improvement coming in from Revenant X-Pac. So this is good to see that all these teams who were expected to heavy lift, they're performing. And also Marco, he does the heavy lifting for his team, and he becomes the MVP with 9 elimination, 3 assists, and look at the damage, 2,763, and that too with an car 98k. So definitely those sniper shots came in handy, and with that Oscar active skill. So being a rusher, this car 98k sometimes confuses me. That should have been a Max 7 or probably an M590, but he was comfortable using a car 98k.
Yeah, he was super comfortable. Out of the 18 points that his team has, he got 9 of them. So he contributed to like half of all the eliminations that his team has acquired. And on top of that, he did only 2,700 damage. And I say only over here because a few days ago, we saw Mafia get 5,000 damage with only 2 eliminations. So this guy having 9 eliminations with only 2,700 damage is actually way more sensible, which means he didn't have any wasted shots. He didn't have any of his eliminations stolen away from them.
Yeah. And you look at Yogi, Eco, and Nancy, they also contributed. The way the abilities or probably the loadout looks very basic. No changes there. Nancy, going in with a Chrono, Eco with a Nero, and Skylar onto Yogi's end. So definitely, they followed the basics of Free Fire Max and followed the meta, and the results followed them. So definitely, we will have a look at the stats as well. So individually, they brewed some amazing amount of elimination points. We saw how Marco got 9 eliminations. Good to know that he, I think, got 100% track record among the conversion rate, because he got 9 knockouts and he converted 9 elimination points. Yogi got 4 knockouts, so he definitely stole somebody's elimination point.
Yeah, he must have stolen some elimination
Nancy's
points.
probably.
I'm guessing, yeah, must have been either Nancy, or it might have been some Revenant X Park players' elimination over there.
Correct.
So yeah, Godlike definitely taking control of the large circle and taking all their elimination points away from their opponents as well. So that's really good from Godlike Esports. But let's take a look at how they ended up over there, because when we take a look at the circle analysis, you will notice that Godlike love to go towards peak. And instantly after dropping to peak, they went towards Bhima Shakti, and then they went towards the edge of the circle where they were fighting Fire Eyes Gaming, and they were also fighting against God's Reign Pros for just a brief moment. Then they head north. They go all the way towards Mill, restock, resupply themselves, and then they take control of the mansion house and they stay there. They don't give up on the mansion house when the circle forces them to move. They just move towards the garden maze, and that's pretty much it. And even then, they were making sure that nobody ends up next to them, nobody ends up beside the garden building, and that's how they were able to keep teams like Revenant X Park as well as Meta Ninja away from them. And then eventually, when teams like God's Reign Pros and Revenant X Park got into the final circle, Godlike started to just move along the edges and just make sure that they don't get pinched.
Yeah, even though the circle ended just outside peak, that's their drop, right, Godlike? But they showed interest in fighting, just wanted to put it out that Godlike usually does not like, those early engagements, right? Even though if a team challenges them, we have seen them fighting against IQ Total Gaming in a different map though, but still I feel that Godlike is a team who usually have a controlled aggression and have a mixed approach towards the map. But let's have a look at the preferred drop spot while we talk about them. Right now they are towards Bloomtown. They just might be interested towards a fight between a God's Reign Pros or a Fire Eyes Gaming inside TV Tower, and they have usually gone in for those third party situations, which I think in Bermuda reflected, where even though they had a drop on peak, they still went in towards the edges, got those eliminations, got that confidence, and came back to peak and converted the game.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if that will be replicable in Solara, because in Solara, a lot more teams get very aggressive. K9 starts fighting like maniacs. You've got Ico OGX TSG who completely take over the control of the Delta Island and the Funfair side. I want to see how they do it now that Team Flamilas and Vingod are also in the lobby, because before this, Ico OGX TSG had a decent time in Delta Island Funfair. Meta Ninja and Revenant X Park being in Casa Vista. Yikes, that is a very problematic affair in my mind. Like, in my mind, I feel like Meta Ninja need to avoid this battle against Revenant X Park somehow, and maybe face them in the mid game or the late game.
But there's something again probably not going in their favor. Ico OG XTSG, the pressure is just mounting on them, right, Cribs? Everybody expected after what they did on the knockout stages week 1, it was absolutely amazing, right? They were the team of the day, and definitely expecting them to qualify in day 1 itself. I think we had a healthy discussion among all casters, from our friends on the Hindi desk as well, and among ourselves as well, that we thought that Ico OG XTSG might be the one who would qualify, but they haven't. And there always have been problem with them, in making it towards those important stages. And let's see if they can still deliver, because it's just the first game. I don't want to be too harsh on them, because already fans are just expecting a lot and the pressure is increasing.
Yeah, I mean, the fans' expectations can really weigh down upon you, but nothing is as heavy as the weight of your own teammates being disappointed in you. I mean, some of these players have been absolute superstars, but like you said, you can't rely on one star player, right? You can't rely on just Afiq and Zian carrying K9 to victory. You can't rely on just Godlike making their IGL calls perfectly. Every single player will need to step up, and that is going to be the story of the next game, because as we head into Solara, while it's easy for you to go for those 3-1 and 2-2 splits, it's also quite easy for you to get hunted down if you're a solo. So surviving for your team is super, super difficult. And that's a big responsibility to carry.
Absolutely. Even I feel the same for a team like Aerobots Esports. Probably they are also not able to convert those clutch situations which they were actually during their group stages, or maybe in knockout stages week 1. They did well on day 1 and day 2. Day 2 was decent, but let's see how day 3 turns out, because that's where it's going to be important. Again, the top 2 teams get an opportunity to qualify for the LAN itself. And here comes our prediction. You guys can also go ahead and give your 2 cents, and definitely, we will be interested in looking on those names as well. So I have gone on with Godlike. They have a good track record on the map of Solara. And again, they did well in the last map. So of course, it's a no-brainer kind of a situation for me. Meta Ninja, I have picked them, and Aerobots, come in, because I really want them to do well.
Yeah, I agree with you with the Aerobots angle. I really think that this is going to be a high elimination game from them. But I also think that this might finally be the game where K9 steps up. I remember Dafiq's clutch against Total Gaming in this particular map. And I just want to say that if I hadn't seen that clutch, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed this tournament as much. So because this map is where that clutch happened, and I believe in Dafiq the Destroyer, that's why I've picked up K9 as my second prediction. My third prediction is obviously going to be Revenant X-Pac, and that is partially because in Solara, they know when to split up and when to play together. And on this map, on a map like Solara, that matters way more than the other maps, because at least over here, whenever you get the second chance, there's a chance that some enemy will just come chasing you with the slide tracks, and that's why you need to be much, much faster.
Yeah, absolutely. See, FFMIC did not want to, answer the question about who they did not want to see on LAN. Probably it would be K9. See, I'm not allowed to answer on behalf of FFMIC. That's for him to answer, but I know for a fact that came from my heart. But we are preparing for the next game itself. It's going to be the second map of Solara. Let's find out who's going to flip the script right now, because things are just getting started, because this is the second game on day 3.
Second game, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Solara. It's time for these players to slide into each other's DMs and slide their bullets right between their brains. It doesn't get easy to feel the fire, but definitely is possible to embrace its warmth. And here we go. We're starting off over the Isle of Solara, and right off the bat, we can see Ico OGX TSG are headed towards Delta Isle, just like we predicted. Aeropods are going towards Aquarium. Are they? Nope. It's Meta Ninja who's going towards Bayside. Revenant X-Pac are going towards Casa. You got God's Reign in TV Tower. That's not a surprise, but what are Gyan Gaming Instinct doing there? Sorry, what's DG Instinct doing there? Like, they are going for a 2-2 split drop, so that is actually very insane.
Yeah, I told you, Godlike and Team Tamilas, they have a history. So they definitely like fighting against each other. And you see Marco, right now, after being the MVP in the last game, challenges up front, script, who dashes in. He challenges Eco there inside the time turn. Oh, but a good trade comes in from Nancy. Pretty much, I think, a breather for Godlike. Got a little tense there, but they had it under control. They bring back the IGL Yogi inside the lobby, but God's Reign froze right now. Manu is in the vicinity. I think he might seem interested. But Team Tamilas, the last game was not good. So, again, starting a fight against a team like Godlike, is it a right approach? I don't know.
I don't know about the right approach, but Reckoning don't seem to have the wrong one. They tried to pick up that early battle against K9 Esports, but end up losing 2 of their lives. So now Ash and Hemu need to run away. They've used the binoculars and they figured out that the L-shaped house above this area doesn't have any clearance. You've got at least some members of K9 Esports still stuck in there. So now Ash has to keep those K9 members in check while you've got Hemu trying to run and rest the rest of his teammates. They try to find him. Even Dafiq is trying to close in the distance. Ash has sent out that plushie, which confirms to Dafiq about his position. The VSK, I'm sorry, that's not even the VSK. The Parafel comes out and Dafiq will get the better of him.
Wow. Dafiq. He had support, of course, so that's why he was out in the open. There's no way a trade could come in from that side of Reckoning Esports, but Honshu, he just might get spotted. Yeah, Hanisani knows the positioning right now. And he has the P90. Probably Khonshu is in a lot of risk. And oh wait, Khonshu reacts. And Dafiq, he dashes in and gets the trade.
Nice shot.
Wow, probably Honey Sunny can have a laugh right now. But that could have been risky. Dafiq, I think this is the game. Or maybe he just got reminded by you saying that you got the 1v3 on this map itself. It's time for you to step up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Godstrain Pros have activated a hit list onto, I believe, one of the members of GG Instinct. So that should be very fun to watch. Meanwhile, Fire Eyes Gaming are fighting against Reckoning Esports. That is actually pretty insane because I thought Reckoning was going to fight against Godlike. That ship might just have sailed. Tiger knocks down Kingston, and that's another member of Vingod just going down. And these guys just don't seem to stop because they can't stop the bleeding. They can't stop the hemorrhaging.
GG Instinct, the approach has been very interesting to look at. Right now, the first game, they have 10 points. That's a decent start, where the teams who are making it to the top 2 are getting a 16 or a 17 point average. Right now, they're fighting. Oh, wait, this is K9 fighting against Reckoning. GG Instinct are far away from this position, and I see Khonshu again in a very bad spot. Right now, it's Dafiq who needs to get revived, but White Fox comes inside. What was he thinking? He was alone there. Probably took a gamble, but that was risky, and he did not pay in his favor.
Can't afford to take in this part of the tournament. But speaking of eliminating risk, Troll is on a killing spree. He gets Brave, he gets Gokul, and most of the members of Reckoning Esports are out of this one. But Honey Sunny, he does manage to get one more knock himself. Revenant X-Pac are now fighting against Meta Ninja. And K9 realized that they have just been fooling around over here for a little too long. It's time to go on to greener pastures and find another battle to begin.
Oh, wait, Bunny? I mean, okay, I have no clue that what was he doing there. But anyways, he has been taken down. Revenant, this is Reckoning Esports right now, fighting against Revenant X-Pac, and the players were not allowed to land properly. A lot of problems inside the lobby right now, but wait, IQ, GX, TSG, they step in, and there's a third party, K9, Dafiq, who gets shut down. Arjun this time is the man who does it, but look at Team Tamilas also, they are in the vicinity. A lot of things are just starting towards this area in Solara, and teams just need to calm themselves down. Probably should understand that they just might get third party.
I think it's way past third party over here. I mean, there's so many people in the vicinity. There's a fourth and fifth party situation. We started with Revenant X-Pac and Meta Ninja. Then somehow K9 and Iku OGXTSC started fighting at the same time. Legend walks right into Xian's crosshair. And Xian will get the confirmation as well. So that's the IGL of Iku OGXTSG completely out of the picture. Xian and Dafiq now going across the slide track, and all of them will end up somewhere on this railway platform. But Ayush goes right towards Script, and he connects a lovely shot with the Winchester while he's sliding. And that's another lovely frag for Ayush. Iku OGXTSG up at 3 eliminations, and now they've got one more player at their disposal. Make it 4 more players. So there you have it. Iku OGXTSG back at full capacity now, full strength.
He's still standing. He wants to fight. He has 2 glue walls and a cocoon created for himself. Xian, he is also in the vicinity. Look at Dafiq. These guys just don't want to stop. Puts in the Mac 10 to use and takes down Krish there. But look at Legend. He's trying to run away. That's not how Legend plays. But I think he is trying to make his team survive, because if he does not, Iku OGXTSG just might get taken down. Ooh,
yeah.
K9, they have cramped up the elimination number. 14 I see already. This is probably the time where K9 just comes in and says, okay, this is the map where we are going to own it.
Well, but K9, they have one element of surprise going in their favor. The other teams don't fully know that they've got Bloomtown under their entire control. So all the teams like Reckoning Esports, Meta Ninja, Team Tamilas, all of them who will be eventually rotating into the zone will have to go through K9, and then they will get their pound of flesh. Meanwhile, Aeropods have taken control of the TV tower. One of them is on top of the actual TV tower itself. The others are somewhere in the structure. Meanwhile, the other teams who are somewhere still outside the zone is GG Instinct, Fire Eyes Gaming, both of these on the northern side. And then there is going to be another team coming in from the west as well. Hold up. Meta Ninja are clashing against Reckoning Esports. This is the fight I don't want to miss.
Exactly. Meta Ninja is going to be very interesting to look at, but I feel Godfrey and Cruz have also engaged against Wind God right now, and Cropsy is going to be the first point of contact. Wait, Melter was placed very badly. It almost dodged onto him, but right now Cropsy is interested in taking the fight. He takes both of them down. Probably Manu helped him as well. The Winchester shot came through, and Godfrey and Cruz pretty quickly eliminating the players of Team Windgod. But right now Godlike are in the vicinity, and Windmill, again a team interested in fighting outside the play circle, just like they did in Bermuda. Godlike have come outside to challenge Godfrey and Pro Scripts.
Yep. God's Rain Pros, they better be up for this challenge though, because Godlike Esports have taken the high ground.
Yogi
Cropsy trying to run away. Somehow amongst all of this, Godlike still haven't been able to completely chase him down. He's getting healed with the electrotherapy as well, and finally he succumbs to his internal injuries. Yogi tries to get the revenge. He lands a lovely shot and takes down Cropsy for good. But can they bring him back? Yes, they can. Godlike instantly go for the res. Struggle now trying to run for his life, and they will chase him down to the ends of the earth. Defeat gets taken down by Zap, and Godlike are like, excuse me, please, those are our frags, give them back to us, thank you so much. And to take it back, Marco takes down Struggle. What a way to get that revenge battle.
Godlike with 14 eliminations, once again showing supremacy in the lobby. They badly want to go back to LAN, where they would want to square things up. Team like IQ Total Gaming, because definitely that's something between them which happened last year in Clash Squad though, but something where I think Battle Royale comes in. Probably a team like Godlike would definitely want to challenge teams like them, but for that to happen, they still have to qualify. They need to be consistent, and they're doing it. Meta Ninja, one more team who we expected to perform, and they're doing it in this game. Right now, Nancy is interested in taking down Manu. He does not have the HP. Ego shots comes through, and he will take him down. Immediately, Manu is brought back with Cropsy is in a different spot.
Oh. He almost landed that shot. Marco needs to be careful. He tries to pre-fire onto Sabo. Yogi finds Wild Fox, and Marco almost got taken down to 30 HP. He does quite a lot of damage onto Sabo, which does buy him enough time, but Sabo takes down Marco. The backup is very far. Finally, Iko lands the shot, but that's still not enough. Hemu has been able to get the res onto their fallen teammate already, but Marco comes back through Nancy, and now only the zone can damage them. This is the third zone now, going into the fourth one, so all the heals will be less effective, and you will need to do it further, because Yogi just dies to the zone again after he was picked right back up just a few minutes ago.
Hey, where did Reckoning go? Aren't they the one who said they are free eliminations? I don't know, because I was interested to, watch that fight. I wanted to be a spectator there, but definitely Reckoning Esports, they have fallen back, but they don't have the numbers also, so probably taking a smarter decision, they would want to fight again, maybe later. First, they need to bring back the players. K9, they have 16. Godlike, they have 17. What are these players thinking right now? But Xian, he needs to run away because Meta Ninja players are chasing him. He needs some kind of cover from his teammates. Look at the feet. He has a woodpecker in his hand. All these players who are the primary rushers, interested in picking up all these weapons which are usually used by snipers. Very interesting to look at, Crips.
Yeah, snipers and shotguns, they do heavy damage, and once your drag is good enough, you can just use those two and make it work. Like look at this, Anubhav tries to shoot them mid-air, but he just gets taken down instantly. At least Anshu will be rest back up. And while Meta Ninja are trying to make sure that K9 stay pinned down over there, I don't think they'll be able to actually keep K9 cornered, because they can always go around the sides and go into the zone via a completely different spot. There you have it. You see AIM landing ahead of Meta Ninja already. So these are Meta Ninja's best laid plans already going down the drain.
Meta Ninja, they are trying to prioritize the circle right now. That's a better decision. Ooh, this one shot comes in through from Zap. He had the car 98k. Has definitely stolen the limelight. This weaponry is probably the most used weaponry right now, and doing the heavy lifting. was Marco, who got the maximum number of elimination with that weaponry, and he got the most valuable player tagline as well. So Kinotro just following through with 11 eliminations already for Metanins, and GG Instinct, they again probably could not deliver the map of Solara and Reckoning Esports. They have lost the edge which we saw them delivering in the knockout stages week 1. They need to fix things quickly, and K9, I think in 5 seconds we saw 3 teams getting eliminated, Cribs. Oh, make it 4.
Make it 4, man. These teams just do not stop. Team Tamilas also bite the dust. GG Instinct bite the dust. Revenant X Park have a tiny piece of cover to their name, the tents and the tiny watchtower. Meanwhile, Zap, Ginotra, and the rest of Meta Ninja are near the trailer park, just about to leave that spot. The circle will shift most of these teams once again towards the center, and at that point, you will have to keep heavy tabs on who crosses the street.
Ninja Zarvis, probably a human ladder there to gain information, a good strategy. Ginotra being a support member. He's the IGL, of course, so definitely allowing his teammates to flourish. But Revenant X Park, another team, just focusing on survival points right now, but they also need to understand that eliminations will come in handy. They have always been the case in this year's TEZ FFMIC 2026 spring. Yogi, he becomes the glue wall destroyer, and I remember that he was yesterday as well. He broke almost 19-20 walls, and again doing it on the map of Solara. Probably he is breaking more glue walls than heads right now. Would want some elimination points also, but then his teammates are doing it. Probably Marco has stepped up today. But right now, Godlike, they are not in the driver's seat because they are being pressured by Fire Eyes and probably Revenant X Park as well.
Yeah, but at least Godlike are not sandwiched between any other team. At least God's Reign Pros are not trying to completely backstab Godlike Esports, right? Godlike Esports are focusing on Revenant X Park, and Fire Eyes Gaming are also focusing on both Revenant as well as Meta Ninja. As long as Fire Eyes Gaming don't look at Godlike, they should be completely fine. But Troll does get eliminated, so that's the end of Fire Eyes Gaming. Meanwhile, Meta Ninja, they've got so many knocks in their favor. Vincent also lands a lovely headshot onto Zap, but I think Meta Ninja should be able to go for the revive. And now Godlike realized that there is a much stronger opponent, much closer to me. It's none other than Revenant X Park. The flame from God's Reign Pros as well as the nades from Revenant X Park, both of these are turning Godlike into a hot pulp. But look at that nade from Ginotra! Oh! The double elimination! And Ginotra wipes out God's Reign Pros. That's not a nade, that's a tactical nuke!
Absolutely, Ginotra was the one who took down God's Reign Pros, and Zap becomes the damage king. How's that even possible? But even though it's all in for Meta Ninja to take it, but right now, Ginotra would want to focus on Revenant X Park, and again the players are stuck. Probably another team could get wiped out. Revenant X Park, they have to understand that. They have to spread out or probably create some kind of space. Now Ginotra using those melters to flush them out. But Revenant X Park still not moving, still not budging. But they have to decide. But Meta Ninja, they have decided the circle is to be prioritized. Godlike, will they move in? Ginotra is ready with the grenades. He's wanting to find a perfect timing, probably either onto Revenant X Park or Godlike. Right now, the focus is onto Godlike. Meta Ninja have closed in. They are moving in with the circle. Even Godlike wants to do that. Godlike and Revenant X Park are the two teams who did well in the last game and again wanting to deliver in this game. This shows consistent performance. But Meta Ninja are here to break the trend.
Yeah, but let's see if they can trend jack this one or whether the trend will continue of them going out in the top 3. Revenant X Park and Godlike Esports are staring daggers at each other, looking to sink their serrated fangs into the other's neck. And now, can Revenant X Park, can the Wolves fight Godlike Esports, because they don't have the angles? They're still using the grass bushes, the hedges as cover. Meanwhile, Jarvis is trying to just lure them towards himself. He's trying to get the angles onto Revenant X Park, but he's not finding anything because Revenant X Park are continuing inching in slowly. But oh my god, look at Godlike. They use the launch pads and they land right on top of Ginotra's head, but then they ignore him and then they try to take the other end of the brick wall, which is much better cover for them. And now they are no longer in danger of being shot by Meta Ninja. Suddenly, Meta Ninja find themselves trapped in between Revenant X Park and Godlike Esports, but the circle continues to favor Godlike even more and more. So Meta Ninja now have to just survive the barrage of nades and the flash freezes which are thrown upon them. Somehow they haven't succumbed yet. Ginotra lays down a couple of landmines so that nobody can backstab them, but godlike esports are trying to get the high ground. They use the reinforced UAV to repel away the invaders, to repel away Meta Ninja, but Jarvis and Anshu are kicking the doors down. They are going up close and personal with their shotguns, hoping to fight godlike esports, but they can't swing around that glue wall. They know that the moment they swing, godlike will end up triple facing them at once, so they need something to start, and that's the start they were looking for. The Oscar dash comes through. Jarvis and Anshu come to with 2 big shotgun kills. One response comes through from Marco, but he's been eliminated since then, and Nancy tries to escape. Jarvis will not let him do so, and Reverend Expa go in, but they're a little too late. The time turner used by Jarvis perfectly puts him in a 1v1 against X Divine. Can X Divine channel his divine powers and take this booyah? Otherwise, he will just end up giving away too much of an advantage to Meta Ninja. The Cassie electrotherapy reactive, and Jarvis is chasing down Vincent to the ends of the earth. He tries to go around with the flank, but X Divine with the charge buster lands that final shot. And finally, Reverend X Spark can howl at the top of their lungs when they get this booyah.
Sigh of relief for X Divine, because he knew he had the game, but then probably Zarvis, challenged up front. Lot of things could have gone wrong for Reverend X Park when Arsh and Roshan got taken down, but it was the IGL himself who calmed the nerves and delivered as a cool-headed assassinator. But the way I think Reverend X Park have reacted since yesterday, it looks amazing, because they have been one of the consistent teams among them and Gods and Pros. Wait, did Roshan pull out a gun over there? Maybe yeah, he did. And that is some fun reactions coming in from Roshan's end, but definitely these players are relieved. The pressure is off the chest. Last shot, that's how things started. It took eternity for a team like a Meta Ninja or a Reverend X-Pac to understand that the circle is going away from them. Godlike was the one who prioritized it. They again tried to pull things the way they did on Bermuda, but I think Meta Ninja understood the trick, and I think also Reverend X-Pac understood, and they were the ones who converged last, and that what helped them.
Oh my god, that shot from Vincent's POV looks even better. And X Divine using that charge buster so well. It's almost like they knew exactly what Meta Ninja would do. It's almost like they knew where Jarvis would peek from. They could read them like a book. And I don't do much reading, but I appreciate people who do. Reverend X-Mark don't just read their opponents well, but they write their own destiny.
Reverend X-Mark, showing what they are made of. Definitely a lot of things are expected from these players, specifically the way X Divine is handling the team. They have always been the team who understands or probably maturely handled fights. They have swayed away from a bad fight situation which they have gauged, but right now it's Meta Ninja. Even though they did not get the booyah, but still they have the higher number of eliminations with 21 there, and they have crossed 30. I mean, they have touched 30 actually. And following up is Godlike Esports, again being consistent over there with 25. Revenant X-Pac also there, with the booyah and the elimination number. I remember they got 10 in the last game. They have 11 in this one. So 21 overall eliminations before we see today's standing scripts. I feel these three teams are going to be the ones who are going to fight it out for that top 2 spot. But what has happened to the other players or all the other teams who are wanting to fight? Because there are a few more teams, God's Reign Pros or probably like a K9, who would definitely want that spot.
Yeah, K9 also would definitely want that spot. I mean, not gonna lie, this is still a pretty decent game from K9, God's Reign Pros, Fire Ice Gaming. 21 points, 20 points, 17. Not bad at all. But when there's so many teams who have double-digit points, all the other teams start lacking. And that's why you see the bottom of the scoreboard, it's such few numbers. You got teams like Reckoning Esports, Wingod, and Aiku OGX TSG who barely have anything to their name. Team Tamilas and GG Instinct with 13 and 15 points respectively. They've got nothing going on for them. And at the end of the second game, when there's such a massive disparity between the 7th and the 8th ranked team, you know that this is going to be a very top-heavy bracket. Look at that. K9 Esports have 28 points, but then massive difference between them and GG Instinct. However, on top of K9, everybody else is just a couple of points away from each other. Aerobots, 4 points ahead of K9 with 32. Then again, Meta Ninja, 4 points ahead of Aerobots with 36. Fire Eyes Gaming, 3 points difference. Revenant X Park, again, 3-point difference. God's Reign Pros, 3 points difference, 45. So the number of points between all these teams keep on reducing, except for Godlike Esports, who are a whole 10 points ahead of God's Reign Pros.
Absolutely. I mean, I got reminded of day 1 of week 2 itself, Crips, where we were unable to predict who the top 2 teams are going to be. And this would mean that the cutoff would definitely go higher, where Reverend X Park and a player like Vincent stepping up will definitely help them. He was the MVP in the last game with 4 elimination points, but look at the damage. You know, we spoke about IQ Total Gaming Mafia, right? With delivering 5,000 plus damage and only getting 2 eliminations is what I think is reflecting on Vincent's chart as well. He had 3 assists, but definitely that VSK94 I think has been also a go-to weaponry alongside an AWM or probably an MA2B. I think the snipers have chosen that weaponry, and probably I think in Car 98K as well. But the rushers have also gone out loud and choosing a Car 98K, where they are much more comfortable in using that weaponry. And look at X Divine and Roshan and Arch. I see the basics covered for them. I see a Chrono with Roshan, Oscar with Arch, and Koda. This is interesting to look at. Being a Grenadier, you would expect something much more aggressive, but then he have the passives, Beast, and of course the pet is there, and also the Alavero to help his ability.
Amazing stuff. I don't know what happened to Roshan. 296 damage. Like, what even happened over there?
Yep.
How does he have such little damage? I mean, there's no way that he scored all those damage points in the last battle, right? Like, there must have been something going on earlier on as well. So that's a mystery that I would love to uncover, but I don't have all the clues to get an answer for that one. But I think maybe the circle analysis will give us some answers over here. Okay, then now we'll find out why Revenant X Park have such a massive difference between the damage numbers of each players. So you see, Revenant X Park had a rather normal-ish start. They don't get in too much trouble. They do fight against Meta Ninja, but then they back away from their fight as well. And then they start fighting against Reckoning Esports in the hub. They take the zip line to Archway, and then they take another zip rail towards TV Tower, and then they stay there while the entirety of the circle starts surrounding them. They were surrounded by Meta Ninja, God's Reign Pros, Godlike, even Fire Eyes Gaming were there, but Fire Eyes couldn't do much to them. And now look at Revenant X Park. While they are constantly hugging the wall, they take their opportunity after after Meta Ninja and Godlike start fighting.
I love the way how Godlike is maneuvering inside the circle, right?
Even that's very nice.
They were not the one, or so not supposed to be the one who could have caught the circle, but they somehow sneaked past, throughout probably Meta Ninja, and they caught the circle, but then they got, pushed by, of course, Revenant X Park and Meta Ninja there, and definitely they could not survive. But the maneuvers are really amazing to look at, and that's why they're also sitting on top with 55 points, and definitely they would want to increase the buffer with the third map coming in. That is also going to be played on Nextra, Crips. It's going to be interesting to look at the bottom half, like Deca Square or a Mudside or a Rushtown. So many teams are towards the southern end, which would mean that it looks like a southern heavy fight where Plazaria is also involved, and also Boxing Gym, where Meta Ninja and Godlike are there.
I definitely think there's gonna be some or the other team that backs away from this spot. I mean, Autobots and Fire Eyes have been fighting in Deca Square since the tournament began, but they don't full commit their entire forces to this battle. Like, none of them get eliminated in the Deca Square battle. However, in Mudside, up until now, IQ, OG, XTSG have been uncontested. Now that Wingod finally come in to drop clash against them, IQ, OG, XTSG might not be prepared to handle this one. Another very cool thing is Intellect Center. Whenever there's Total Gaming in the lobby, Revenant X Park end up fighting against Total Gaming while Total Gaming go away from Intellect Center, or when they rotate out of it. But now that Total Gaming have already qualified, Revenant X Park control that entire Intellect Center island, and that is a massive opportunity for them. They need to capitalize on this.
Yeah, Krebs, even I am concerned about ICO OG XTSG. I did not expect this to happen with only 5 points. After the 2 games, they haven't even touched double digit, where teams are, concluding with 30 pointers, with our predictions coming in, it's going to be very interesting to look at, because K9, of course, they did well on Solara, expecting again a good performance on Nextra, because again a map where K9 does well. So that's why I have gone on to pick them. God's Reign Pro is a no-brainer because they have been consistent. FireEye, they have started well. The gears have shifted. So of course, expecting them to step up.
Yeah, so between FireEye and Aerobots Esports, one of these teams will survive because they end up often in an early drop clash against each other. So there's the fundamental difference. Although there is a chance, Oro, that both Aerobots and FireEye will have their games ruined by each other. The only team who really benefits from this entire draw is Revenant X Park, because now they get Intellect Center for themselves. Actually, I should have thought of that before. I should have thought of this before. I should have put Revenant X Park as my first prediction instead of the third one. Because I forgot that Total Gaming is no longer in the lobby. I forgot that they will get that entire space for themselves. So I don't know if these teams can keep track, because I certainly can't. I hope that they have their wits about them, because you guys are about to lose your minds when we go live with Nextra.
Definitely, this is going to be the third game on day 3 of week 2 of the knockout stages. Things are just getting serious, because we are still, about to find out who's going to be the 5th and the 6th position teams. We're going to end up on land, and they're feeling the fire, probably burning in fire, because there are a lot of teams who are unable to flip the script and probably get the performance rolling for them. Revenant X Park, they have done it pretty well in the last game itself. They converted a Booyah. Here comes the plane path. The two ends are to Twin Bridge and Plazaria, where we will definitely going to see the southern end, where Deca Square are probably a mud site, Plazaria, and even Boxing Gym. As they promised in the preferred drop spot, are we going to witness the fights? But Intellect Center, they are not going to be the one only, who's going to be alone. Revenant X Park, Crips, probably Wingod had a different plan.
Yeah, I mean, they either have a drop clash against IQ OG XTSG in Mudside, or they have a drop clash against Revenant X Park in Intellect Center. And they also realize that, hey, Total Gaming is no longer in the lobby. Let's just take Intellect Center, man. Maybe we have a better chance over there. Good knocks by Wingod, but unfortunately, Arsh has been revived again. So all the efforts of Wingod have gone down the drain. They don't have the man advantage anymore, and Revenant X Park have 2 eliminations to their name. Brave doesn't even have that much health to his name, but at least he's able to purchase Google from the vending machine before he gets taken down by Vincent. So in a last-ditch Hail Mary effort, he goes towards the vending machine. He knows he's gonna die, but at least hopefully one of his teammates will continue to live. But while all of this is going on, Revenant X Park are now 3 points richer.
Exactly, and Godlike Esports, they are fighting towards Plazaria right now. And I see Reckoning Esports in the vicinity, but right now it's Team Tamilas who are fighting against. And as I mentioned, there's something between these two teams. And why do they want to fight so much? They don't like each other, because they are friends outside the game, that we know for sure. Maybe if they qualify for LAN, we can ask them that question. But for them to do that, they have to perform well. Godlike is doing it, but right now Nancy is in a lot of pressure. But a good trade comes in from Marco. Marco has stepped up big time today, and it's needed from them. But look at Meta Ninja, they're literally running in. The P90 comes in handy, but it was Zap who got the first knock over there and will convert elimination points. But we come down to a different fight, probably Godlike, with only one member surviving, and that's IGL himself.
Exactly. I mean, Godlike spent so much time trying to shoot down the remaining members of Team Tamilas. They did get 2 eliminations onto Team Tamilas, but luckily the one last member of TT has been able to get the reses back up. He's been able to revive his teammates with another vending machine, so they are no longer in danger, but Godlike certainly is. Meanwhile, Meta Ninja continue to try finding them, but they are not finding anything. All right, hold on. It's IQ OG XTSG versus Aerobots over here. Kunal cornered. He gets taken down. Now, I really hope that all of Aerobots did not commit themselves to Deca Square, right? Because generally, we get to see Aerobots versus FireEye Gaming in Deca Square, but I don't see FireEye Gaming anywhere over here. In fact, FireEye Gaming are somehow now fighting against Team Tamilas, and the others have taken their place. IQ OG XTSG have taken their place. K9 were looking for a battle since a very long time, and they were just positioning themselves on the launch pad. And now that they've finally landed in Plazaria, Meta Ninja can finally find a worthy opponent. They don't need to chase that one lone survivor of Team Tamilas anymore, but they get the knock onto script anyway. And now they turn their attention towards K9. Meta Ninja realize that, hold up, there's a 5th party coming in. Let's regroup. Let's focus again. And Zap is like, yeah, don't worry, bro. I'm already locked in. He gets the knock onto Ziyan.
Absolutely. Zian needs to get revived first, but the Feek, he's near a vending machine, even though Zian would have been eliminated, so definitely would have been called back. But Fire Eyes Gaming are also interested in this fight. You know, Plus area has always been that area, right, inside the map of Nextra. Since so many teams are nearby this area or either dropping in on this spot, you know, that is why we see so many parties coming in from the other teams who are not actually dropping on Plus area itself. But Meta Ninja are still holding their grounds. They are interested. But look at IQ, OG, XTSG from behind, from the
Oh
open,
my
they're
God,
coming in,
sixth
and
party.
there comes the sixth party. Yeah, Crips, and it's time for Zap to go stealth mode or incognito and run away from that spot. But then he runs away. Probably gets knocked out at the very fourth moment. Immediately Zarvis gives him a revive, but Zian is close by. D9 looks interested, but here comes Anshu with the dash, and he gets the first knock, and he delivers with an elimination.
Yeah, lovely stuff by Meta Ninja so far. Despite all their fighting, despite all their efforts, they've only got 2 eliminations to their name. And even though this is a 6th party kind of situation, the original 2 parties, the original 2 fighters, Godlike and Team Tamilas, are out of here. They skedaddled out of here. They don't want to fight here anymore. But now Meta Ninja are left holding the bag for all the violence they started. They want control of that vending machine, but they know that IQ, OG, TSG will take control of this spot. Both the teams staring daggers at each other from across the buildings. But none of them are willing to actually cross into the other building because that gap in between is too damn dangerous.
Absolutely, IQ, ESG have somehow come inside the main compound of Plus area, and they're literally in the center right now. Actually, not in the center. Center would be Meta Ninja. They have sandwiched Meta Ninja because Meta Ninja are being pressurized by teams from left, right, and center. Wait, Fire Eyes Gaming.
Yeah, they just
came and
fly
probably
right past
said high, and exactly they flied past him. That was very funny to look at. But Wind God, okay, they're also here now. Probably 7th team who's come to Plus area, and you zap. He finds the head over there with the VSK 94. So damage definitely is there. You know, I remember that he was a damage king in the last game as well. So definitely again cracking it up.
Yeah, but all that damage doesn't do much. Hold on. Take a look at the elimination feed. Team Tamilas just revived most of their players while Khonshu was getting chased by God's Reign Pros. So I guess in like a last-ditch effort, Khonshu threw away his own life to revive 3 of his players. Let's see what happens to Team Tamilas later on because they were the ones who started this Plus area battle. And now they dipped out. So now IQOG, TSG, they are just in a very long, drawn-out, arduous battle which isn't really going anywhere. Unless Krish does something. Nope, he doesn't. The moment he steps in, Anshu takes his head clean off of his shoulders. Instant revive comes through because of the Thiva. But I don't know if IQOG XTSG can continue sustaining this fight because Meta Ninja have got this place under lock and key. They are not getting in there. Not without the Brave Dash. And the Brave Dash comes through. Krish gets 2 knocks. 180-degree turns around and gets the shot onto Anshu as well. Ginotra tries to reflank them from the other side, but he's only good for 1. And Jarvis continues to plummet and plunder his opponents to death. Ginotra going for mass revives inside that little cocoon of glue walls, but the nades are starting to chip away, and they see his legs, they take his head, and Meta Ninja have been wiped out.
Wow, and that too at the very first team to be getting eliminated at the 12th spot. You know, after getting a good game in the last map, you know, that could hurt them big time. They did not get 4 elimination points, but right now the fight hasn't stopped yet. Fire Eyes again. What are they doing? You know, they're flying here, sometimes flying out of this spot, maybe gathering information is what they're trying actually. But look at Django. He has the best spot probably. I think he's looking at all the teams surrounding Plus area. And his position is known. Troll knows there is one man who's surrounded. Yeah, exactly. But Fire Eyes Gaming, they're holding the ground for now. They would not want to converge. And I think all the teams have understood that Plus area is something where it's getting overhyped right now. Is it? Because I see an IQOG XTSG player just flying by. Is what Fire Eyes were probably trying to do. Oh, wait. Now, Prince is here. He tries, but then both. Wait, he falls down. He gets taken down. Oh,
that's okay. At least Jack was able to get the angle onto Wind God, so now that team is out. My God, after all this fighting, after so many eliminations, we still have 10 teams online, Oro.
Exactly.
Only Meta Ninja and Wingod have gone down so far. And even Meta Ninja, that could have been a very easily avoided elimination. All they needed to do was not send all 4 of the members to fight inside. But they full commit to it, and that's what happens when you push all your chips to the center of the table. And now a similar story could happen for God's Reign Pros and Reverend X Pac, because all 4 of these players are over here. They send a couple of players on top of the train tracks, hoping to find elevation, hoping to find other angles, but all they do is find another opponent, and that opponent is K9.
Yeah, K9 are stuck right now out in the open, and an M249 will just help struggle, and he's spamming them, and will get those elimination points kicking in Sian. Oh no, actually it is Aim who's the last player surviving for K9. Cropsy and Manu also join hands, so they definitely have the higher ground and controlling the edges of the circle. Godsray and Pros have been doing it so well. We saw them in Solara as well, you know, dictating, probably in Bermuda as well. So that's how they have been controlling these spots, and probably this was missing from Godsray and Pros, where they were not able to convert those fights in while they were, you know, revolving around the edges of the circle. Here comes another elimination on the 10th spot. Ico GX TSG, after having 5 points. How much did they get in this one? Okay, better than they had. Of course, 9 eliminations would definitely help their confidence for the second half, but not enough yet.
I don't know when it will be enough, man. Certainly not anytime soon. We also have an instant replay to show what happened to Ico GX TSG. They were completely slaughtered by Fire Eyes Gaming. We only got the tail end of that fight, but it's enough to see that it's not a pretty sight. Aerobots now, how are they losing their players to the blue zone? Are they fighting somewhere outside of the circle? That's probably the only explanation. But for now, God's Reign Pros seem to have a nice iron grip on this side of the map. They've got that elevated platform under their control. They've been trying to take pot shots at Revenant X Pac for a while now, but Revenant X Pac don't really reveal themselves, so they're no longer in danger. But now, God's Reign Pros go for a 2-2 split. Struggle and Cropsy in the car, get outside, while Manu and Anubhav continue to stay on top of the platform. You could even see that Manu took his hands off the mobile for a second, probably to, show some hand gestures to his teammates about where to go. And I really hope this 2-2 split ends up paying off for God's Reign Pros. Meanwhile, K9 Esports, they want to get inside this arsenal. Nice little spot to hold over here. Honey goes down to Yogi, but he's easily revivable, so no problem just yet.
The circle for now, but not far enough from them. Very easy to access that. They have a monster truck, definitely. Accessibility is there. Fire Eyes Gaming would definitely create some problems, but Aerobots, they have very well got that average game going in. They have 32 points, so 15, 16 points each and every game they're getting it. So they would want a game to be converted as a booyah. Will this be that one? Because they have the numbers game. They have 10 elimination points. So eliminations isn't the problem for them. The survival is. But Hemu from Reckoning Esports, he's creating problems right now. And even God's Reign Pros are in some kind of trouble because Struggle has been taken down. We know that they have taken a split. But look at Team Tamilas. They have to, wait for now. Probably hold their grounds because Fire Eyes Gaming, Jack seems interested, and he has been the one who has been firing for Fire Eyes Gaming, so he needs to be taken down first alongside Troll.
Khonsu is far away from his team, while the rest of Team Tamilas are trying to make sure that they don't get shot by multiple teams. They can deal with Fire Eyes Gaming pushing them, but any more than this and they will be in trouble. Jack dashes across the red house and he tries to get the angle onto Script, but Script dashes back into the cluster, and now all of them are fighting in the same little spot. The shotguns go berserk and the elimination feed is going ham. Troll slices and dices Script, and Team Tamilas are out of this one. Fire Eyes Gaming survived the storm with 17 eliminations. And guess what? Before they can get third-partied by K9, they are already healed up and out of there. Oops, I guess I said it a little too early because Prince does get taken down and K9 hit them where it hurts the most. But as they try to climb up the staircase, the peak will be spraying down Jack. They try their level best to maintain some distance between themselves and K9, but even Troll gets taken down on the crossing, and now it's just one player left. Aerobots Esports and Fire Eyes Gaming both down to their last legs, both down to their final player. The Riptide Rhythm comes through, and he might not get to revive Troll. Do they actually get the res? I don't think K9 will let this
Yes.
happen. They might just go out of their way to eliminate Fire Ice Gaming over here, Oro.
Exactly, Bunny gets taken down, but Troll, he has to understand that Tafiq is close enough. He haven't even used the dash. He dashes in, creates a diversion, and Aim was the one with that Tommy. He took, that man down, got that elimination in the K9's favor. But not about K9 right now, but it's going to be the circle. Look at the circle. K9 and Revenant X-Pac are the ones who prioritize it at first. They have the advantage, but then if these two start fighting, you can see how Godsend and Revenant X-Pac can again have managed to survive, and even Godlike as well. So for the third time, you see Godlike, you see Godsend Pros, and you see Revenant X-Pac. They have come inside the top 5 teams, but right now it's Godlike who are creating pressure onto K9. Utilities being dumped. You have to understand that Marco, Nancy, and Eco are in the vicinity. One nade, and all these 3 players can be in a very big problem.
Honey goes for the res onto Xian, but instantly gets taken down again. And this time Honey can't go for the reses anymore. Do they have any more Tivas equipped? Yes, they do. Aim goes for the fast res onto Honey, and now Honey tries to go for the res onto Xian. K9 Esports keep coming back to life. They have infinite lives, and the Tafiq takes down Eco. Godlike can't recover from this. Yogi succumbs under the pressure. Marco walks right into the lion's den and gets bitten in half. K9 Esports take down Godlike, and now God's Reign Pros are here to third party, but they're a little too late. K9 have already reset and healed themselves. They are ready to take on God's Reign head on.
You see RNTX move in the last. Probably a team who can get a consecutive booyah here. But God's Reign Pros, they are in the edge. So is K9 Esports. K9 can get sandwiched pretty easily. So K9 need to play this very smart. They need to, maintain a slow situation. Probably would help them. But K9, Xian, and everybody are looking onto God's Reign Pros. Nobody is watching the backlines. Now finally they decide that Revenant X-Pac might have taken advantage of the higher ground and they want to converge. Look at Tafiq, he's interested. He finds the first one. The M590 shot being connected onto Roshan. He gets taken down. Arsh, he has to be the one who needs to create the diversion. Honey-san, he finds one more. Tafiq is alive. Tafiq, the destroyer, the moment have arisen from him. But he's fighting outside the circle is where the problem is. And K9 getting destroyed, and God's Reign Pros have the advantage. Crips.
It's a 1v3. X-Divine needs to be absolutely inhuman right now. He needs to channel all the divine powers into his hands, but Revenant X-Pac will not be able to pull off 2 booyahs again. This time, God's Reign Pros deny them the opportunity, deny them the pleasure of the double booyah.
To add upon, Godlike has a booyah, Revenant X-Pac has a booyah, and God's Reign Pros now delivers with a booyah. And that way we complete the top 3 teams of the today's standings, and that's how these teams have been consistent. Again, they getting a booyah would mean that the cutoff is again going higher, Crips, because all these teams are somehow managing to grab the points which is adequately needed. Let's have a look at the last shot. Again, Godlike getting stuck and probably finding the wrong moment, and probably the timing was so off that K9 caught them off guard.
Yeah, man. I mean, let's be honest, K9 should not have survived that situation. The fact that they managed to eliminate Godlike and reset themselves before God's Reign can converge upon them is super insane. I mean, they had like 3 revives in the middle of that fight just against Godlike. That itself is incredible. So the fact that they can stay alive against Godlike and then recompose themselves to fight against Revenant X-Pac and almost win that battle, that's crazy. Because God's Reign did take down 3 of them, right? They just left X-Divine. Just 1 member was left alive. And God's Reign Pros, they just sat back with a bucket of popcorn and watched all this action unfold.
All thanks to K9 Esports, right, Crips? Because if they wouldn't have taken out Godlike, or maybe did not challenge how they did manage to Revenant X-Pac, I don't think Gods and Pros could have pulled that in such ease, right? They just, as you mentioned, they were just sitting in as a spectator, and they latched onto that opportunity and took down the last member surviving. So now, Godsend Pros, of course, they definitely secured the booyah with 15 elimination points. Again, a team getting closer towards the 30-pointer with 27 this time. A9 following with 25, and Fire Eyes Gaming also stepped up with 22. I'm just calculating right now. Revenant X Park with 17. Aerobots also, again, this is the third time, right? I think in tandem they have got 16 points on a trot. So it's a hat-trick 16-pointer game for them.
My God, that is just incredible, man. I mean, take a look at the top of the table. Both, not just both, all three of them, Fire Eyes, K9 and God's Reign Pros, have amazing points, 27, 25 and 22 points. That is super, super respectable. Somehow, Revenant X-Park with only 8 eliminations are also up there on the 4th spot. So, yeah, I'm seeing a lot of competition on the top of the table over here. But there is one player who trumps above this competition, who trumps above them all. It's Manu. And he had 3,797 damage, almost 3,800 damage this game, with 4 eliminations to his name.
Godsend Pros is dependent on him. He performing is what I feel Godsend needs the most. 4 eliminations. I mean, being the sniper, we have seen it for all the snipers almost that they are always the ones who are delivering the higher number of damages, even though the grenadier should be the one who should deliver it, but then probably somehow these snipers manage to put in the numbers there. But if we see the abilities, Cropsy, of course, he has always opted for that Oscar. He is one of their frontline assaulters. Good performances is what we expect from him. He's trying to deliver right now. He's not in the best of the spaces. Probably Struggle and Manu are the ones who are delivering alongside Anubhav. I think we have to give credits to Anubhav. The way he has stepped up, I think he's the only one when nobody was performing from God's Reign side. He has done the heavy lifting, and I can see why, because he has the chrono ability. He is giving them that space with that shield, and probably with Joseph and Nikita and Thiva there, he's also creating some kind of support as well.
Yeah, amazing support from all of them. And I would love to see more from Struggle. That Cassie, not just in this game, even in the previous game, helped out God's Reign quite a lot.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's actually very impressive to see Struggle in the server playing a support role as opposed to the natural rusher / IGL hybrid.
Yeah, I feel the way God's Reign have been delivering, among the stats, probably they have been in the best of the shapes in day 3, to be honest, Crips. And I think the way they are doing it, probably they should just continue, and I think they would land in a safe space. Right now, with this Booyah, probably they just might have dethroned a Godlike or maybe a Revenant X-Park who were just there, but we would know after the 4th game is done. But right now it's the circle analysis time, where we saw so many movements towards Plazaria. What was actually happening? I didn't know, because almost half the lobby, more than half the lobby was there.
Yeah.
7 or 8 teams were moving around Plazaria, but actually they got maybe either eliminated, because no team actually benefited so much that Plazaria was hyped up about.
Exactly. So, and all of these teams, they just wanted to farm their eliminations. You see all the eliminations in circle number 4. Yeah, that's all Plazaria action.
Correct.
Every single one who participated over there, whether it's Fire Eyes Gaming, Aerobots, Reckoning, they all just farmed up their eliminations in Plazaria. You also had K9 farming a couple of eliminations towards the last circle, but then they met their demise.
Correct.
You also could see that the people who started that battle initially, they were Team Tamilas. They have like 1 elimination in the second circle. That was in Plazaria, right? You remember they were over there, and then they got out. Meta Ninja also, they started to fight over there, and then they were completely out of there. Fine, Meta Ninja, they got eliminated very early on, so maybe you can discount them, maybe you can take them out of the storyline. But Godlike Gaming, they tried to take a part in all of these battles. They found nothing. By the time they arrived, the whole place was vacant. So Godlike were like, okay, let's go elsewhere. And then you just left Meta Ninja holding that bag.
Yeah.
They fought against...
Still can't even decide that who that top 2 teams are going to be. All the teams are almost, the top heavy teams are getting points consistently. They're trying to probably build upon and maybe take it towards the 5th and the 6th game, and that's how it should be. But for now, we'll take a short little breather. After the break, the next game will be live.
Seen you at the start, you ain't coming to the end. Yeah, we've been going way up, yeah, we like the view. Riding in the Benz, I might drop the roof, drop the roof, drop the roof, drop it, drop it, drop it, drop it. Now we making moves. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Told them get out of the kitchen, I'm chefing it now. They try to start with me, dog, while I'm ending it now. They used to laugh at me, dog, who is laughing right now? I got M's in the bank, I got M's in these streams, so they text on my phone and they begging me now. I don't got time for it now. Feeling like step when I ball. They try to get to me now. I cannot let them at all. I ain't wearing nothing on the wrist. That's just how I started, I can switch. I just told myself that's how it is. I just pull the clutch and I can miss. Trying to tell me everything I know. If they get a shot, they bout to choke. I was looking at them from the back. Now I'm looking back and they ain't close. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming. Said it's impossible, I had to go out and do it. It's getting hot, yeah, now it's humid. Feeling like Floyd, I'm 50 and no, can't dispute it. I had to do it myself, damn. I got it booming. Stats going up, we all going dumb, not stupid. Trying to keep up with me, I told them all that it's foolish. I heard this song and I turn it right down, it's muted. I had to do it myself, damn, now it's all booming.
Unstoppable!
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets are swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in this pivotal. They wanna be me in this pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep it, I'm into them way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they love you, lady funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Get down in the car.
The first 2 days of this knockout stage, it seems like the first two teams, the point difference was quite evident. But this time, the top 5 teams so close to one another, it seems like the first 2 teams is going to be very hard for us to choose. Yes, Lucifer on the desk with me, myself, Arka. Welcome you guys back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2026 spring. Lucifer, did you expect such a close game today? I wasn't, to be frank. I thought that, there might be some T1 teams who will try to hold on to their horses, but it seems like everybody are interested to pick up that elimination.
I agree with you. I think initially I did not predict that it will be a close game, but over the 2 days of action that we did witness, that this was bound to happen. Teams understood the stake of qualification. But with that, let's jump into the preferred drop spots as we are moving into Alpine. Now we end up seeing a lot of clashes that did happen in the previous 3 games. Teams will try to go toe-to-toe in every game because Arka, as you mentioned, the scoreline, the gap between every team to make it to the top is so close that one small mess up could be a big advantage for other teams.
Yeah, again, if you can do the hard work at the initial stages, obviously you're going to reap benefits out of it in the latter stages, and that is what few teams have done. K9, Revenant, X-Spark, Fire Eyes, Godlike and God's Reign are the teams to watch out for since they're in good momentum. And most of the teams which I've told right now, they have a drop clash. Look at that, Orangutan, Fire Eyes, we have with at Snowfall with Reckoning. At the eastern side, we have a Meta Ninja with Team Tamilas. And then we have K9 and Godlike, not so close to each other, but we all know no matter how far you are, you're still close to one another.
And when these teams are trying to get close to one another, it's about them also figuring out how many points they need from another team. And I think over the course of these previous 2 days of week 2 that you've been witnessing, teams have had ups and downs, right? Even Fire Eyes on day 1, where we predicted that they should be also one of the teams making it to the grand finals in the initial run itself because of their performance in week 1. It didn't happen, and I think that kind of cascading them here to day 3, they look a little better. Day 2, they were so close to qualifying, missed it out, and all of that is going through a lot of teams' brains. And I think even Reckoning, I thought they would be one of those top performing teams. Today they've had a big downfall, and the most surprising of all, who are kind of crumbling under this big pressure of grand finals, is Ico OG TSG. Where is the week 1 Ico OG TSG? What has happened? Pandit seem like this team is going in their direction, but right as of now, I am worried. Maybe not today, we'll look at week 3, but for now, we'll look at our caster predictions. I've gone in for Ico OG TSG. I said this on day 1 itself to everybody on our desk, as well as even a producer. I'm kind of shooting all the way for both the teams, Ico OG TSG and Ico Total Gaming. Yesterday, Total Gaming did make it through. OG TSG, I think there is a chance, but so far, hopes are a little low.
At the bottom of the table, still looking forward for a qualification. I think they'll need a miracle. But yes, same goes for the side of the team Tamilas as well, who have not had a great run. They've got a bit of an average in every single game. But these are also those lads who pick up the pace in the second half of the day. So that's one of the reasons why I have them. And the other 2 big names are already doing good. They're looking forward for some eliminations. They're making sure that, they are not shying away from fights. Especially when I see teams like Godlike performing with consistency, it's good for us to say that they might be one of those teams who will be walking through with the golden ticket.
And they should be. I think Yogi did also mention in the earlier start when we had them in our graphics that they had a lot of inconsistencies, ups and downs. They were a lot worried about where it's going, but now it's ready. They are ready to power through to get to the grand finals. They were the team that we knew has the potential even in the last 25 season, but this now, 26 has been a little up and down, but it's time for Alpine. Yesterday, a lot happened. For them to get closer, they had an opportunity but missed out. But now, at the top of the charts, ruling to see if they can start the game on Alpine and feel the fire.
Absolutely, every single team at the very bottom of the table is actually feeling the fire, but can they bring it into the doorsteps of the team on the top is the big question. Halfway through, we enter the most crucial map, if you ask me. If you're unable to bounce back now, it's not going to be easy for you, as the flight path is going to favor every single team. I would say there's only one team which might suffer a little bit. That has to be a team flying towards that snowfall region.
We did kind of see in every Alpine game that teams have a clash at Snowfall, and I agree there could be a little bit of a cluster issue, but we already see an issue happening right at the center of the game, and I'm worried for this. This is where teams have to understand that if they continue this fight, if they have issues right at the beginning, there is a lot in terms of points that they kind of miss out on, which kind of in the previous game on Nextra, a lot of points were taken away from various teams, but it still didn't become a very high scoring game. So right as of now, at Sunside, when we saw K9 and many teams right around them, I'm still looking to see if K9 can do something brilliant. But Meta Ninja along with them want to do it. But Aerobots on Team Tamilas have decided to rain havoc.
Team Tamilas lose 2 players, and Aerobots are going to be happy with the 2 LMs they've got for now. But look at this, Meta Ninja. At one point of time, it seems like they're going to shy away from this fight, but now they're rushing towards Godlike. They don't realize that this close-range battle could be turning fatal for either of these teams, but Godlike on the receiving end of things, the last man standing, Marco, at this region might get hunted down as Anshu gets in forward with no problem whatsoever. Will be able to pick him up. At a distance is Yogi, and the plan was clear, right? A 1v3 split, one player is going to revive the rest.
Unfortunate, no revival happening. Godlike, they get completely eliminated because of the third party coming in from K9 and quickly tucking the tail and making a run is Meta Ninja. They were the ones to start it. They grabbed the initial points, but they're not the ones who are going to be ending this story tale. They would have to buy some time. K9, however, they need their aggression going in. Ginotra has been spotted out in the open. Aim and Honey have him set as target. Put him down. That is going to be another elimination for the base of K9, putting it to 2.
I somewhere want to feel for K9 right now. I just want them to also understand that's important for them to, have a controlled aggression approach. Because until now, they have 40 eliminations in comparison to 13 placement points. I don't think so that is, a good approach to a game like this. Because you need to have that balance between the two. You need to have booyahs. Because yesterday we did see a close call, right? When the numbers become even Steven, you have to look forward for the tiebreakers. So keeping all these scenarios in mind, if K9 are able to put up more placement points, then things can be much more better.
They would want to. I mean, when we started on day 1, we thought with the Feek they're going to push forward. But right now, Wingod, THW Esports, Prodigy's been spotted, and I think Prodigy is just standing around, and eventually Django will not be able to find a knock, just the damage that immediately alerts Aerobots. And Aerobots, after finding eliminations on Team Tamilas, they'll be ready to fight with Wingod. Maybe they made a mistake here, Wingod. Took their time, should have found a knock when there was an opportunity. Threw some nades and they are trying to find a knock. It's not happening. It's going to be Mad God who dashes in, finds the initial knock. Thankfully, Mad God was isolated, but still Johan is firing. Prodigy's on the backline. 2 of the players from Wingod are down. Django on the other direction, and Wingod, they thought they could ruin the game of Aerobots, but we knew when they started with Team Tamilas, Aerobots wants to put an end to everybody. One last player, Kingston. I'm not too sure if he's been able to revive anybody because they have him surrounded. The vending machine is on the other end. Therefore, Kingston is out in the open. Position revealed. Kunal rushing to him. Glue walls for the time being as a savior, but not for long, as Wingod will be wiped with the wind as initially they tried.
Wingod, again a valiant effort going down the drain. They had just 1 placement point before this, and I was expecting them to play a little more safer. But they gambled at the wrong time and with the wrong team, due to which they had to get eliminated. But for now, look at this push. Team Tamilas versus K9, and K9 are not stopping anytime soon. 1 player down. They see Yogi and Kaushik. They have enough information to push in against them. Kaushik gets caught, and he also gets taken down. And the execution from K9 seems to be phenomenal because they're slicing and dicing every single player 1 at a time, and then they clear off the teams.
I still remember K9 when they were trying to make a qualification happen last time as well, and this was the initial situation they were in. They were counting every elimination, every team they were fighting in, and that is still continuing here in the knockout stages, week 2. In Tamilas, however, their end of the bargain of finding points is still not working out. K9 will be able to put a rest to the players, but there's another one. That's going to be Aerobots. Their aggression has been top-notch at the very start of Alpine, and they will try to continue. Honey, he was hearing the footsteps, but instant surprise happened, and he was not ready for it. They tried rhythm from Xian to buy some time, but nades get tossed. Xian quickly gets alerted. Aim putting down some mines, making sure that Aerobots, if they rush, is going to be difficult. But the Feek makes a rush into the chrono of Kunal. A 1v1 situation, and the Feek lands every blow in 1v1. But more players rush in from Aerobots. Madgod gets taken down. Johan as well. And that was quick acting coming in from K9 to revive and get the team back in action. But Prodigy, that was a quick play from his end. Instantly cuts this fight. Decides that he has nothing to say anymore. Gets back towards the vending machine, but Prodigy being spotted. Big damage coming in on the Woodpecker from aim, and his aim down to sight is perfect.
I don't think so. He's got to survive, and that's the end of the story for Aerobots. Ladies and gentlemen, the demons of the lobby have awakened. It's going to be K9. Every nook and cranny of this lobby, they enter, they find a team, they send them back into the lobby. In the previous games, we saw that God's Reign were in a similar scenario, and they were able to pull off a really good booyah for themselves. But for now, they've got Fire Eyes Gaming, the most consistent team, if you have to ask me, at fights. They come in, and this time Struggle doesn't come in properly. Anurag comes right behind him with the time turner, quick revival, and the retaliation, which is going to be remembered for a long time as Bunny comes in closer. He is able to put down both the players thanks to Troll from a distance, with that Korg giving the backup, and 2 eliminations walk into the hands of Fire Eyes Gaming.
It's a very close battle between God's Reign, Godlike, and Fire Eyes, and that is the reason Fire Eyes are tending to these fights. Any opportunity, you can see the overall standings, they're sitting at a total of 67. Godlike, who got eliminated very early, meaning Fire Eyes have an open opportunity to walk to the top 2, maybe close the distance between God's Reign pros as well. And right as now a mistake done by God's Reign pros, they had an opportunity to grab 2 eliminations. They quickly grab it, a total of 4, but they also have a hit list on themselves. So they have to be worried that one team is constantly getting information of wherever they are, and they have to protect Jack at all cost. And if that does work out until the timer runs out of 2 minutes, they should be safe and sound. I mean, we don't question their aggression, but it is just about the surprise that Fire Eyes get forced upon, and they are not able to manage to stay till the very end.
No, Fire Eyes, they have an opportunity. A wide open gate, if you ask me. With Godlike already out of the equation, that gives them a chance to, slowly and steadily execute the fights and make sure that they make it into the top 2 with a good number, actually, because they've got 67 as of now, and Godlike have got 68. So they can put up a big difference and then try to capitalize on it. But for now, K9 still continue to capitalize against fights, and this is going to be Fire Eyes Gaming, as one of the players is going to be caught off guard with 3 wolves pouncing upon him, or rather 3 dogs pouncing upon him. Will be chewing his meat off, and 10th elimination in the hands of K9.
Fire Eye is a team we thought who could have their opportunity to jump up to the top 2, and now in the mincing grinder between K9, and on the other end they've met Meta Ninja as well. And Jack, he is so worried, running pedal to the metal is he's trying. Troll on the other end trying to buy time with his character ability, Riptide Rhythm on the Skylar. That forces the players of Meta Ninja back, but not safe and sound yet. But this is a 3-way tie, I feel like. K9, I'm not too sure if they have activated any hit list, but here right now Meta Ninja have a hit list on K9's Honey. On the other end, Fire Eyes, who also had a hit list on Jack, just got met with Meta Ninja. So a weird triangle is being formed between these teams, and also that these teams have an opportunity to make it to the top 2, Arka.
I hope so. I hope that everybody knows about one another, because Reckoning have no clue how to play this game, and eventually was sent back to the lobby. But Meta Ninja, they're sticking close to the vending machine, and that's their priority, because they know Fire Eyes have been damaged and they come in closer to take this fight. Whereas on the other side, the retaliation from Troll goes in vain, as he gets just 1 elimination. And Meta Ninja, since they had that opportunity, right? They know there's a vending machine. They took that risk. A revival is gonna come through. But Fire Eyes Gaming, they have run away from this position, and they can bring back their lads as well.
Meta Ninja, on the other end, the only way for them to bring themselves back into the race is a booyah in any one of the games. And they cannot take it till the 6th game. They have to pull it off in this 4th or the 5th one. Otherwise, it's going to be trouble. Same goes for GG Instinct. A team that we always kind of talk about that they will somehow qualify in the last moment. Right as now, facing a little bit of trouble, but still have managed to get 8 eliminations, sitting at a total of 38. Start of the day has not been that great for GG Instinct. However, right now, they're slowly picking pace. But the only issue that I have here is when they're picking this pace, it might be a little too late, Arka, because the teams at the top, who are at top 5 and top 6, they're almost looking to get to the top 2, whereas GG Instinct are still away from it.
You know, even though these teams have another week to fight it out and they'll have 6 more places where they can fill up, look at the hunger they carry, and this is what I love about this game. Everybody wants to have a piece of the pie. They're like, we might qualify. And the word might is a big hope which they carry on their shoulders. And due to which we'll be able to see some more fights, some more teams coming up with new strategies, with new counter strategies as they'll be making it through. Yes, FireEye finally, they're trying to traverse around this water region, as you said. They're still getting minced by 2 different teams. One is going to be K9 and the other is going to be Meta Ninja.
FireEye, they do join each other, a whole squad to fight with K9, and that's how they need to tend to this fight. Because K9, they're very meticulous, and especially the Feek, when he decides to rush in, the team instantly supports, and before the Feek could rush in, from afar itself, he lands a blow, punches for the team of FireEye and put them in trouble, and now Jack is stuck out in the open. They know that they want to rush towards him, but Troll on the other end might be protecting. But now with Troll going down, that is the opportunity. FireEye are in deep troubles. Bunny was very close. I think he did go for the revive, so the elimination didn't get confirmed. But knocks are happening now. Jack, he's been knocked, but that comes in from Revenant X Spark, and this gives K9 the ability to perform a lot more.
FireEye Gaming, they had to have that manpower because they've got the center of the circle and they can be spectators for a brief period of time. They'll be hoping the rest of them can clash it out in the corners and make sure that they can walk towards that booyah. But for now, Meta Ninja crossing the waterways, they have nobody to tag them, and that's a big advantage as they slowly make it from one corner of the circle. Look at this. Team Tamilas on the other side are still interested to take a fight against a team outside of the circle.
Outside the circle, Team Tamilas, somehow they have tended to their wounds and still made it across. We have 8 teams right as of now, right near the Arsenal, but the squad of K9, as you did mention, they have not a compound but a tent. They're calling it the command center for themselves and knocking the players, and Meta Ninja are helping them out. Zap is picking up Concho over there. That's going to be a confirmation, not just a knock, and Meta Ninja even pierce God's Rain Pros, and God's Rain Pros somehow a couple of players do manage to dodge, but Struggle gets taken down. It's all up to Anubhav. He does put down Ginotra, but not for long. He will stand there. More players, but he's still fighting, not giving up, but the zone's doing damage. Anubhav barely survives, and eventually with one confirmation, the team gets eliminated. Meta Ninja somehow, they dodge that fight. They win a little bit of it. They do have a casualty because of it, but also sitting at a total of 11 eliminations. Meta Ninja trying to stage a comeback. They need to find the booyah. If they do, they can get to the top 3.
But has the damage been done against Meta Ninja? This is the question which arises. Ginotra, a most crucial player in the final circles. We have seen him, right, with the grenades, does so much of hard work in the final circles, and all of it is now going to mount over that of Meta Ninja. Team Tamilas outside of the circle had taken a very bad gamble, due to which now they had to face an exit. But Revenant X Spark, they've got the best spot in the house, and then comes another team who were being questioned every single time. Are they capable of doing something good? It's going to be OG TSG. Now they've got an opportunity. They've survived for the longest time. They've got all foemen standing, and all they have to do is just pull off a booyah, and from here on walk towards the top 2.
What a brilliant scenario. What a brilliant painted picture right in front of us. The teams at hashtag 3, 4 and 5 are fighting to get to the top 2. Right now, GG Instinct, the team who are sitting right at the hashtag 8 position, trying to break down Meta Ninja's hopes that they've had a big game. They've pulled off 12 eliminations, but GG Instinct also want something of their own. So the amount of glue walls right across their forefront. across this water body. Meta Ninja quickly using that advantage as the glue wall. They're moving in the other direction to fight with Revenant X Spark. They are a man down, however, so they have to be a lot more sharper in terms of their execution. Anshu tries to overpower from the other direction, wanted to flank, did not work. Arsh will try to put him down. They do bring him up, but instantly Arsh and Roshan together again put the players of Meta Ninja down, and with that, Meta Ninja as a whole will be eliminated. But this invites Revenant X Spark into another fight, giving their information to GG Instinct.
GG Instinct still surviving, but not in a great position. K9 as well as Fire Eyes Gaming are now in deep troubles. Bunny gets taken down. Troll goes in for a revival. Rather chooses to come out and take a fight. With GG Instincts now committing to a fight against RNTX, will they have the same fate as that of their teammates? Because I don't think so. It's going to be easy for them to take down Revenant X Spark. A barrage of blue walls have been put in out here to make sure that the fight is going to be stopping anytime soon. But there is a push coming in. Swarup gets taken down. His teammates comes in closer. Revenant X Spark with all four corners, just one casualty, and a push comes in. Vincent as well gets taken down. It's Divine and Roshan, and ultimately it all comes down to Divine. Can he pull this off? It's not going to be an easy task as he puts down another player. Now we'll have to move around in the small confinement. Won't be easy for them because K9 pounds in. They put an end for both these teams and snatch away all those eliminations, making it 19 in total.
What a surprise that was. Well played from Revenant X Spark to try and tend to that, but it did not work out even for GG Instinct. But now down to the last two teams. It's a 3v4 here. K9 have the biggest advantage. We spoke about this. They need a big booyah to make a comeback. They're staging with it. Dafiq and Honey, they're pushing on the flank. Krish is right in front of him. Legend on the other end tried to cover but did not work. Krish is out. Nero plushie being used. Riptide to them. Legend is out in the open and is going to be big trouble, but he still tends to it with the help of Ziyan. Dafiq, he is the one closest to put down Ayush. Aim on the other end, making sure Legend gets taken down. One last player, and with that, the blow coming through. Booyah being grabbed by K9.
What a time for them to bounce back, and with this, it's good for us to say that they are in the race for the top two. It's not like they were not before this game, it's just that now they're cementing themselves into the top two. 53 points is what they had, and I feel that they would have got at least a 30 more, and they'll probably be at the top of the table.
Yeah, they should be somewhere around your 60s to 70s. They did pick up a lot of points. This was a high-scoring game that they were looking forward to, and finally, they will be able to pull it off. And what a way they kind of played that buddy system, pushing two players on the flank, having Ziyan afar on the scope, and making sure that if somebody tries to rush up close, they'll be taken down. But it all started with this fight, where GG Instinct and Revenant X Spark decided to fight amongst themselves. That's the opening that K9 found, along with Aiko OG TSG revealing their position in that fight. That's where K9 decided, now we know where the last few survivors are, and then eventually it was the destroyer himself, the Dafiq, landing the last shot.
For me, the star of this team has to be Ziyan, because that man, every single time in the final circles, finds himself a high ground or even a hard compound from behind which he's going to paint the picture for the team. He's just going to make sure that all the burden is taken off the shoulder of Dafiq, who will be able to execute something really good. And K9, as they've been very close to that golden ticket of the grand finals, it seems like today they just want to snatch it by its throat.
They want to make sure, they don't want to miss the opportunity, because we know how the games, as we already spoke, right, Arka, when it started on day 1 to now day 3, the scores have been so close. Teams are playing completely very different. We are unable to make sure that somebody is consistent, somebody is not, and K9, if this is the best opportunity to qualify, they want to take it. A total of 34 points with the booyah is what they grab. Aiko OG TSG, finally a game which will help them jump from the bottom is all I hope, sitting at a total of 21 points. GG Instinct at 18, Meta Ninja at 17, had a start to a high scoring game, but then they couldn't tend the fight that they wanted to. Had the initial skirmish with GG Instinct, lost a player with God's Reign Pros fight, and then rushed into Revenant X Spark. Revenant X Spark on the other end, holding the same compound, took some time, and therefore they're sitting at 16 points. But Godlike going out at 0 will give an opportunity for somebody to make it to the top 2. And who is it? It is going to be K9, who topped the charts with God's Reign Pros being pushed next.
Look at that point difference between God's Reign, Revenant X Spark, Fire Eyes Gaming. It's just hardly 2 to 3 points. And the story doesn't end there. Godlike, not far away. Even they can make it into the top in case they get a 10-pointer plus of that of God's Reign. Then you have Aerobots, you have Meta Ninja, you have GJ Instance. My goodness, any team from GJ Instance who walk away with a hefty amount of eliminations and a booyah can make it into the top 2. And that's how close today's day is turning out to be.
And this is why we said one booyah can change the overall standing for today. And K9, they were sitting at the 5th spot with a total of 50 points, but with that 30 and a booyah that they managed to grab, and especially it is a 30 bomber in the knockout stage that they're finding. We did see even on day 1, I'm pretty sure yesterday also a lot happened, and that is the reason we say things can change anytime. And any of the teams on our cards of the 12 playing today could make it to the grand finals. Who the best 2 are will be decided when we go and finish the last game. But before that, let's talk about the MVP. It goes to AIM this time from K9, and this is one of the reasons we've been talking a lot about the Feek as well as Zian. It has to be somebody else also slowly stepping up for K9, and once that whole squad can step up, they can do something like this, like topping the charts. 7 eliminations, 10 assists, and a damage of 2,820 with the Woodpecker coming through, also kind of acting like the Grenadier for the team. What a play coming in from AIM.
I mean, this man looks so full with all his active and passive characters. The Moko is there, the Tiva for the quick revival, the Alvaro to make sure that, there's a higher damage. He's using a Woodpecker for mid-range. He's always been there to come in and give a quick revival to Dafik every time he gets taken down. And amongst all of this, he was able to give 10 assists, 7 eliminations, and being clinical with it, because just 2,800 is a small number for 7 eliminations, if you ask me.
It might be small, but the team did manage to make a big mark. That is a total of 34 points with him. Let's talk about the Feek. He has the Oscar along with the Drakey. This is something new. This is what I'm kind of seeing when we talk about our unique active skill, right? Players are also switching up with the pets that they like to play with. They want to see of how that works out for opponents. And again, your advantage that you end up picking up Drakey, you make sure that the opponents will have a situation where in case they're trying to do something, you can shut it down, meaning you can spot 4 of the enemies right in front of you, and that is the reason the Feek pushes. The courage that the Feek has when he makes a run for it is one of those reasons. And along with him, we already spoke about AIM. Zian using the Skylar along with the Neuro plushie coming in from AIM. When you kind of tend these combinations, it just gives an opportunity for everybody. And Honey with his chrono, in case somebody had trouble, will put it up. Somebody can run into it, save themselves from some bullets, and then jump back into a fight. And one that man is going to be the Feek. He has a total of 8 eliminations in total, 6 knockouts. And again, similar to what AIM did, he has 2,800 damage. But you did mention MVP for you was Zian, and rightfully so, sitting at 4,696 damage on the sniper.
I mean, see, the whole team is composed so well. Look at the Dafik. He's so clinical, 2,800 damage and then so much. I would really now want to see how they are played throughout the game. Were they included in fights in every single circle, or were there a breathing space from where, they capitalized on? Because in the 4th circle is where they came into third party. Yeah, but by the looks of it, the 2nd circle also they had a fight, and then they were making sure they hold the corners of the circle, making sure they clear off the backstabs first and then look forward for a fight. Look at that. They made sure that Team Tamilas gets cleared off, and then they come in, the third party a fight, and after which they had all that, courage in them. Every single circle was executed with a fight. They walk away with minimum 1 elimination in each and every one of them, due to which they get that booyah.
Yeah, and never were they very hasty in jumping into a fight, right? You could clearly see in that circle. Information was key for their game, and they played around it. They made sure they know where they're acting upon it, and that is the reason we ended up talking about their character abilities, the pets that they were bringing in. And that tells you that why precisely teams manage to try and change it, maybe for a game or maybe the entire day itself, because they want to have an advantage compared to the other teams. And finally K9 getting their advantage, their opportunity of qualifying getting closer, but it's not done. We just saw the standings for today, and in that you could see how close the game still is. Anybody with their own booyah can push down both God's Reign Pros as well as K9. It depends on these last 2 games. Starting with game 5 at Purgatory, we see the drop spots coming through, and at Brasilia, K9 might have another open ground opportunity to fire and find eliminations with Ikoji, TSG and God's Reign Pros.
The Central, Fire Brigade, and Lumber Mill. Every single time we feel that no team is going to go towards that region, we have always seen that some team extends themselves. Yeah, we can also expect somebody from Orangutan, God's Ray, and Aerobots, or even Vingod, that 1v3 split where they go in for a clash. Either of these players or the solo players of each of these team can then go forward towards that southern region and wait near the vending machines to bring their team back. At the same time, Ski Lodge as well. We have seen that none of them prefer to go to that region, but given a chance, the Moat House and Ski Lodge have also got so much of loot that they'll be able to bounce back easily. So let's see whether the early skirmishes will take place. But now I would like to bring our attention to the fans who are watching the stream right now. I want you guys to let us know which among the teams out here you feel is going to walk away with the booyah, because after this, if any team on the top walks away with the booyah, they kind of fixed that they're going to get into that grand finals golden ticket position.
Yeah, I mean, so far, all the games that we've witnessed, it has not been one specific team grabbing booyahs. 4 games, 4 different teams, and that makes it a lot more spicy. That makes it a lot more interesting. You don't know where we are heading. Right now, we've seen K9 and Godsrain Pros at the top 2, meaning that they could be the ones qualifying. But it's not said to be, because there's a difference of 2 points from Godsrain Pros and Revenant X Spark. Fire Eye sitting at a difference of 3 points. And this could topple in case they just pick up 10 points, and like what happened to Godlike, they went out with 0 points, Arka. And if that happens to any of the top teams, the others can instantly ramp up. They could jump to the top 2. There is so much at play right now as we are heading into Purgatory. The lines coming in pulled off in terms of whether eliminations or the stories of who's going to make it across. The pressure right now they are going to be raking up as they're moving into the last 2 games, because the pressure right now is not you being in the top 6. If you're in the top 2, you don't have to be worried. You are going to be playing in the grand finals all the way in April 25th. Until then, you have to do nothing. You just have to watch, observe, grind, and prep for the grand finals. But if you don't, you have to again play week 3, and that's going to be 18 games on a stretch to decide who's on the top 6. Where do you weigh this balance?
I would rather, probably qualify early in the early stages, because the pressure of 18 games, if one day goes wrong, and then I'll have to suffer for the rest of the day. So let's see. It's a hard mat, to be frank, but ultimately it all comes down to which team can do better in the next game, and our predictions anytime on our screens, before which I really want you guys to put your predictions, because I am eager to know whether you and me are thinking the same. I refer to the audience, because me and Lucifer have always been clear with our predictions, always been clear with our mindsets, and that's why this time we choose not to go with each other, which is a very rare scenario which we have undergone. You want to stick to those teams who are performing well, but I want to give hope to those teams who need to perform well.
I agree with you. I think that's what I did in my previous one as well. I had Godlike as numero uno, that they will still perform, but unfortunately they ended up going out with 0 points in the previous game. I bring back again, because trusting Yogi, his skills, how he brings the team together, I'm pretty sure they're going to have a better game. Now, along with Godsrain Pros, there a little bit of a mess up that happened with Meta Ninja, that they did not know their position and they just drove right past them. An issue happened over there. And GG Instinct, the reason is because they can... I'm not saying that they're going to qualify, but they're going to mess things up for everybody, and they're already doing it. They messed it up for Meta Ninja in the previous game. They annoyed them, along with Meta Ninja even trying to fight with Godsrain Pros, losing a player over there. Anything could happen, especially with teams who are on the hunt for qualification. And this is something that I've said about GG Instinct, that they can do it. However, you had Aerobots, and I think all of us somewhere on our day 1 and day 2 thought that Aerobots would actually make it into the grand finals by then. But so far, I think the pressure of the lobby has gotten to them a little bit, and they're not yet at their subpar best performance coming out. But it's going to come out very soon, because it's time to go to Purgatory.
Yeah, as we enter into Purgatory, I'm going to give you a justification as to why my predictions were these 3 teams, because most of them were well prepared for what happening next, because after this map of Purgatory comes the map of Kalahari. So most of these teams will look forward to build their momentum from here, because the final game can predict us which team is going to go forward into the grand finals. Yes, we have one question for you, because the rest of them are also feeling it. Are you guys feeling the fire?
It's time, as every other team is already feeling it, because they need to understand. They qualify here, they go to the grand finals. The flight path takes a little bit of a southern diagonal shift, not a complete central, breaking the map in 2 halves, but not much to be worried about. It will still help teams to go in directions. But I see a K9 big split coming around Quarry, and right in front of them is Godlike. And K9, of what they did previously, they could again do it. But even GG Instinct, Mount Villa Golf Course, they've spread around so much there that we might end up seeing this western part of the island right here at Purgatory have a fight of its own, and it starts. There it is. The Feek with the very first one finds the elimination.
Man, Dafiq, I really want to talk to this lad anytime soon because I want to understand what's his mindset getting into a map. No matter if his team is under pressure, if his team is not doing well, if his team is still doing well, they're on the top of the table. His intent is clear. He wants to go in for a fight. He wants to execute fights and pick up eliminations. And for that, they need a lot of composure. It needs a lot of, positive thinking as well. So these are the few questions I want to ask this lad.
I mean, he already has a destroyer in his name, and I think that tells us that he's always going to be confident. But yes, something to be heard from his end of what he thinks. But right as now, going for a stealthy crossover is going to be Troll. We were seeing Meta Ninja's player do this, but right now Troll, he's doing it, trying to get closer to Ico GTHG, who are already in big pressure. So far, they've not been able to deliver a good game. The last one was comparatively better to their games today. However, what they did in week 1 still is leaving their fans at a loss of words, because what is happening right now is a big surprise for everybody. Hopefully, as we've talked about it, this, right, Arka? You just reset. Maybe it's not working out here on day 3 for week 2, but you still have week 3 ahead of you. Think positive, move ahead. But same goes for Reckoning. Another team who we thought could fire with all their guns blazing, find a lot of eliminations, create trouble. So far not happened. But Meta Ninja, they are going for a revenge against God's Reign Pros. They were the ones who made a casualty for Meta Ninja in the final fight, or they also wanted a booyah.
Now, before I speak about Meta Ninja, now I feel this is going to be a fight which is going to prove which among these teams are going to remain in the bottom of the table. As OG XTSG, they have a very different approach to all these fights. And look at that, Krish. He doesn't go in for a defense, and due to which he gets taken down with that pre-fire. Sabo trying to come in and make sure he picks up an elimination. Whereas Reckoning, after that brief fight, they're not interested to look out for the other players. Yes, Legend got taken down. Immediately confirmation comes in from Heimu and Ayush. He gives away his location and he's going to be pounced upon.
Reckoning, they are putting players down right, left and center, making sure even though they had a player knocked, they will instantly revive them. And this is going to be not the best of the decision coming in from Ico OG TST, but that's okay. They've managed to go away from here. But Fire Eyes Gaming, they've tried to get closer. A lot of Morse coming into play. Now Heimu, he spotted the player from Fire Eyes trying to get closer, close the distance, and what well played with communication coming in. Wild Fox puts him down with the cord, but Jack on the other flank puts Sabo down, but instant information relayed to Ash, and Ash will try to put him down. They have to be a little more meticulous about this fight. Jack using the edges of the hill that they're around, making sure that Brasilia becomes better, and it is working out. Fire Eyes, they are putting players off Reckoning. As soon as they separate from each other, they all go down, leaving only one last survivor as Ash. His position is compromised, but they don't know exactly where he is. He's holding off in a compound. He's called a truck, and can he find that instantly and make a run for it? He has to make a run for the heavens, because this is literally his purgatory.
Somewhere he remains the last ray of hope. That's not going to be the case for Vanguard as they get eliminated at the 12th position. But Reckoning, kind of concerned for this team as of now, because until now it seems like they were having a good time. But in the knockout stages, especially the last 2 weeks, they are losing their momentum, and they're losing it really hard. Yes, with Vanguard getting eliminated, they're not going to be worried about who's going to be at the very bottom. As of now, it's going to be Team Tamilas versus Aerobots. The brothers from the same state, but foes for the lobby.
That's how it is. Within the game, players are going to be enemies, and right now Mad God wants to be the enemy to his opponent Khonshu. Quick trade out does happen over there, but Team Tamilas, they have better in terms of numbers, and therefore, as you can see, Johan was nowhere close to this fight. Moves back. He wanted to get his teammates back up, very close to the vending machine, but he knows if he jumps across, Team Tamilas have spotted him. They are rushing, gushing towards him in terms of eliminations, but this could even instigate another fight. That's going to be God's Reign Pros. They will hear these bullets rattle out and instantly will try to jump towards it. Johan's confirmation without any doubt will come across, but Team Tamilas, with the amount of noise they've made, they've invited another fight. Anubhav across has spotted them, and on the other end, Godsend Pros, they've gotten closer, and Kaushik, he was about to send out a bullet. Before that, he wanted to take the vehicle and make a run, and now he spots the players. Instant communication that, hey, there is another team, but he gets hit. He loses half of his health and now has to retreat. On the other end, Konshu, he is trying to push Godsend Pros or trying to buy time, but doesn't work. Manu's already gotten closer. Kaushik, who was already lost on health, now will end up losing his life.
Manu being the eyes for the team. God's Rain. I just love the composition as of now. Because slowly and steadily, as soon as they know that they can take down a player, that is when they commit. Until then, they do not. So that gives a different kind of a clinical approach to this fight. Look at that. Yogi is going to be that solo man caught behind. And two of them are going to rush where one player is going to keep a watch. Whereas Manu on the other side still stays as the eyes of the team. Initially trying to make sure he puts Yogi down. Yes, he's already damaged the vehicle. Yogesh is going to be running out in the open. He sees another vehicle out there and immediately shoots down its wheels as well, making sure that Yogesh cannot run away from this position, and Manu can now guide his teammates towards another elimination.
They're going to make sure they first surround him, but once they're doing that, it's going to be a problem. Yogesh trying his best, he destroys the opponent's vehicle, but for how long? Anubhav, he's gotten closer to the M590. Damage is been done. Another teammate is already there. Casey's healing, also helping out in terms of the electrotherapy, but Johan, he was here as just a spectator, but instantly calls his teammates, puts two of the players down. Johan, with the M590, completely turns around this fight in favor for Aerobots, and now Godsend Pros, who were thinking that they had free eliminations on Team Tamilas, will now have to run away from this fight because they have no control anymore at Central.
But they're heading towards that vending machine or the recall tower, and that is why Aerobots are coming in to guard that location. On the other side, GG Instincts as well, they come in to make sure they pick up players. Manu in that zip line also gets tagged off. But does he get eliminated? Yes, he does get eliminated, and that means God's Rain, one last player. Where does he stay?
Have to wait and see what happens, but for now, Aerobots, their fight has turned around. It is no more an attention on Godsend Pros. It's going to be GG Instinct, who just come out from the side of Gold Coast, and now they are at Central and losing players. Maybe not what they wanted. They thought this is a fight that Aerobots were tending with somebody else, but Swaroop, what a dash right to the face of Prodigy, puts him instantly down, confirms that elimination, and on the other end, Tiger putting down Mad God. This is going to help GG Instinct stabilize themselves for the fight, but Kunal is also out there. They have to be worried about it. Tiger is in a forefront situation with the chrono being opened up, but finally Kunal will be in trouble, losing health. Now Tiger, he has his opportunity, but he has a sniper on hand, and that is the reason he ends up losing his life. That is an elimination grabbed. Johan and Kunal are surviving, but Kunal doesn't have health. Johan is not as close as he wants to, and Johan, I think the intention of him is to make sure he runs away if an opportunity presents itself, so that he could still save his team. And as you can see, Johan is being the eyes, the sniper, and Swaroop's position is compromised. Kunal gets time to patch himself up, and both of them combining together with the Nero plushie going out, but it misses its target. So Johan with the sniper again in trouble, but has the M590 for that close-up shotgun shell battle, but it is going to be Swaroop again winning it. It is all up to Kunal on the court. He has to win this 1v1. Either it's Aerobots or GG Instinct, and Kunal decides that he wants to have a better approach to this fight. Gets to the tower and the vending machine, but did he plug the team? No! Aerobots will end up losing in this game of Purgatory.
A deja vu, ladies and gentlemen. We saw the same thing happen before, and I'm going to leave this to the audience, right? I want them to please reveal which among these teams also went into a similar situation where before they could revive their teammates, they got eliminated. It's a big name, and that's the only clue I'm going to leave you guys with. But for now, it's going to be Aiko, OG, TSG. Another team I'm kind of concerned for. They had a good momentum before this. They made it into the top 3, but this time they need some eliminations in case they're looking forward for qualification from this week itself. As Reckoning comes in closer, we have seen this fight take place time and again, and this time OG seems like they have a really good control of the fight. And by the looks of it, Ayush, my goodness, he changes the gun, delivers the damage, and Reckoning sent back to the lobby.
This is confidence building for Aiko OG TSG. If this continues, is going to be good. They're at the 8th spot right now. I mean, at least in this game. In the overall, we saw them, they were at the 9th with a total of 36 points. So the qualification still seems to be a long shot, but hey, I think if they're going to be able to pull off 2 consecutive booyahs, there still might be the slightest hint of a chance. Earlier before this, Arka, we were talking the hope for them to even qualify today is seemingly weak. But now looking at the last game and this game that they're able to tend with fights, maybe there is, but now there is Fire Eyes in front of them, and that fight, if concludes in favor of Fire Eyes, we can completely at least shut the shutters for Ikoji TSG in at least week 2. They will have a lot more in heavy lifting on week 3, but for the time being, even Fire Eyes have to wonder that they have to qualify. They cannot just sit here and just try to figure out which, in terms of a fight to pick up, which team is their trouble or even where they're at the zone, because if they are still thinking and not picking up points, they will be far away from qualification today.
3 different teams, and all 3 of them are at the very top of the table. We see Fire Eyes Gaming, Godlike, as well as God's Reign, right? All 3 teams still holding the corners of the circle, trying to take advantage of the height as well. But guess what? It's going to be Revenant X-Park versus Godlike at this point of time. The Riptide Rhythm, both of it concentrated on a single place, could be a bit of a problem for that of Godlike. But the plushie hits perfectly as Nancy will now have to fall back with Marco and Iko with Revenant X-Pac prioritizing the circle, making sure they enter into the circle and then take the fight. Godlike, they're converging from their backlines, and will that help them out? Because Rohan on that top position above the rock, he's been the eyes for the team for now.
Oh no, Godlike, they're getting pushed out of the zone, and Revenant X-Pac are making it through, and one of their players gets knocked. Godlike, this is always the mistake that they end up doing. Their intentions of fighting off with a team to push them out of the zone puts them in misery. And right now, Godlike will, yes, still be able to get their player back up, go back for a fight, but Revenant X-Pac, they have the forward position. They will be the better ones right now, and you can see there is no other team. So Revenant X-Pac, they'll be more than happy to take this fight, but quickly taking the launch pad, making it across, but in mid-air, gets shot. It is due to God's Reign pros on the other end of this riverbed, and this is the reason in Purgatory you don't stay out of in the islands positions for far too long. If you do, you get pushed in misery. You get pushed in trouble, and right now Yogi, he is still in the same position that Revenant X-Pac initially met them, and if Revenant X-Pac spot him, that could be the end for Godlike. Their run of that they pushed, that was only 4 eliminations this time, and somehow Yogi is still surviving, and Revenant X-Pac decide, hey, this is not our fight to witness. There's a 4 circle already. We are getting hit with a lot of damage. Let's get back in.
This was supposed to be Yogi's vehicle, if you ask me. He was supposed to get into this and get that ticket into the circle, but rather he chooses to still hold back to this very position. He's still got a launcher. He tries to run away from the crosshairs of God's Reign, but where is he heading? He's heading into the waters where he's going to be eventually bombarded with a lot of bullets. Look at that. All it took was just 2 from that of Jack as the AC-80 puts an end for Godlike. Again, another gate open for that of Fire Eyes Gaming, Revenant X-Pac, because these teams are going to be stopped, or can be stopped, only by Godlike themselves.
Godlike, that was unfortunate. Going into a no man's land in a fight that they had no reason to take. But now, Fire Eyes, they have a lot more reasoning because they have the circle's edge. They know where the team's positions are, and K9 right in front of them. Jack, he's feeling confident, has 2 eliminations in his name, and Bunny as well, and majority of the players looking with the AC-80 and Team Tamilas from behind. So that's a little to be worried about for Fire Eyes of how they decide to take this fight. If they don't be sharp about it, they will get sandwiched in 2 directions, or if they are sharp about it, which looking at their split looks like it, Arka, might work in their favor.
Look at the mini-map. I'm not worried about what's happening with K9, but rather worried about when God's Reign is going to pounce upon Fire Eyes Gaming, who have no clue that they're going to be pushed upon. Yes, Duffy gets taken down, and immediate revival comes through as K9 chooses to take the brunt of the zone. Will now have to make it inside the circle, and Team Tamila, since they have got a cross angle as well, they'll be looking forward to pick up some eliminations, and it's been rewarded to them on a platter, if you ask me, because after this I don't think so it's going to be easy for any other team to take down K9, and the easiest team to pick them off right now is going to be Team Tamila.
Team Tamilas taking this advantage, and Fire Eyes, they played it smart. They let Team Tamilas fight with them. Honey, he gets taken down by Bunny, and eventually Team Tamilas script puts Dafiq down. That's going to be hashtag 6 eliminated K9. And now Fire Eyes Gaming with a total of 8 eliminations outside the circle, but they know where the next team in terms of a target is in front of them. But there is one team on the other end of the hill ridge they have to be worried about, so they have to predict which fight they want to rightfully take, and looks like they're heading towards God's Reign Pros.
My enemy is my friend. That has to be the motto for all these teams out here. Team Tamilas playing it a little slow, and this is what I was expecting from this lad, and that's why I predicted them in the previous game. But it seems like the Lions are woken up a little late. But on the other side, Revenant, X-Park and OGs are clashing it out. GDR, being in the top 2, will look forward to end this on a very good note. Yes, with the snap of a finger, we're able to see that X-Park gets eliminated and Team Tamilas gets pushed upon by Fire Eyes Gaming, as it's going to be Prince coming in closer with Jack. They need to be careful because they're going to be pounced upon by 2 players consecutively. It's going to be Kaushik and Yogesh coming in, with Script coming in from an off angle, GDR coming to strike over here, and OGs are right behind them. Which among these teams are going to walk away with the booyah?
Prince is stuck. He's the last man standing for Fire Eyes, but Ico OG TSG, they're pushing to God's Reign Pros. Team Tamilas on the other end, putting them down. A confirmation with Fire Eyes going out and also instantly tending to God's Reign Pros. But Cropsy is behind enemy lines. Riptide Rhythm comes across. This should be an opening, but it's going to be Ico OG TSG who have numbers working for them. Now there's going to be mines being blown apart and players being taken down. Team Tamilas last player and Ico OG TSG out of the blue. The last 2 games, they are performing brilliantly, and in this penultimate game, they grab the booyah, surging to see if there is still the last hope left.
Oh my god, how many points have they got? I have no clue about their eliminations, but if they've got something more than 20, trust me, they're still in the race, because we saw God's Reign was the only team which survived until the end. Revenant X-Park were right behind them, but I don't think so they had enough points to retain that position. Fire Eyes Gaming as well, they got ruthlessly taken down. Godlike went out early, Aerobots went out early, K9 as well had just got 1 elimination before this game, so that means it's still anybody's game.
It is. I really like how this fight kind of started off with Fire Eyes Gaming, who wanted to move towards God's Reign Pros, but it did not happen. And then every fight worked in the anti-clockwise direction, being forced from Ico OG TSG. And once Ico OG TSG had put players down, Cropsy was stuck in no man's land. Legend puts him down, and after that, the last 2 survivors from Team Tamilas get taken down in this last shot with the booyah going for Ico OG TSG. They've grabbed it towards the last moments of today's day 3 of week 2. Is it enough, as you said, is still going to be the major question hovering over their heads as well. And you could see there was not smiles completely. They were not the happiest with this booyah. Rightfully so, because this was supposed to happen way early. If that did happen, they would have known that they were closer to qualification. Now that it's happening towards the end, the pressure is still in their face, even though they got this booyah. 26 total points, and the difference between the team at the second spot, where Team Tamilas are, is a total of 23 points. 3 points of a difference. So Ico OG TSG know they got the booyah, but it's not the biggest.
But with this, I think they'll be hitting the 60-pointer, which is more than enough for them to fight it out in the last game. And again, even though they've not done so well throughout the tournament, there comes another opportunity for them. If they get a booyah in the next one, and if they get an average of 15 to 16 elimination, trust me, even they can walk into the grand finals from this week itself. Team Tamilas, as I said, even they're woken up too late. They're hitting somewhere between the 50 to 55 pointer. Probably they can also create something what Team Hind did yesterday.
But now look at the scorecard if you want to talk about it. The teams at the top, they're missing out on points. Fire Eyes, they might have got 16 total points, but Godlike, who got 0 in the previous game, have 8. K9, who are sitting at the top of the charts, have just 6. God's Reign Pros, on the other end, managed to stabilize themselves with 20 points. So the heat in between them itself in terms of qualification is rising up as we go up. Everybody is literally feeling the fire. But let's talk about the man who put the fire right now. It's going to be Krish coming in from Ico OG TSG with a total of 4 eliminations, 7 assists and damage of 2438, wielding the Oscar, running right to the opponent's faces with the M590, and that was one of the reasons how close the fight, which could have gone to the opponents, was turned around by the lads of Ico OG TSG. The way they played around it, and there were instances when we were wondering of if Ico OG TSG make maybe a mistake, but having Olivia, right, you get a little bit of a advantage on your HP of that revival is the reason I feel like Ico OG TSG played this smart with the passive characters also coming into play.
Yeah, again, Olivia is one of those characters which is still undermined in the new meta, if you ask me, because when you have a player like Dafik, for example, yeah, who's been rushing in, if he gets revived with an Olivia and gets that tinge of an extra HP, I believe that can turn the tides, and that's what happened over here as well. Nonetheless, let's look at the team composition. Skylar, Nero, Oscar and Chrono. I mean, I'm not shocked to see Skylar and Oscar combination still coming out, but seeing a Chrono between all these things, that clearly states that OGs are still looking for a controlled aggression approach rather than an aggressive approach in this lobby.
I mean, we were calling it, right? Like, every team so far who have picked up the Chrono have seemed like they need a little bit of a safety hut for themselves. And when they see that there's a lot of trouble in front of them, instantly activate the time turner, buy at least some time inside that dome, and then power out. If it does work, it does. If it does not, that's okay. But I really like this Nero as well as Skylar combination coming together, because on one end it just does damage to you and tracks the opponent, and on top of it you put to the Riptide Rhythm. There's nowhere to hide anymore. So much in trouble for every team. But let's quickly talk about the stats as well. We already spoke about the MVP Krish, but along with him we have to talk about Ayush, who is sitting at a total of 5 eliminations. Arjun, he was picking up a lot of pace in, and we were talking about the new Sniper God as well. Today we could see, as we said, right, the pressure, there is a little in these boys' faces. They are still trying to figure out, hey, what happened to what we did in week 1 to why are we not being able to replicate on week 2, because on week 2 day 1 they were the first team to get the booyah, so that showed us there is faith. But after that pressure fell through, they couldn't push much. Let's quickly talk about the circle analysis of how this was happening for ICO TSG. How did they manage to go around entirely, find their way? We can see them there around the forge campsite. They were just playing at the edges of the zone. Once they found the circle at Brasilia, they did not decide this is going to be a safe spot. Went to the island towards the western side at Marble Works, fought with Fire Eyes, then held the complete western side of the circle, fought with another team, vanished them. Team Tamilas could have been a team who they could have fought with, but that did not happen. Team Tamilas entered and jumped towards the other side where Fire Eyes were there, where we ended up seeing K9 being punished between the clash of Fire Eyes as well as the team we just spoke about. And then ICO TSG had the advantage, where when God's Reign Pros trailed behind Fire Eyes Gaming, Team Tamilas started jumping towards Fire Eyes Gaming. ICO TSG, they had all targets right in front of them, nobody targeting them, so that was their opportunity, and they concluded it really well.
Now, K9, this is the first time I've seen a team survive until the 5th circle with no eliminations whatsoever. The first one, yes, I agree, in the first circle, but not considering that, trying to survive until the 5th circle with no elimination shows that, you know, they were hindered in the performance. They were restricted badly, and they'll have to do something phenomenal in the upcoming game, or else they might have to face another week of brunt competition in this tournament. But I'm also kind of intrigued to see that teams like Fire Eyes are still looking for fights, even the first circle, if not the second one, the third, fourth and fifth, they were continuously taking fights, due to which they've got a good average.
Now, when we talk about them averaging out, every team has to understand, based on day 1 and day 2's performance, they have to be above 100, and that's where their qualification would seem that they might have stabilized. But with that, let's talk about how would they stabilize to getting towards 100 is about the fights. Based on the drop spots, we end up seeing a lot of clashes. At Refinery, we end up seeing Godlike with Team Tamilas. At Bayfront, we end up seeing Reckoning and Revenant X Park. At Confinement, we are seeing Fire as well, Wind God. And I think right at every point of these clashes that we are talking about, Arka, there is an opportunity. Like for Fire Eyes, if it actually happens, they have an opportunity to find eliminations to get to the 100 mark. Revenant X Park, they have an opportunity, but they have not been picking up consistent points in the last few games that we've been witnessing. Godlike, however, there's been a big high and a low that's going on for them, unable to gauge which works out. But still, as we said, one booyah can grant one of these lads, these teams, their way to the grand finals. But who is it? It all decides on Kalahari.
Man, I'm kind of worried now. Trust me when I say this. Because I feel that when we speak about Kalahari, we have seen that Godlike does well. Yeah. And then if there is any other team who does well, is going to be Aerobots and K9 as well. All these three teams can do well. So I'll be looking forward to see whether these other teams will be performing well. But at the same time, as I already asked you guys to let us know your predictions in the chat, do let us know which team is going to walk away with a booyah. At the same time, also give us a prediction about the 2 teams you feel will be getting that golden ticket to the grand finals, because it's important for teams out here to do well. But speaking about the point difference, right? right? As of now, we still have God's Reign, we have K9, we have Fire Rise Gaming, Revenant X-Park, Godlike, Aerobots. Each of these teams have still got an opportunity. Speaking about opportunities and predictions, here comes our predictions.
And we can see finally we've now synced upon us having one same team. This is our usual. I think finally it took us time as well to realize where these teams are actually fighting. We have Meta Ninja as one of our picks on both the ends. Then I've gone for Ico OG TSG along with God's Reign Pros coming into the mix. I can see you have brought back hope to Reckoning if there's a possibility, and Revenant X-Park, who we spoke about. If there is a fight, they have to do it right now because they also have that chance of qualification. But who does it? This is a problem, right? When we saw group stage, we had a story where, hey, these teams at the top, they're looking too good. These teams from FFC mode, the city qualifiers, all of those points were there. But when we have come to the knockout stages, none of them are actually coming into play. We are unable to differentiate between the invited teams, FFC mode, or the city qualified teams. Everybody seems same. Everybody is under the same pressure to make it to the grand finals, especially that we now know it's a LAN in Ahmedabad.
I mean, you get me excited as soon as you say it's a LAN, it's happening in Ahmedabad. It's like, yeah, let's go. But at the same time, all the players out there, it's a pressure which builds on their shoulder. They're like, oh my God, to reach there, we have a big task in hand. Even though it might be just one game, we need to acquire that booyah. You know, speaking about my predictions, people might think that, why is he choosing these teams? They're not even going to qualify to the grand finals. And let me tell you, my predictions are going to be only for this map. The reason why I'm not choosing any team at the very top is probably they'll get targeted, they'll be under pressure, they won't be able to perform well. So that is where the middle bracket teams will be able to perform much, much better. And I'm expecting Revenant X-Park to at least give some ray of hope to their fans that yes, we do exist and we'll head into the grand finals.
Now, when we witnessed yesterday, we saw 153 in total points coming through from Ico Total Gaming to make their qualification happen. However, on day one, it was very close by with both the teams sitting at 100. Where do we go today? Is there going to be a difference? Is it going to be even closer? We head to the last game of TEZ FFMIC 2026 Spring on Kalahari of knockout stage week 2, day 3 to decide the last two grand finalists of this week.
Oh, not only that, let me remind you one more thing, my friend. Every single team out here is feeling the fire, and so are we, because 2 teams after this, and then we're gonna have 6 big slots being filled up in the upcoming week. But now it's gonna be OG TSG and the flight path. Yes, I love this flight path. There's no inclination towards the right or the left. It's a perfect dissection of the map. Everybody can respect one another, go to their respective drop locations. But what's happening out here? OG, Team Tamilas, and then we have Meta Ninja, all of them clashing it out at Mammoth.
Why? Why of all in the last game? What is the plans for the team? Because if this happens, Meta Ninja has an advantage at the sub because Zap, he's split from their teams. He's gone in for that information. If it does work out, he is going to be the one making this gameplay work. But on the other end, there is also a team we were talking about, K9, who want to make sure they qualify. They're at command post and they've already found their first.
Yeah, it's good to see that, K9 are able to pick up eliminations. Previously, they couldn't do it, and due to which they got hindered. And this time, since there's an opportunity striking at their doorstep, they'll be looking forward. And look at that, the first elimination comes through, and with the hands of K9, who are slowly putting up points, they need to make sure that they survive until the end, because Godlike is not far away. They heard the commotion, and now they want to have a piece of the spy.
They need to make sure they grab it today itself, because if like yesterday how we ended up seeing coming in a tiebreaker, that's something that we as casters on desk and I'm pretty sure our viewers would also wanted, and it happened, and because of which Fire Eyes did not manage to make their qualification happen. And today if that situation happens to K9, they will be very sad, and after that they have to wait a whole week to get back into action. But for now, picking up these 4 eliminations, eliminating a whole squad will give them the advantage. They'll be happy about it. But on the other end, even Aerobots trying their last hurrah. They're pushing for it, trying to see if they can grab something a lot more than the other teams who are already sitting at the top. But they're already being tested, because now we spoke about a team who wants to get to the top, and they're here challenging at command post. That's godlike. Xian's already been taken. That's a confirmation coming through. The other 3 players, they're making a run out of command post, but they've been spotted. Eco along with Nancy using the grapple hooks. They're trying to spot the players out, but the Feek, he's hiding very close by, letting Honey as well as Aim go ahead. And the Feek, we know he has this confidence. Last time when Total Gaming had a situation in a 1v3, he was able to defeat all of them, and now the Feek is behind enemy lines, Zarka.
I just love this approach from Dafik. He's like he played the cards right. Now he's gonna have the final laugh because just in case his teammates gets eliminated, he can easily go in for a revival as well. But Godlike on the other side, we can see that they're hungry for some eliminations. They know that they need a big game out here because they had 76 before this game. Let me remind you, and they'll have to come up with more than 30 in case they want to qualify through. And now it's going to be Meta Ninja versus OGTSG as one of the players tries to escape from this position. Zap also gets injured and eventually gets eliminated. As Meta Ninja, it's Ginotra again carrying the ray of hope for the team as OG have come up with 4 eliminations and a good start for them as well.
Yeah, we were worried about them dropping at Mammoth and we were like, why in this last game? And we thought Meta Ninja will have the advantage, but it's the other way around. Even though Zap was close by, they were unable to convert this fight. But still one player, Anshu, who's trying to stick around. The UAV should reveal his position, and that is the reason Krish and Ayush, they're rushing towards Anshu. He's been spotted. I don't think he's going to make a run. He was close to the zip line, but now he's been spotted. They're going to make sure he doesn't make a run for it. Damage already been done. Pulled out the dual Akimbos M1917, and with that, he will be put to rest, and that is mistakes being done from Meta Ninja. And that is free eliminations for Ico OG TSG. This game seems to be going in all directions, Arka, so far.
I'm confused. Until now, I just wanted to predict 2 names and say that these are the teams will be going forward. But by the looks of it, look at that. Fire Eyes Gaming is doing well with 6 eliminations. Aerobots are pushing it out. They're also having 5. Now OG as well. They were involved. But Godlike on the other side with 2 players getting taken on. The third one also going down. Marco will be the last man standing. Is he going to be pushed upon? It's going to be Ash comes in closer. Puts an end for Godlike. Oh my goodness. A team which started the day off so well now gets eliminated in the hands of Reckoning, who ruined the game for them, and after that they also walk out. My goodness, what has happened to Godlike's luck?
What an opportunity they had, and now it's all gone down the drain. If this is the case, their qualification chances now is pushed to week 3. So much behind them, their fans rooting for them. They were playing so well, and right now everything for God's Reign Pros. We were talking about the hefty players, teams feeling the pressure, but somehow God's Reign Pros with the Godlike's elimination, they might feel a lot more calmer, but they know the fights are still not yet done. They have to be a lot more smart. GG Instinct troubling them. They did put one of the players down, but Anubhav instantly gets striked upon, and therefore Cropsy will have to retreat. But before that happens, the players are already rushing in. Power gets taken down. Swaroop on the 1v1 puts Cropsy down as well. Struggle was a little too far. A lot of glue walls in front of him, and it doesn't work out. Now he's running in the other direction, but he's moving towards K9, and because of the shots taken, Struggle is going to have a big struggle of getting out from this tough spot.
Speaking about tough situations, it seems like God's Reign will have to think of a new strat altogether. It's not going to be easy for them because they are also very, very close in getting that golden ticket in their hand. Meta Ninja, they're also going to go in for a fight. It's got to be pushed upon. Jarvis gets taken down, and after which Autobots are also getting pounced upon with OG. My goodness, how many fights are taking place?
What just happened? There was Meta Ninja and Aerobots, 2 of the players right at the vending machine, and they both get surprised. For a second, I think they both thought we are teammates. And then they're like, no, and runs out. They fight off, then instantly Ico OG TSG appear.
Might be. I don't have a better reasoning, actually. So I have to agree with you on this one. But look at Manu. Immediately goes in for a jump, gets himself stuck in a corner from where he's going to get punished. It's going to be GT Instincts coming out here. And that pressure building on these lads. It's evident out here. As OGTSG, it seems like they're fighting hard and they want to qualify as well. 9 eliminations already from their side. And Aerobots as well. They're coming in closely. But K9 as well as God's Reign, these are the 2 teams who are doing phenomenally well throughout the day. How much have they acquired?
We started with the Mighty, might have fallen, but the Mighty are right now rising up, and that's Ico OG TSG. I don't know what's going on, but something they have channeled right now as they're jumping in this last game. All their 4 players surviving. Total 9 eliminations. Krish, we saw him as the MVP. Right now leading with 4 eliminations for his team. Spotted the next target in front of them. That's going to be Team Tamila Script. He is right down at the ridges, but the team is split by. So Legend has to play a lot more smarter. He's going in the flank, but he has to spot the other person. Right in front, doesn't see him. He was concentrated on Script, and Konshu puts him down. That will tell Ico OG TSG to be a lot more careful and cautious as they're moving ahead.
I guess he knew that he'll get revived very easily, right? Because the whole team is right next to the vending machine. And Legend, since he's that entry fragger, sometimes he wants to take the players down. And look at what happens out here. One player, Konshu, he gets the taste of his very own medicine. As Team Tamila is trying to approach this vending machine, might be in deep troubles as Script is also, his location is compromised, he gets taken down, and it all comes down to final two players from that of Total Gaming, as both of them in the crosshairs. Look at Legend not stopping himself, he's going to be rushing because he knows the value of every single elimination this team can rake up.
They're using the best advantage of the hit list. They are pushing forward. They've already found the knock on one of the players, and again Kaushik gets knocked. And Yogesh, the one on whom the hit list is, he's still being pinged, meaning Team Tamilas are in deep trouble. They're going to try and run, but it seems like maybe he's taken the zipline and made a run for it. So Team Tamilas will have an opportunity to still survive. And on the other end, because to at least buy time, there's a distraction that's acted for ICOG TSG. But Team Tamilas, they get spotted by a completely different team who didn't even have the hit list, and that is Revenant X-Pac. And with that, Team Tamilas, another team to be eliminated, and right now we have already 4 teams eliminated and we are only at the second circle, Arka.
The best part is, Lucifer, all the teams at the top are still surviving. It can still be anybody's game. 11 eliminations for OG. Previous to this, they had a booyah, they had 62 points, and they might have to get a booyah over here to get themselves into the grand finals. K9 as well. This is for the first time I'm able to see that K9 is going for a controlled aggression approach. Slowly and steadily, waiting for an opportunity, prioritizing the center of the circle. All these teams realize they need an average of 20 points to be on the safe cushion.
I think this is the best approach K9 are thinking about. Because of their big booyah that they pulled off, Arka, now they know all they have to do is act on the placement points. Be smart about it. Stay and survive. Make sure they're the survivors till the very end, meaning at least one of the 2 spots is theirs for sure. Who the other one is not something that they have to be worried about. But God's Reign Pros, not the same and comfortable approach that they can be in. They have to start picking up points. They were a little worried once K9 took the top of the table, but now they did pick up points in the previous game around 20, but they also know that anybody else can race them over, and right now racing them is going to be GG Instinct, and this is happening outside the circle all the way at Confinement and Council Hall. That is so far away from the circle, so they have to finish this fight. And Struggle says, I want to get closer to the circle, but the circle moves even further south. So God's Reign Pros have a long journey to go ahead, whereas we already spoke about this. GG Instinct, all they're going to do is trouble teams, and they're already doing it for God's Reign Pros.
Now, the most important point for us to see is Fire Eyes Gaming is the only team in the top with no booyahs. And that's a point of concern if you ask me, just in case it becomes a tiebreaker for the second position and Fire Eyes have no booyah within themselves, then the team with the booyah is going to walk away with that ticket. So they need to be careful. But Revenant X-Pac versus OG TSG, here is where one of the top teams are going to come up to say that, yes, we grabbed that ticket. As both of them evade a fight. My goodness, I've never seen such a tactical game from any team, to be frank, in this tournament.
This is the pressure of them managing to qualify. Revenant X-Pac, they know they have a chance. That's why they're playing smart about it. They're making sure even though Refinery is a position they can fight, it's not a safe and sound position. And ICOG, TSG, they know that they cannot play for survival. They have to go for fights, and that is the reason they're picking. One of the players, Vincent, was knocked, and on the other end, X-Divine. Look at his movement. He is running in as directions of various positions to completely confuse the opponents. The movement is so obnoxiously uncontrolled for the opponents to figure out to take a shot, but they'll still be able to trail because Aerobots, now they also know their opportunity of maybe making it through could be there in case they pick up points. And Revenant X-Pac do not want to give anybody that opportunity, but Fire Eyes, they want to take the opportunity from others as they spotted K9, the team who are already sitting at the top 2, and if Fire Eyes are able to put them down, their opportunity can open up.
Oh no, oh no, OG, they're getting peppered by all the teams possible. It's gonna be our Autobots on one side who's trying to put them down, and then we have RNTX as well. Shots were connected from the side of RNTX, due to which they have some eliminations in their name. But 2 men standing from that of OG. How long can they survive? Because it's gonna be very, very hard for them to do it.
Indeed, Vincent is making it worse. He was initially taken down, knocked, but then they were brought back to life, and from there on, Vincent, the sniper within him, this is something that we knew in the 25 season as well. He was brilliant but now he has an opportunity. He's trying his best to take those shots. Can he continue it, however? But now everybody's out of his sight. So Revenant X-Pac, they cannot work with Vincent to find this. They have to make sure from the other position that they are against Vincent's direction, it make it work. But Xian, he helps him out in between and then puts one team out. And now this opens up an opportunity. As we can see, teams still fighting. Aerobots, Fire Eyes Gaming, K9, God's Reign Pros, as well as Revenant X-Pac, with the confirmation on Meta Ninja going out, meaning their opportunity of qualifying will be troublesome. Revenant X-Pac, they've played smart. We talked about how their movement was, but now they spotted the other team, which is K9, the most closest to the top. They were already there, and now they have to make sure they are in the circle. And yes, they are. It is Revenant X-Pac who are not yet in. Vincent finally joins his teammates, gets closer. But getting closer to a fight with K9 might not be the best test move, but they know they have to do it, because if they want to qualify, they have to take this head-on approach, whereas K9, they've not been interested in it so far. They have been playing the most safe, sound survival game.
K9, could this be the fight which can turn their fate? Because RNTX are keen to take this fight. They're pushing against them. I can only see 3 players from that of K9, right? So Vincent, they have an advantage. In case he goes in for a push, the story can be a little bit different. On the other side, we can see that OG TSG are losing players after players as the last man stand. It's going to be Troll putting a player down. Zayan and Dafik, they're starting to feel this pressure. They need to go in for a revival. Immediately comes through. It's going to be the Thiva, thankfully, from that of Dafik, which gives them some more breathing space. But Revenant X-Pac, the more time they give for K9, the more troublesome they can turn out to be.
Yeah, because already Fire Eyes are close by. So that's a big to be. Revenant X-Pac have to close this fight in an instant. You already mentioned it's only 3 players here. Nice Nero plushie being coming through. Dafik is down already. Aim going down. Xian is the last man standing. Can he do something here for his team? Because Revenant X-Pac, they've surged through behind a surmount of glue walls. Xian trying to survive, but it's not going to work out for long as Xian gets put down. That's the end of K9 here at #6. Have they enough points acquired? Is it going to be enough for them to surge forward to the top 2? Same question for Fire Eyes and Aerobots, who challenge them, instantly get shut down by Bunny. What a game as we jump towards the last 4 teams to make sure 2 of them make it to the grand final, starting with Troll going down, and that's God's Reign Pros, who wants points, making sure they also qualify.
God's Reign were on the top of the table before this game, and they continue to dominate. Whereas on the other side is Revenant X-Pac, who come to that 4th position. And we have seen that Fire Eyes Gaming as well, who are right next to Revenant X-Pac, are also looking forward to end this on a good note. So it all comes down to which team walks away with that booyah. Chris still survives, still beats the last ray of hope for OG TSG. I don't think so it's going to be enough for them, because one lad cannot pull away with a booyah, and this is going to be a push, which is going to be a very inevitable one from that of Fire Eyes as they go in closer. But Harsh on the other side, he keeps moving around. Roshan as well. They're buying time. They know it's important for them to survive as well. But Fire Eyes Gaming, this is a pause, a calm before the storm.
But God's Reign Pros, they have the better advantage, right? In between, they have a tower as well. They're witnessing all the action happening. A couple of melters being thrown across them. Nero plushie from Revenant X-Pac misses its target, goes completely in the other direction. But Fire Eyes, who wanted to get inside the circle, now the zone is closing against them. Therefore, they want to get closer. They're putting the glue walls as best as possible. Look at the movement coming in from Revenant X-Pac. They've flanked God's Reign Pros, and God's Reign Pros, majority of them are stuck. Flash freeze, Anubhav rejoins his teammates. Nice time turner being used by God's Reign Pros to buy some time. Still, we see all these 4 teams surviving, with Ico GTSG having a last player surviving without giving his position away yet.
But he's the one who's having the best spot in the house, and that's the best part, because he's not going to be bothered. He's just going to wait it out, let all of these 3 teams fight, and ultimately come in to strike when the iron is hot. Let's see whether that's going to work out for them. But GDR at this point of time, a plushie against them, doing a bit of a damage. RNTX, they had some glue wall melters which they're trying to push in, put it in front of GDR just in case they come out of the tower. Whereas Fire Eyes, they're just waiting for the other 2 to fight it out, and that's the best approach if you ask me. Every single team doing it right, but Anubhav puts an end for OG, and that means this 3-way Mexican standoff can prove to us which are the 2 teams making it through to the grand finals.
With that point, Godsrain Pros, now they have the confidence that they should be there in the top 2. But FireEyes and Revenant X Spark, they'll be fighting amongst themselves. FireEyes, they have 3 players. Revenant X Spark put Cropsy down. That's the opening that FireEyes should tend to. But they're taking their time as Roshan gets taken down. But now Jack going down. That is troublesome. Vincent played it really smart. Godsrain Pros, they do not let the player go away. Revive him. They're still a 4-man squad. Same goes for FireEyes Gaming. 3 people. But Punny going down. Prince is damaged. They step out of the zone, losing a player. Prince and Jax, they are looking forward to survive. But they're only 2 players. On the other end, Godsrain Pros also losing a lot of health. Revenant X Spark, the best spot in the circle. They have an entire land, a ridge and a plethora of glue walls in front of them, and looks like this booyah is theirs. Nobody can take it away. If somebody can, it should be FireEyes and Godsrain Pros together approaching it.
FireEyes Gaming, no booyah. They need to remember that they need to pick up either eliminations or a booyah just in case they come into a tiebreaker. Guys on the other side, Godsrain, look at them. They are also playing it very clever. They're not going to the center of the circle. They still prefer the corners because again there's going to be a shift which will be coming through. That can make sure that Revenant X Spark and Godsrain might come into a kerfuffle. And what FireEyes are doing is very clever. They're only shooting at Struggle and Manu, making sure that those two get closer to Cropsy, and that is where fights can be much more better.
Revenant X Spark holding it off, making sure their fight is going to be the better one. As I said, they have the better advantage on the ridge. They have the height working in for them. X Divine making it work. Circle will now start closing in all direction, forcing all the players to get close by. Cropsy and Anubhav were the closest to push up, but Anubhav tries to go back. Cropsy, he's still adamant. He wants to get up. Struggle, he tries to push. Vincent on the other end puts the player on Jack down from FireEyes, and that is the opening. Their left flank is clear, and instantly Revenant X Spark, you can see, they're making a move, knowing that the flank is clear. They have a better positioning against Godsrain Pros.
Now this is where Prince will have to pull off a big Joker card out here. He reveals a location. Again pushes Revenant X Spark closer to that of GDR. The high ground advantage for Cropsy and Manu. Can they pull this off as Anubhav is trying to do their best? RNTX, the fair trade comes through as well. Hush will be one of those players. The last man standing as he tries to get in closer. It's got to be GDR or still surviving. And that means FireEyes Gaming, they're going to be coming at the second position. But have they done enough? It seems like they might have done, because Godsrain walk away with an amazing booyah, and look at that, they know they've done the deed because they were at the top of the table, and this pressure situation, they come out with flying colors.
They wanted this. Day 1 when they played Arca, they missed out on the opportunity just because of the 5 to 10 points. If they had grabbed it, they could have put RNX down and they could have been the second team qualifying. But with this, Godsrain Pros, of how they started the day, how consistent in terms of points they were. Look at the excitement of the boys. They're jumping, they're celebrating. They knew how close this game was. They knew they could have lost it to Revenant X Spark, but Revenant X Spark, who tried to make a movement on the flank that they had an opportunity against FireEyes Gaming, instantly stopped, and that's where Godsrain Pros jumped up. They got the tower of that antenna. From there they started pummeling bullets through, and here Cropsy opened things up, finds the initial knock, and from there on Revenant X Spark were completely broken down into pieces of eliminations. And Prince, the last man from FireEyes Gaming, he knew he can do nothing against a lot of a squad, and this is Godsrain cementing their qualification. There should be no doubt, because before this they were already at the top 2, but whose plan or whose team did they foil to make it to the grand finals? That's something that we have to wait and watch, but kudos to the team of Godsrain Pros of how they played this out. Struggle, Badal, Cropsy, Anubhav and Manu, they make it happen for themselves.
But FireEyes Gaming, they still don't have a booyah. Will this be a point of concern, or are they going to be the first team to qualify into the grand finals without a booyah, on their side? But for now, yes, it all comes down to how many eliminations all of these teams have got for themselves, especially Revenant X Spark, let it be K9 as well. By the looks of it, 21 points from FireEyes Gaming. Aerobots, even though they tried to do their best, they couldn't, because at the nth moment they got choked. At one corner, they've got 20 points for themselves. OGX TSG, 18 points. Will that be enough? No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think we have to kind of tend towards Revenant X Spark, who are sitting at 17 points, and K9, who are sitting at 12 points. Now it would come down between K9 Esports, Revenant X Spark and FireEyes Gaming. Maybe Aerobots in the mix at 20 points. As you said, ICOG TSG with only 18 points. If they got a booyah, then they're an opportunity. But the biggest upset for everybody right now is looking at where Godlike is at the end of Game 6 standings. They are only with 3 points in terms of their elimination, where they were supposed to have the better advantage like God's Reign Pros to make it to the top 2. After their initial start, Arka, they were the first team to get the booyah today. This was similar story for Ico OG TSG, but the teams, these big names under big pressure to make it to the top 2 are making mistakes, and now we don't know where they will be heading, because now qualification for teams as such will go only towards week 3. But before we worry about that, we are still worried of who is making it to the top 2. That is the information. That is the big question mark for us as well, but you would have to wait. Before that, we have to give due credits where it is, and it goes to Struggle from God's Reign Pros. Made sure when we were talking earlier that Struggle will have a very difficult position to play out when he was stuck, and then he made sure that the opponents are the ones struggling as they surge through with 4 eliminations, 6 assists and a damage of 2404.
I mean, I'm able to see that Grenadiers are turning out to be the MVPs of every single game. This is not something which we witness in a D-Day especially, because that is where you want your frontline assaulters to do well. You would want your snipers to pick up those fights, but still with Struggle using an ACAT, which is kind of like a sniper himself, and also using a KC to be the support player, has done enough for his team, because God's Reign's domination throughout the day was phenomenal.
And on top of that, we end up seeing him using a Luna, which helps him his passive firing rate to be increased, and that's very smart. And even if he finds a hit on the enemy, that helps him surge further with the firing rate. So very well played with a weapon on hand as ACAT and then having Luna as well. And this is the combinations that we keep talking about. While his teammates have a Nero, Oscar as well as Chrono, which is also something that they used to stabilize themselves when Revenant X-Spark had a better positioning. And that comes in with experience, and I think God's Reign Pros at that moment, Arka, channeled every bit of experience that they had in terms of that final fight under pressure and made this happen for themselves to end the day on a super high note, getting Kalahari confirmed as a booyah in their name.
I mean, you know, I still wonder what happens to every single team in those final moments, because we saw the fight extend for so long. It was like a chess game. It was like you move, you make a move, I try to counter it. You make another move, I try to come into attack. And GDR played it so well. They were watching Revenant X-Spark in every single moment, and then they tried to replicate whatever was possible in those final moments, especially Fire Eyes Gaming. Their intent was just to survive into the top 2, and they did with just 2 men standing. The way they held on to their horses, phenomenal job by them as well.
Phenomenal job by everybody, averaging around 2000 damage. Cropsy only at a little low at 1200, but that tells us of how they were playing, as pushing Cropsy in the forefront of action. Let's talk about God's Reign Pros. They started from Stone Ridge, went to Santa Catarina. From there they fought and fended off most of the teams, but troubling them was GG Instinct. So they instantly jumped, revived their players, went to Council Hall, Shrines, came back again, and GG Instinct kept trailing them. The amount of trouble in the early game for God's Reign Pros from GG Instinct was a lot, but eventually the fight happened between GG Instinct and another team, and they got eliminated in that fight, gave God's Reign Pros the confidence that they can pull it off. But God's Reign Pros position was not the best. It was Revenant X-Spark who had the best position, but somehow, because there was Fire Eyes Gaming, God's Reign Pros were able to make it across, while Revenant X-Spark did not play aggressive. Because before that, we remember of how they charged to K9, right, Arka? They were inside the compound, knew that if that fight prolonged for too long, they'll be under pressure. So what they did, right timing, when they put down the Riptide Rhythms, they had melters, flash freezes, everything, they ran right through, put everybody down, and especially taking the Dafiq down gave them the opportunity and opening for Revenant X-Spark. But that aggression somewhere down the line, as you mentioned, while that last fight took some time, Revenant X-Spark had the time, and I feel like they ended up giving time for the other teams.
Now, since you already spoke about K9 in this conversation, we have to bring our attention to how weak they've turned out in the final 2 games. Before this, we saw them having fights in every single circle. There was a circle in Atlantis where we saw that they were taking at least 1 elimination in every circle, until the 5th and the 6th one as well. But in the last 2 games, they avoided fights, due to which the strongest forte of getting those eliminations did not go in their favor. And once you come up to such a situation where you start to hide from fights, where you know your aggression is the key for you to become successful, obviously this was bound to happen. K9 losing it out. I hope they learn the lesson the hard way.
I agree. I think this happened even in the 25 season, if you remember, right? Where it like this happened in the end today, but that happened in the start where they were playing very passive, very survival game, and towards the end they realized they're short of points. Today they were good with points. They had to continue that aggression. I understand their strategy, and we commended them in between saying, "Hey, this is a smart move." But you cannot continue that till the very end. I think that's where problem happened. And once uninvited guests were just entering and they did not have any other plans of action of how to move out or fend them off, put them in their own, I would say, cage or a jail where they ended up losing the eliminations, ended up losing that fight. And because of which, as we said, when Godlike went out, gates again opened up for everybody. Now that K9 went out, gates might be open again for everybody. Have K9 done enough? We spoke about how much points they had. So a lot of questions in our mind. And who's made it? The last day was today to make it to the top 2 and directly into the grand finals, because any team that does not make it today will be joined with the hashtag 17 and 18 team and will go to week 3, meaning the next weekend, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, and will play a total of 18 games, not 6 games on a given day, not the top 2 qualifying, 18 games as a whole, and then the top 6. If pressure is so high now, Arka, I am worried for next week.
I mean, I'm expecting, teams to actually do well, especially teams like those who have not qualified in case, because K9, it seems like they've not, Godlike they've not. If these teams will be able to do it, then only it's going to be great. But the team of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be God's Reign, nothing taken away from them. 43,272 damage, a total of 124 points with 2 booyahs. No wonder this is one of those teams who walk into the grand finals.
And I think this was rightfully theirs. They should have had it on day 1 itself. A little bit of a mess up here and there, and finally they get the team of the day title, and they'll be making it across into the grand finals. They will be coming to Ahmedabad. So again, representation from them in 25. We saw them. They're doing it in 26 as well. So kudos to them. Finally, of all the little bit of mishaps, mistakes that they had, they did eventually, I would say, crunch up the numbers, finally make sure that their armor is a lot more stronger in this day 3 and put themselves in front. And a total of 124 points. We were talking about this. We saw 150 yesterday coming through. Right before that, around 100 points for day 1. And now in between 100 and 150, we end up seeing a total of 124 points. And overall, team of the day that we've seen so far, meaning that this team gets additional 10,000 INR based on the total prize pool also that they'll be getting by the end of the grand finals in whichever position they'll be placed. So additional 10,000 already waiting for God's Reign Pros. And kudos to these lads. Amazing stuff done today. And I think everybody, you have to give it to, yes, Cropsy was in front of the action, but of how Anubhav and Struggle held themselves up in terms of action, holding Cropsy in terms of figuring out of whether they should rush instantly or hold off, and when they feel strong with Manu, they push further. But with this, we have the team of the day, but who is making it across into the grand finals along with them? Who are the top 2 teams of day 3 of week 2 of the knockout stages? It is gonna be Fire Eyes Gaming, their last hurrah, and all kudos to Prince at that end game fight to survive, not to go for a fight, not to beat the heat, made sure their team makes it.
Prince, the IGL, was the flag bearer for this team at the nth moment, trying to survive until the end. It's the brain game which has worked out for all the teams out there. But one thing is for sure, if you are consistent throughout the day, if you're able to pick up points every now and then you will be making it into the grand finals. A good example has been set by Fire Eyes Gaming as the first team to qualify into the grand finals with no booyah whatsoever, as God's Reign on the other side. They have done it in style.
What a way to walk into the grand finals in such a situation where, yes, a lot of I think us talents as well were already thinking that this team should make it on day 1 itself. They were, yes, close. I mean, they did not have a great day 1. They were close on day 2, missed out because of the tie that they had, and on day 3 without a booyah, they still managed to do it. I think of all the underdogs, this team of Fire Eyes Gaming have impressed us at every stage of the tournament.
I really want to look at the overall standings, because I want to understand where teams have fallen short and what could they have done right. Because if there is a team qualifying without the booyah, that means, oh my god, all it took was 6 points for the others to make it through. And the balance between the elimination and placement points, which we keep speaking about, is so well maintained by Fire Eyes Gaming. It's going to be 71 eliminations against 40.
Man, this is a lot. Even for K9 right now, especially them missing out just because of 6 points, Arka. And on top of that, Revenant X Spark, they had the opportunity. They could have had the booyah. Imagine if they did pull off that booyah, they would have had an additional Revenant X Spark ended up at the 8 placement points. So add another 4 points for them. They would come somewhere around 100. But on top of that, they will have 4 or 5 eliminations. So total of 9 points. They'll be sitting at 108. And Fire Eyes wouldn't have gotten that position at 111. K9 could have actually qualified, or maybe even Revenant X Spark could have qualified. Ouch, that's gotta hurt.
Look at the bottom of the table. I'm kind of concerned for all the teams out there. Wingod, Reckoning, Team Tamilas and GG Instance. You know, these are the teams who have performed so well in the previous stages. We were expecting at least GG Instance and Reckoning to do well. And it seems like they're also suffering the brunt of all the other players. Under pressure, we're able to see the fan favorite teams are crumbling. Godlike and OG x TSG are the two teams which were expected to do well today, especially after the 4th game where OG TSG were doing so well. The last game, it came down to the team who survives the longest.
Survival, yes, is the key criteria for this game. K9 tried to play that, but you know, at the very end, it does not completely work. K9 were smart about it. They had the intuition that they have to play for survival, but the way the circle moved, we spoke about it, right? When the circle was giving K9 the advantage, K9 should have tried to move towards the center, but towards the center there was no compounds, and that's the reason K9 decided to stay. And once the circle went away from them, their opportunity of trying to push forward missed out completely. Now from K9, Revenant X Spark, Aerobots, Ico OG TSG, Godlike Esports, Meta Ninja, GG Instinct, Team Tamilas, Reckoning Esports, Wingod X THW Esports, all of them now move to week 3. None of them are eliminated, so at least that is there that they can be happy about. Yes, a little disappointed that they did not qualify right here in week 2 itself, but they still have a chance to do a lot more, especially so much hope for Revenant X Spark, K9, Ico OG TSG, Godlike and Meta Ninja to make it across.
The next week, all of these teams will come down again to fight it out. Luckily, nobody gets eliminated from these knockout stages, and let me remind you that the final week, that's going to be week 3, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have all of these teams come back again and fight it out. Additionally, there's going to be 2 more teams who are going to be coming back and making sure that, you know, they join the 12 or the remaining 10, and then they'll be fighting it out for 6 spots into the grand finals.
What a day it has been, Arka. To be honest, I mean, if anybody kind of shows us these 12 teams that started the day here on day 3, and at the end of it, who will qualify? And I'm pretty sure even our audience who are sitting with us while we are kind of taking, or I would say making sure that this is the 2 teams who qualified, we are one with the result, it still does not set right. I mean, I'm still kind of figuring out. God's Reign Pros took so much time. Day 1 should have been theirs. It did not happen.
Exactly.
Even for Ico Total Gaming, it should have been theirs on day 1. We had that discussion. They were also telling they were a little disappointed, and they wanted to make sure, and the right next day of all the mistakes that they did, they corrected it and instantly qualified with a big total of 153 points. Not at all easy. But yeah, I think there was disappointments. There was a lot of pressure between teams in terms of understanding what's going around, but also that underdogs proving and telling everybody out there that you don't have to worry. You don't always have to jump into conclusion that you have a tough situation, you have pressure. It's about how you overcome that pressure. Fire Eyes themselves said on day 1, because of the inexperience that they had a lot of trouble in figuring out of how the lobby is. But day 2 came, they were so close, and after that, now today they managed to qualify, Arka.
I mean, amongst all these teams, I think it's time for us to head to the interview and understand what's happening, because 2 of them are waiting across on the other side.
गॉड्स रेन प्रोज की तरफ से और लीजिएगा जी हाँ, अगर देखा जाए गॉड्स रेन प्रो से हमें यहाँ पे स्ट्रगल क्रॉप्स का आवाज नहीं आ रहा, फायराइज गेमिंग से हमें यहाँ पे जैक यहाँ पे नजर आएंगे। जैक आप अभी नहीं बोल सकते, आप लाइव पे सेट कर रहे हैं, बट देखिए सबसे पहले कांग्रेचुलेशन यहाँ पे गॉड्स रेन प्रोज को भी और फायराइज गेमिंग को भी कि फाइनली आज यहाँ पे वो क्वालिफिकेशन डन होता हुआ, बिकॉज हमें नजर आ रहा था काफी मेहनत यहाँ पे कर रहे थे। तो अभी के लिए देखिए कांग्रेचुलेशन दोनों के लिए, और मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि कैसा लग रहा है, बिकॉज आई मीन कि किस तरीके से कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप दोनों?
3 दिन से लगे हुए थे, तो आज क्वालिफाई हो गए, तो ऑफ कोर्स अच्छा ही लग रहा है।
जी बिल्कुल।
क्या
आई
बात है।
थिंक जैक
मतलब मजा
मैं
आया।
आपसे भी
देखिए,
जानना
कुछ
चाहूंगा।
प्रीवियस कुछ
जी
जी नॉनस्टॉप भाई बोलिए।
जी वही, अगर जैक की बात की जाए तो आई मीन आई थिंक हमें सुन पा रहे हैं, तो जैक मतलब टीम में क्या माहौल है और आप कैसा फील कर रहे हैं? जी
जीत की खुशी में
ओके मेरे ख्याल से जैक सुन नहीं पा रहे हमें, बट चलिए हम गॉड्स रेन से ही कुछ क्वेश्चंस कर लेते हैं। यार पहले कुछ दिनों में डे 1 में डे 2 में आपके परफॉर्मेंसेस उतने कुछ खास गए नहीं थे। डे 2 में आप थोड़ा सा क्वालिफिकेशन के पास थे, बट अब यहाँ पर से आपने फाइनली डे 3 में क्वालिफाई कर लिया है। सो डे 1 एंड डे 2 में क्या हो रहा था, मतलब नॉट परफॉर्म वेल, व्हाट हैपनिंग?
डे 1 और डे 2 का ऐसा था, हमारे मेंटोर है शिवम भाई, वो हमें मोटिवेट नहीं किए। लास्ट डे वो हमें मोटिवेट करके गए कि अभी जिद का सवाल है, क्वालिफाई कर लो। तो फिर हमने आज क्वालिफाई कर दिया है।
जी और देखिए बिल्कुल
स्ट्रेटजीज चेंज करी आपने, लाइक ड्यूकर भाई भी मुझे पीछे दिख रहे हैं, तो कुछ स्ट्रेटजीज में बदलाव किए। अब थोड़ा सा पैसिव मेरे ख्याल से आप सर्कल
मतलब
पे
आज
थोड़ा
हमारा
फोकस
थोड़ा
कर रहे थे
सा
डे 1 एंड डे 2 के अंदर।
हाँ, आज हमारा थोड़ा सा था कि थोड़ा अग्रेसिव जाए। हम 2 दिन से थोड़ा पैसिव जा रहे थे, बट आज हम सोच के गए थे कि भाई जोन तो कोई और पकड़ लेगा, हम थोड़ा चिल से ले लेते हैं।
यस ब्रो।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। देखिए आपने, और कहीं ना कहीं देखिए स्ट्रगल ने मेरे को सुबह बोला भी था कि आज आप इंटरव्यू लेना हमारा, तो इंटरव्यू डेस्क पे कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग आ चुके हैं और जैक भी फाइनली अब हमें सुन पा रहे हैं। तो जैक मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहूंगा कि कैसा लग रहा है और कैसा टीम में एनवायरनमेंट है अभी के?
जैक कह रहे कि मैं सारी बातें आपको फाइनल में बताऊंगा।
जी हाँ, जैक के इरादे ऐसे लग रहे हैं कि काफी बड़े यहाँ पे हैं जरूर, बट देखिए अभी के लिए हमारे क्वेश्चंस की बात की जाए, वही है कि कहीं ना कहीं हर किसी को लग रहा था कि अगर गॉड्स रेन प्रोज की बात की जाए कि फर्स्ट डे या सेकंड डे क्वालिफाई कर लेंगे, तो ऐसी क्या चीज यहाँ पे रही है जो इतना समय लगा है कि आप तीसरे दिन पे क्वालिफाई हुए? और अगर आपने बताया जस्ट अभी कि हम लोग पैसिव गए थे, तो उसके पीछे क्या राज है कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ नजर आती है कि एलिमिनेशन पे आप फोकस करते हो, आप पैसिव गए तो उसके पीछे क्या स्ट्रेटजी थी?
ऐसा था कि सारी टीमें ही जोन होल्ड करके खेल रही थी, तो हमें बाहर जोन के बाहर किल्स के लिए कोई टीम मिल नहीं रही थी। तो हमने भी ट्राई किया कि चलो हम भी जोन ही पकड़ते, क्योंकि जब सब जोन में जा रहे थे हम भी जोन में जाते। बट ऐसा होता था कि लास्ट जोन में आते थे, किल्स नहीं मिलते थे, वो फ्लो नहीं कैरी कर पा रहे थे। तो फिर हमने सोचा कि आज जोन नहीं जाते, आज जोन को डिलीट कर देते हैं हमारे गेम से और आज सिर्फ अपन किल्स में जाते हैं। तो हमने आज सिर्फ किल्स पे गए और उसका रिजल्ट था हम क्वालिफाई हो गए।
क्या बात है नॉनस्टॉप भाई, मैं आपसे भी जानना चाहता हूँ कि क्या फील कर रहे हैं आप, क्या खुश हैं आप, कितने खुश हैं?
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। देखिए कमाल का प्ले किया है और आज के दिन वो मैचेस भी नजर आए, लास्ट तक गया बिल्कुल एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा आज के दिन यहाँ पे नजर आया है। और उसमें से टीम ऑफ द डे अगर गॉड्स रेन प्रोज है तो बिल्कुल अच्छा तो यहाँ पे लगी गई। और साथ ही साथ देखिए जैक भी हमारे साथ अब यहाँ पे जुड़ चुके हैं। तो जैक एक बार फिर से आपको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, आपको और आपकी टीम को। और अभी के लिए मैं ये जानना चाहूंगा कि कैसा माहौल है टीम में, बिकॉज आप अंडरडॉग एक तरीके से जाने जाते थे और वहां से पहली ऐसी टीम बने जो क्वालिफाई होके यहाँ पे हैं। अभी के लिए आई मीन जैक को हम सुन नहीं पा रहे हैं। अभी के लिए जैक की बात की जाए तो वो आवाज हमें प्रॉपर नहीं आ रही। आई मीन शायद जल्दी से फिक्स हो जाए। बट देखिए चिरायु, अगर बात की जाए एक ऐसी टीम जो अंडरडॉग से इतने सारे सपने लेके आई है, तो मेरे बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन भी यहाँ पे जैक के साथ। बट साथ ही बात करें, एक बार चलेंगे गॉड्स रेन प्रोज की तरफ। तो वैसे अभी के लिए देखिए जो 6 टीमें हमें यहाँ पे नजर आएंगी कि ऑलरेडी हमें पता है कि 6 टीमें अब यहाँ पे लैन के लिए क्वालिफाई हो चुकी हैं। कौन सी ऐसी टीम आपको नजर आता है कि क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाएगी, या फिर आपको लगता है कि उन टीमों के लिए मुश्किल हो सकता है, या फिर आपको खुद से आता है कि नहीं ये टीम नहीं होनी चाहिए यार, ये हमारा ड्रॉप क्लैश बहुत ज्यादा करती है, हमारे रोटेशन में आती है?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार, जिसके लक में लिखा हो वो सब क्वालिफाई हो। ऐसे कुछ भी कंट्रोवर्शियल सवालों के जवाब मैं नहीं देना चाहूंगा।
स्ट्रगल भाई, वैसे काफ़ी लोग आप पे सवाल कर रहे थे कि फायर पावर थोड़ा कम हो गया है, काफ़ी कमेंट्स हम देख पा रहे थे, बट आज आपने प्रूव कर दिया बैक टू बैक जब भी 2 बूयर्स लगे आपके एलिमिनेशन काफ़ी अच्छे निकले। तो उन लोगों के लिए कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप जो कि आपके ऊपर क्वेश्चन कर रहे थे?
नहीं, उनके कहने से ना मेरा फायर पावर कम होता है ना ज़्यादा होता है, तो मैं उन सब पे ध्यान नहीं देता। मैं अपना गेम खेलता हूँ, मेरी टीम अपना गेम खेलती है, हम अच्छा करते हैं हमारा अच्छा होता है, हम बुरा करते हैं हमारा बुरा होता है।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और देखिए बिल्कुल सटीक आंसर यहाँ पे दिया जरूर है। बट अभी के लिए जैक एक बार फिर से हमारे साथ में यहाँ पे जुड़ चुके हैं। तो जैक कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन वंस अगेन कि आपकी टीम यहाँ पे क्वालिफाई हो गई है। एंड आई मीन ये दिन में जो एनवायरनमेंट होगा टीम का वो मैं जानना चाहूंगा, बिकॉज एक ऐसी टीम अंडरडॉग से जिसने पहली ऐसी टीम बनी है जो इन जायंट्स टीम के साथ यहाँ पे क्वालिफिकेशन आपने अपना तय किया है टॉप 6 में। आई मीन लग रहा है जैक शायद खुशी खुशी में अपना अपना आपको अनम्यूट करना भूल गए। अभी के लिए जैक एक बार फिर से थोड़ा सा वो इशू हमें नजर यहाँ पे जरूर आएगा, बट एक बार फिर से चलते हैं वैसे गॉडस्लिन प्रोज की तरफ की आज के दिन। आई मीन देखिए आप बिल्कुल सेट थे, आपको पता है कि आपकी स्ट्रेंथ थी यहाँ पे जो फायर पावर है उस पर ही है कि आपको एलिमिनेशन ओरिएंटेड गेम प्ले करना है। बहुत सारी टीमें एलिमिनेशन से गेम निकालनी है बिकॉज यहाँ पे टॉप 6 नहीं है, टॉप 2 है। आपको टॉप 2 जाने के लिए हर गेम में एलिमिनेशन चाहिए, प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स भी चाहिए। बट कुछ टीमें हम लोगों ने ऐसी देखी है, गॉड लाइक हो गए, आप हो गए कि आप एलिमिनेशन पे जाते हो भैया, जैसे आपने जस्ट अभी बोला कि जोन में कौन सी टीम आ रही है हमें फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है, बस हमें एलिमिनेशन पे फोकस करना है। वही चीज आपने प्रॉपर ये करते दिखाई दी है। बट क्या आपको लगता है कि लैन में भी आपके लिए वैसा ही प्रेशर रहेगा या लैन में डिफरेंट स्ट्रेटेजी रहेगी? बिकॉज यहाँ की स्ट्रेटेजी मेरे को नहीं लगता आप रिवील करना चाहो और जो नॉर्मली आपने वो बताई दिया है।
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि हम उधर कुछ चेंजेस करेंगे। आई थिंक हमारा यही प्लेइंग स्टाइल लैन पे रहेगा, क्योंकि हम जब भी पैसिव जाते हैं तो हमारा गेम थोड़ा ना थोड़ा खराब होता है। एंड हम यही प्लेइंग स्टाइल रखेंगे तो मुझे लगता है काफ़ी अच्छे रिजल्ट्स हमें मिलेंगे।
क्या बात है, मतलब मजा आया यार आज का गेम देख के। आखिरी में वैसे आखिरी सर्कल में काफी ज्यादा प्रेशर क्रिएट हो गया था आपकी स्क्वाड के ऊपर। एक टावर के अंदर 4 प्लेयर्स थे, पहले आपने अनुभव को नीचे भेजा था तो फिर वापस से ऊपर बुलाया, क्रोन लगा के उनको बचाया। तो वहां पर क्या सिचुएशंस थी कि आपको लग रहा था वहां पर बोया पुल हो सकता है? बिकॉज इतना ज्यादा प्रेशर था, एक पल को लगा था कि आप पहले फाइट पे इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेने वाले हैं एंड उसके बाद शायद सिचुएशंस आपके अंडर कंट्रोल नहीं होगी।
हमारे पास इतने रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे, हम मर के एक बार उतरे थे तो हमारे पास इतने रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे, तो हम लोगों के पास एक ही लास्ट ऑप्शन था परमानेंट कवर के लिए टावर, तो हम लोग उस पर चले गए थे। बट फिर हमने देखा कि एक टीम के 3 ही प्लेयर है तो हमने एक साइड का एरिया खाली था उसे कवर किया एंड उसको बुया में कन्वर्ट कराया इनको।
जी हाँ बिल्कुल। और साथ ही साथ देखिए मेरा एक और क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे रहेगा जरूर कि अभी के लिए आई मीन टीम का हमें पता है कि अनुभव हो गए, यहाँ पे मन्नू का भी एडिशन, काफी टीम में चेंजेस यहाँ पे हमें नजर आ रहे थे, बहुत सारे चेंजेस नजर आते कि कभी बादल खेल रहे हैं कभी मन्नू खेल रहे हैं। तो अभी के लिए प्लेइंग फॉर क्या रहेगा लैन के लिए, क्या वो फिक्स है या फिर चेंजेस हमें नजर आएंगे? और साथ ही साथ अपने फैंस को क्या मैसेज देना चाहोगे? बिकॉज आज के दिन जिस तरीके से मैचेस यहाँ पे हुए हैं तो प्रेशर तो बहुत ज्यादा हर किसी पे था। इवन
नहीं, हमारी टीम में 4-5 सारे जितने प्लेयर सब चीता प्लेयर है, तो कब कौन खेलेगा हमें खुद को नहीं पता है। तो प्लेइंग 4 प्लेइंग 5 हमारा कुछ भी नहीं है, जिसका मन करे जब खेलो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
क्या बात है। इसी के साथ नॉन स्टॉप भाई आई गेस क्लोज करते हैं आज का इंटरव्यू। काफी कुछ क्वेश्चंस हमने करें, जैक अनफॉर्चुनेटली हमारे साथ जुड़ नहीं पाए, बट चलिए अभी के लिए इंटरव्यू होते लगते हैं। अगेन कांग्रेचुलेशंस टू स्ट्रगल एंड आपकी पूरी टीम, जैक एंड आपकी पूरी टीम की आप ग्रैंड फाइनल्स में अहमदाबाद में आ रहे हैं।
Thank you.
The man of less words was Jack in that interview, trust me. Even though it was technical difficulties, we could see that, he was controlling his happiness to an extent. But on the other side, when they were asked, it came down to Shivam Bhai coming in and saying that they had to come in and motivate. And the motivation words, I wish I could hear them.
I mean, it was kind of bound to that you had to see him kind of push his team to the direction of qualifying, right? Somewhere down the line, I'm pretty sure he tried to hide that feeling while he was on the desk, but that does tell us that inside he's a lot more happy. And the first thing that he's going to do once today's stream is going to end is going to be him congratulating all of them. Because again, it's not an easy milestone whenever we end up talking about the big name teams, right? We say that they have to be on these finals, they have to be on the LAN. But they have a lot more pressure compared to the underdogs. Underdogs don't have that experience. That's the reason they miss out on opportunities. But with experience comes in a lot more pressure that they take. And that kind of happened as of now. But until and unless that we have to be worried about that, we have to now only congratulate. So congratulations to God's Rain Pros as well as Fire Ice for making it across. But we still have a lot more teams who still have their journey for the grand finals. And they will run through from week 3.
But ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be witnessing these teams clash it out the next week. That's going to be week 3, day 1. We're going to have the final 12 teams, and amongst this, only 6 can make through the grand finals. Yes, 18 matches is what they're going to clash it out with. So every single game will matter. Consistency is going to be the key. I know you guys can see this, but it's important for us to read them out. It's going to be K9, RNTX, Aerobots, Aiko, OG, XTSG, Godlike, Meta Ninja, and GG Instance. Team Tamilas, Reckoning, Wingod, 4Ns and EMZ. 4Ns and EMZ are the teams which will be joining the rest of the fray. And that means they've got just one opportunity to qualify into the grand finals.
Yeah, I hope 4Ns as well as EMZ know what they're walking into in week 3, because all the other teams here, Arka, K9, Revenant X-Park, Aerobots, Ico OG, TSG, Godlike, Meta Ninja, all these 9 teams have been closer to qualification and missed out that opportunity. And these 6 teams that we already spoke about, they are the 6 teams who wanted to qualify. And now the other 6 who are looking forward to it, we don't know who we can see qualifying, who will not. But yes, today I'm pretty sure the underdogs will be celebrating, looking at Fire Eyes making their qualification happen. And also when they qualified, right, in my mind I was kind of thinking out, wait, this is similar to what we ended up witnessing when the international teams were fighting with Indian teams, where we saw Bigetron miss their opportunity because of the booyah, but still Fire Eyes make their qualification happen here. So that tells us that, hey, Fire Eyes without experience are tending to show us caliber of that potential, and that is where underdogs, once they get experience, they're going to push further even more than these big name teams know of.
I mean, after this, they'll have the tag of the T1 team, right? So ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know what the drill is. Make sure you share it among your friends, because the next week when we come out here, it's going to be 12 teams clashing it out, and 6 amongst them will be heading into the grand finals. And with this, we are going to be putting an end for the day. It's me, Arka, with me, Lucifer. You guys are watching TEZ Free Fire Max India Cup 2026 Spring. See you guys next week.
Get down in the car, one time give
you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got it. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. I got you. I got you moving. You moving like you're going to the. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. Moving like you're. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving. I got you moving.
Let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Hey, please don't play no games with me. I promise I'm too much. Hey, I can never let up even if you had enough. Hey, this ain't for the faint of heart. We always playing rough. I had enough. It ain't luck. I needed a vision. I needed ambition. I needed a mission to be this submission with no intermission. I see the collision, the crash in the distance. They coming off track. No. Now when they ask what's the motive, don't talk like the show. They all about to see what I mean in the moment. I gotta keep going. I'm shaking the dice and I'm keeping it rolling. They already know. Ain't got no other plans. You don't need to understand. Ay, we on overtime. You don't need to understand. Ay, you just show them how to do it when you don't know what to say. Tell me how you plan to win if you plan to play. Moving fast, already gone. Yeah, but you bringing me back. Try to double cross me, dog. Just let me relax. Stop assuming what we doing. Keep it moving. What we doing? 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. 'Cause it can get dangerous. Friend Bentley, Lego. Why they be down the boy? Tell them it's part of the plan. I'm just the underdog feeding them slaps. The game's in the palm of my hand. Whoa, they want me to fail, this is personal. They sleeping on me, this is perjury. You making nobody else heard of you. Tell the doctor prep the beat for the surgery. Killing it, they ain't gotta gas me up. Do it myself, I'm drilling it. How many times did they pass me up? I'm cool, can't walk on my shoes, I'm kicking it. Wanna jump in cause they see that it's working. Grow from the L's, they see wins on the surface. Flaunting my wins, I do it on purpose. Playing with you, take you down to the circus. One time for the yellow dogs, 2 times that they doubted me. You know I did it for my mama now. Only people know who proud of me. Now I'm getting where I gotta be. Everybody want me take off. You brought the beast from inside of me. I bet on myself and it paid off. They wanna hold me back, I said they must be joking. Look at me cool and calm, collected, yeah, I'm coasting. You ain't stop me, yeah, I got some motion. I got some motion. Been running this since I popped in. Y'all know me, I'm locked in. One hand on the game, one hand on the street. Gotta get it out of